Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this special meeting of our budget preparations for 2024. Sorry about the delay in time. We've had a few technical challenges, but hopefully those have been corrected. I would like to have an approval of the agenda, please. It's been moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Miller. On the question, all those in favor, please vote now. I think you have your iPads open. Motion carried, 6-0. The Deputy Mayor is going to attempt to get online at home, and when that happens, we'll have a full complement. I would like the treaty acknowledgement, please. Councillor Donovan.
We would like to respectfully acknowledge that Quispamsis exists on the traditional territory of the Willis, Tuig, Maliseet, and Mi'kmaq people whose ancestors, along with the Passamaquoddy tribes, signed peace and friendship treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s. We would like to take this moment to pay respect to the elders, past and present, and to the descendants of this traditional territory. And may we remind ourselves of the important work we have before us today. May we make good decisions without prejudice or bias and always in the best interests of our community, which we are here to serve.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. And just as we begin, I just want to say that we do continue to hear very complimentary remarks about our town, and of course that is certainly with great thanks to our staff for all the work that you do. This year is no different than last year as far as the cost of living, which continues to rise, and the impacts, and this impacts every resident. It also impacts the costs of doing work and business within the town. So as we move forward, we're very grateful for the strategic plan that we have and for the asset management that helps to direct us as to how we prioritize the work within the town. So I'd like to, first of all, thank the staff members for the work in preparing this year's budget, and we'll move forward today throughout the duration of the day to determine what 2024 will look like. So I'm going to move forward now to the town treasurer to provide an overview of the budget package. Ms. Krista Brandon at the podium, thank you.
Good. All right. Good morning, everyone. So the first task this morning is for me to just kind of quickly go through with everyone the actual budget package. So, we've sent out a lot of information. There's a lot of information in front of you, but in essence, the first part of your package is the actual budget documentation. So that's probably one of the most important things that we'll be looking at today. So within your package, there's an index that highlights everything within your budget. And I'll just quickly go through it so that we can get our bearings and everyone can have an idea of where we're going to be starting. So within the budget package, there's about, 40-some pages of information. The first part will be your general operating budget, sources of changes. So that's where we'll go through. And that, in essence, is a summary of all of the financial information within the general budget. So that's this colorful page here. Next, we'll have all of our different fee increases that we've gone through with all of our community services areas. Then we have our department budget summaries. So that's where, with the different entities within the organization, so we have our revenue section. Then we have our general government, our protective services, our transportation and works, our environmental development and environmental health, and also our community services, which is then broken out into the various parks and facilities that we have. And lastly, within general, we have our fiscal services. So that's where we're talking about our capital, all of our debt servicing costs, all of those are related within that document. So that takes us now to our proposed general operating budget fund detail line item. So that is the blue document. So in essence, that's all of the summary of all the various different GL accounts that we track all of our costs, and it's all then summarized for you in a very detailed information. Then we have our 5-year capital plans. So that's from 2024 through to 2028. So that is all of the general capital within that documentation. Next, as part of the package, we have our civic relations section. So our civic relations was brought forward to our October 17th council meeting, and that's where that was approved at that point in time, but it's, again, makes up part of our budget, so is included in the package. After our civic relations area, then that's where our utility budget starts. So we have our proposed utility budget summary documentation, so that's documentation all within the yellow here. Then we have our proposed 2024 utility rate increase information where we separate it between our sewage and our water rates. Then we also have our departmental summary within the utility department, so where we have our water, sewer, our utility administration, and our fiscal services within the utility section. Then we also, like in the general side, have the full detailed line-by-line GL account summary as well. And then our 5-year capital plan for the utility budget as well. So there's going to be a lot of information. We have our presentations as well, but in essence, this is your proposed 2024 budget package. And now we'll just go through and are there any questions on the budget package information? If not, then we will start our presentations here this morning. Some other information that was also sent out to you, though, was some of our borrowing information. So that's just where we summarize all of our 5-year plan information. Everything is within that documentation. It's a big, massive accounting Excel spreadsheet. I won't go through that all, but if there are any questions with it, we'll be able to pull it up at various points throughout today and answer any questions related to that. So,
Thank you, Ms. Brandon. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Brandon, for your presentation. Just one quick question, because I know we're going to go through each line by line later, so this is the proposed. Have we found out exactly what we're getting for what was formerly called the gas tax? I know we kind of got a number plugged in there.
No, at this point in time, the last time I checked with the province, there had been no sign-off agreement between the provinces and the federal government as it relates to our CCBF funding. So what we have included in our budget, and again, we have some more detailed information, is it's a 5-year program, or what the last time it was a 5-year program. So we've taken our 2023 allocation, which was about $3.71 million. I've multiplied it by 5 and included about 6.8 million in the next 5 years budget for that, just as a placeholder. But no, we do not have that final
Because I saw
information
a
yet.
line in there, but I couldn't find it.
It's estimated still
Okay,
at this
perfect.
point in
Thank you.
time. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Miller and Ms. Brandon. Now I'm going to ask our acting CAO, Mr. Aaron Kennedy, for opening remarks and proposed 2024 general operating budget. Welcome, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Good morning to you and to council and to our staff members who are here on this very important day. Before I get into my presentation here this morning, I did want to offer an apology to council. As you see, and as the treasurer had mentioned, there was a lot of information that was provided on Friday, the entire line-by-line budget documentation, and the decision was made to withhold the presentations that you'll see this morning until today, basically thinking that the budget was the budget, and that's sort of an ancillary presentation, sort of the sizzle with the steak. But it's clear since we sent out the budget documents on Friday, the council was expecting more and was expecting to have those presentations in advance. So I apologize for that decision that was made. And that is a lesson learned, and we will learn from that going forward, and we will be ensure that we keep providing that presentation information to council in advance of the 2025 budget process next year. So again, my apologies for that, Your Worship and Council. This is our third budget together. We seem to be walking this path together, myself as your acting CAO and council. This is really one of the most important days on our municipal calendar. There's a lot of excitement, anticipation, maybe a little bit of trepidation as well among staff as we prepare for this day, but we are looking forward to a rigorous examination of our proposed budget, and we know that will be the case, and we are certainly here to answer any and all questions that you may have. It really is an honor and a pleasure for me to stand here before you. I consider myself to be the general manager of an all-star team. When you think of the staff that council sees on a regular basis that sits here on Tuesday nights from an executive team level, but you're also seeing some other staff members who are behind me here this morning. And they're really behind me and behind the team all the time. There are so many things that go on in this community. We are a growing, progressive community. People want to live here without checking everybody's birth certificates. I know that myself and a lot of council members, we aren't from here. We weren't born in Quispamsis, but we chose to live here, and there's a lot of clear and obvious reasons for that. So I think we have a lot in common from all our team members within our staff and the executive team and mayor and council to ensure that we're providing the best service to our residents, our business owners. And when I talked about being the general manager of an all-star team, I look around the room and just think, our director of community services who won the Jim Fox Award from Recreation New Brunswick this year for meritorious service and her commitment to her career. Our director of engineering and works, who is the president of the American Public Works Association. That is a huge coup for our community to have someone in such a prestigious role. International advocate on behalf of engineering and public works, and all the other people within this organization and the work that they provide on a daily basis. So I think we're fortunate to have such a tremendous town working on behalf of mayor and council. I included the vision because, again, it was this council that approved the strategic plan for this organization. The vision and the mission, I think, are worth repeating this morning. Quispamsis is proud to be a vibrant, active community surrounded by natural beauty, offering a quality of life driven by exceptional services, amenities, and programs. And then into our mission, which is council, management, and staff collectively provide community-focused service excellence and a forward-thinking commitment to sustainable growth, responsible governance, and engaged, connected residents. And I thought it was important to include that photo of our rainbow crosswalk at the Qplex because I do think, despite all the noise and challenges and the divisiveness that we may be seeing from a political level in our province right now, I'm not entirely sure that that extends to Quispamsis. I think we remain a progressive community, forward-thinking. So I thought it was important to just draw attention to those two things again here this morning. For budget challenges, nothing you haven't heard many times before, and the mayor has already alluded to that this morning: inflation, supply chain, budgetary issues, delays. There's no greater example of that than the fact that we had to cancel our street capital program this year simply because it was too expensive. So those are the things that we all grapple with together collectively as we gather here this morning. Local governance reform is still a challenge. Certainly there are many outside influences that suggest that there should be more regional cooperation on a variety of files. I would argue that there already is, but there's certainly some folks who think that there should be a lot more. What the province is going to look like in 20 years is certainly up to debate, but those costs obviously get passed on to the municipalities, so anything that the Regional Service Commission takes charge of, obviously there's only one person that's able to pay for that, and that is the municipalities. That would be our taxpayers. From a 2024 staffing perspective, there is just one additional position in the budget, in the proposed budget for this year, and that's in Environmental Development Services, and that's a Geographic Information System Technologist, and that position has been added to the budget midway through the year, beginning the 1st of July, so those numbers with $37,000 is included in this proposed budget. And before I wrap up from my first presentation this morning, on the next slide, you'll see the link to the sheet that Krista had alluded to earlier this morning. It's page 3 out of the 105. And not to bury the lead here this morning, this proposed budget is reflective of a tax rate that remains stable at 1.2777. So we think you'll see as these presentations unfold this morning that in a growing progressive community that certainly not only from a human resource point of view, but from a technical position, the items that are included in there today are really tools that our staff require in order to be able to do their job and provide the services that our residents expect and demand. And we certainly don't think that there is anything in there that should not be in there. So we look forward to those discussions throughout the morning and afternoon, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, and I see Councillor Donovan's light on. Did you have a question? Okay. Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Kennedy. And we will now call on the Director of Engineering, Mr. Gary Loge, Director of Engineering and Works, proposed 2024 Engineering and Works and Utility General and Capital Budgets. Welcome, Mr. Loge.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Dana and I figured we'd do a little swap-a-roo for the normal process, so I know you're usually a better-looking individual than myself for first thing, but we'll have to sort of suffer through this morning. So thank you for indulging me. I had initially been on a plane to Montreal this afternoon, and I've managed to switch that till tomorrow morning, so I appreciate the indulgence in pulling this together. I do want to echo what our acting CAO said with respect to the staff. I do want to acknowledge the fact that I'm just up here as essentially as a figurehead, that the staff that we have in the engineering, planning, and environmental development services, building inspection, our public works staff, or utility staff, or what drives the community, or what these are the folks that give us the ability to deliver the level of service that we do to our residents every single day. They are the front row seats to the all-star game, so to speak. They are the bench players. They're the people that are on the ice, on the field every day that make sure that they take the brunt of what happens. As much as I like to think I get a few calls when they're out in the field, making sure that stuff is going right, undoubtedly things do go wrong, and they're working as best they can for the residents every single day, and sometimes they take the full force of it. And I do want to acknowledge the fact that they do this every day, and I couldn't do what I do without what they do. I do want to acknowledge two members of my staff, Hopalong Morrison, Mark Morrison, he's the engineering manager, and Jason McCarthy, who's the work superintendent. Those two carry the brunt of the calls that we receive every single day. And I do want to thank them for everything that they do personally, so thanks to them. Our utility superintendent, Steve Cross, is on vacation in Newfoundland, and he's enjoying himself, I hope. Our planning director, Dwight Colburn, he had a meeting scheduled. He was going to try to get here. He may be online, so I do appreciate his time as well. So these individuals make it easy for us, me personally, to make sure that we can deliver the services to you every single day. The budget presentation, I believe, is out of order in your screen, so I think it's 41 where we're starting with respect to the slides that we have this morning. And with the presentation, we've followed the same sort of format I have anyway, the format that we've used in previous years, where we're looking at significant issues, any significant changes. As we go forward, if there's another approach that council wishes to see, this particular department or my group take, please let me know, and we'll sort of adjust it accordingly. Right now, we're really focusing on the main items. And as usual, when you look at the engineering and works budget, we represent about 20%, slightly over 20% of the proposed budget that being presented today. We see the breakdown on the screen, just almost $6 million for the transportation department, a little over $770,000 for environmental services, which has been grouped into the planning, building inspection, and GIS functions. Our protective services has been building inspection and animal control, and that has been rolled up into, from an operational perspective, up under the planning and environmental services supervision. So even though they're currently shown separately on the budget, from a managerial perspective, they are grouped together. We have seen a slight increase in the overall percentage share. The size of our municipality, generally that's where we see is about anywhere from 20 to 25% in municipalities of this size, where your transportation and operating budgets will run. The breakdown from percentage changes is summarized on as well. We are looking in the different areas with respect to, as Mr. Kennedy said, significant changes that we can directly account for with respect to fuel-based charges. Those are the things that we find ourselves most challenged with when it comes to the transportation and engineering budget. As a basic, when we look at the considerations for us, we look at things like there are approximately 2.1 kilometers of new streets added last year. Just run to the next slide there. So we're about 189 kilometers of streets in the town. You can see the growth comparison in previous years. Currently, at the end of September, we've had 52 new single-family dwelling units in the town, about 19 multiple dwelling units. And even though we've even though we were required to skip our street capital program this previous year, we've managed to keep our average pavement rating up around 80. And what that is a combination of two things. Because we've been doing so well with respect to our previous years and our asset management plan, bringing those low-rated streets up, we've had an influx of new streets to the town. So those combinations will offset any decrease in the standards of some of the streets that we have in the town. But when you look at the streets that are below the 60 rating, they've actually increased from last year. So essentially what it means is we've had a higher offset of new streets or streets that have maintained good ratings, even though we've have an increase in the number of streets that are hitting 60 or less with a payment rating. So that's one of the benefits of a good asset management plan, is that we have the capacity to absorb slight bumps here and there when we look at the long range. And I think this is as a prime illustration. We did not take the decision lightly this past year to make the recommendation to council, but we knew that we had some capacity in the town to absorb it. Of course, we have to recognize we're talking about averages. There are going to be specific streets, specific areas that we will all get complaints about, but we have to look at the big picture, looking at the forests instead of just the trees. And we can say as a community as a whole, we're meeting our levels of service goals when it comes to pavement and pavement management. The other service considerations that we'll look at with respect to the winter and summer maintenance, we still have to do that plowing, the anti-icing, the pothole repairs, all those things that, I get the next slide, that we have to do. Stormwater management is becoming quickly a big one. The climate change issues in front of us, the levels of flooding and the storm that we see in the last few years are really putting a pinch on some of the older subdivisions where we have seen some of the infrastructure designed to a lower standard. Our new subdivision standards and specifications are being increased, and we're looking to make sure that we can incorporate it. But it's only some of the places that stormwater can go. We're trying to now absorb stormwater in some of the new areas that's being created in some of the older developed areas, and that's not always the most easy thing to do. It's not very easy to put a stormwater retention pond or some type of a stormwater structure in an area to account for everything above it, and those are the types of challenges we're faced with when it comes to stormwater management. Our active transportation is a key component of all our design now. We'll touch on it a little bit in our street capital program, but every single street now that's being reviewed for asphalt, being reviewed for infrastructure work, also includes an AT component revision. So that means what we're doing is we're looking at the street that's being proposed to be upgraded. Where does it fall within the streetscapes that we have approved under the Transportation Master Plan, or that council has essentially directed us to look towards? And those types of provisions are being taken into account on all new construction. Once we have the street capital in play, we also will be looking at existing streets that have recently been paved or paved in previous years. How do we incorporate those into the AT plan? And we'll be speaking to that with respect to the application that we're going to be making again to Infrastructure Canada with respect to a proper planning document. The big thing that we get every day, I'm sure all of council gets, is the traffic complaints, and we've partnered with the police department to piggyback on their studies with ours to highlight trouble areas that they perceive or that they've received complaints about. We provide them with follow-up information on a regular basis, and those types of things are going to be maintained as we go forward in 2024. So from a benchmark perspective, generally what we're seeing the last year, we get about anywhere from 20 to 30 to 40 significant snowstorm events. And significant events, if you recall, is where we're actually all hands on deck. It's outside of normal work hours. It's those that people are called in, and where we have the ability to call in our contractors. So with that, we're getting into about 175 hours of snow fighting extra. So that's overtime that our staff would get into, overtime that we'd be charging to our contractors. Our staff continues to address outstanding culvert work orders. We're about 100 culvert work orders every year. We're carrying about 50 over to 2024 at this stage. If the weather holds up, we may be able to reduce this number, and we'll see where we can get. About 585 tons is generally where we get it every year, and you can see the comparisons to previous years. We're tracking that way. The dependent of weather and the specific demands are what's getting to us. This particular year, we saw a lot of asphalt put down on those streets that we left off to hold them for another year, and I think with respect to the spring and summer potholes, the investment that we've made in the asphalt recycling machine and the hot box have really paid out dividends, because we can start earlier, go later when it comes to patching potholes. And in addition, we're putting down a better material than we have in previous years, whether it was just crushed gravels or whatever, or cold patch, because it stays. And now we've got a binded product that stays in the ground that we don't have to go back and repair 3, 4, 5 times. High traffic areas, obviously we're going to get into that, but from a general perspective, the hot mix asphalt is what's best we're finding for our potholes. We trend about 500 almost service calls through Q11. That's the full gamut of calls to our works crews, and everything from signs to potholes to guide rail to driver culverts to ditch fixing. And it's a lot of attention to detail that our crews will go through to follow through on this. Animal control calls, we're trending about that 20 to 30 animal control calls. And I think what we've seen is with the new bylaw and the NBSPCA contract has a little bit more gravitas, like you could say, a little bit more seriousness when somebody sees an animal control protection officer show up at the door as opposed to just a bylaw enforcement. So there seems to be some credibility lent to that. Still a few bugs to work out with them with respect to response and reporting, and I think that's a function of the staff change that they've had this last year and a half. And then again, we touch on the speed calls that we get every year, and we try to do 30 or 40 with our summer staff. The summer students, one of the key functions, go out putting down the counters at the start of the week, bring them up at the end of the week so that we have that information. And we do it for a few reasons. It's not just to report to the police, but it's also for us to look at traffic patterns, growth patterns, planning for infrastructure upgrades, things like that, so we know where it's going. In the engineering and works budget, in the $7.2 million budget, it's about 12% over the previous year. And again, we're going to be talking about the same service levels that we've seen in previous years. We've adjusted our budget with the accounting group to make sure that we've got a better feel for the trends. Krista, Nancy, and Leah, they work with my staff on a regular basis and sort of query on a regular basis, okay, is this in the right month? Is this the right amount? Are we going to be doing anything extra? And they look at that type of input, and we're hopefully giving them enough information to keep them happy because they sign our paychecks, and we have to make sure that we can do that. But as I touched on a little earlier, there's about $200,000 in this budget that's directly related to petroleum product increases. You're talking about our snow contracts. The snow contracts, we're seeing an increase of about $100,000 just related to fuel charges. Our own vehicle fuels in the engineering group alone is about $54,000. Asphalt and coal mix, which is a petroleum-based product, at this time they're projecting about a $15,000 increase over last year's numbers, which were high again. Just things of delivery, like we wouldn't think about sand and gravel as a fuel product, but the delivery of the sand and gravel accounts for about $10,000 on the contract, and it's not it's for delivery purposes. It's the big the tractor trailer trucks, the tandem trucks. So it's better for us to have it delivered rather than us to go get it. So those are costs to us as well. Even just simple outside contracts, whether it's a flushing truck or whatever. When we look at some of the quotes that we've received, there's about a $19,000 increase with respect to fuel costs. So the biggest thing when we were going through our numbers and the line items, and you can probably see it on your documents that you have before you, is that anything that had a fuel touch to it, we either had to adjust for it, or the contractors themselves are asking for a fuel escalation clause. And that's where we adjust the price of the contract based on the price of the price of the fuel on a monthly basis. What we've heard is that a lot of the big contracts, whether it's and I'm sure the CA will touch with respect to the waste disposal contract, the pickup, but it is the one unknown that they will hedge their bets on a regular basis, and ultimately we have to pay the price. So that's the thing that we've had to account for as well. The specific line items when we get into engineering and transportation are fuel or fleet costs. M&R and fuels again is up $64,000. We've a little bit of an increase with respect to the driveway culverts. And again, we're following the same approach that we usually take. Is once we hit a certain budget level, rather than expending the budget, we carry culverts over to the next year. Snow contracts, again, this is the first year of new contracts, and we've seen a significant increase on their tenders. Once we have the contract in place, the incremental increases are in the 3-4% range, but it's the first gap. So they've been essentially making up 3 years difference where they've had to live off of 2.5%, 3% increases. Now this is the new start, and this is where we hit with the biggest incremental increase, and this is the first year of that contract. The winter budget, other than the fuel costs, we're going to see the snow removal, equipment M&R, and equipment when we talk about it in the winter budget are those big ticket, the plows, the sand units, the salting units, rather than just fuel maintenance or vehicle maintenance. The salt, again, is increased to $25,000 that we're projecting. Some of it's delivery surcharges. We're fortunate we still have the source that is close to us in Sussex, and it's amazing that just a half-hour haul away for 15,000 ton of salt in the winter, something like that. It's about $25,000. So it is a significant cost to us. And then the fuel-based services in the summertime really account for that major increase that we're seeing. When it comes to environmental development services, we're focusing on those development services. As we recall, we've been brought into the fold of the RSCs. We're not going down the road, we're going to the RSCs. And we've been required to bring on board a contracted municipal planning director, a municipal planning officer who works for the town. We haven't tapped into the use of their services to maximize their contract at this stage. But what we anticipate happening over the next little while as we get used to them and they get used to us, we hope that we'll see a little bit more use out of this particular person. We've got great use out of them when we've made the Housing Assistance Fund application. It's that same group that's doing our planning for us. So we feel that there's some synergies that will be evident once we have they've got a good base overview for us now with regards to the Housing Assistance Fund. Now as we get into specific planning items that come before Dwight and his staff, and we seek input from them, now they have a context with which to make some of these decisions on. And I think it's going to be a good relationship as we go forward. They are the technical support for our asset management plan. So we're going to see a level of continued support with regards to the GIS integration. I think we've just scratched the surface of our GIS when it comes to integrating all inputs from all departments. We'll be looking in the coming year at improving our development services. And if you recall, the Housing Assistance Fund application did touch about the streamlining of the approval process. And one of those things is the implementation of a detailed electronic permitting program. And we're working out the bugs with that and getting a feel for how we're going to do that. We're going to do it as an enterprise-wide, or we're going to do it department by department. And those are the things that the IT group is working out for us at this stage. We still want to see that the Environmental Development Group are going to be supporting our strategic plans. One of the things we touched on at the last council meeting was a level of service document. And for us, when it comes to environmental development services, the GIS component of level of service is such that we have the ability to map out a certain area or track trends, and that's what we're going to be looking at with our GIS as we go forward. And ultimately, the Environmental Development Services Group are going to be looking at the next steps in our master plans that we have. We've finished our transportation master plan, our rec master plan. Where do we go next? Next on the table for us, I believe, is going to be the stormwater management plan. That stormwater, as I touched on a little earlier, is going to be a crucial component of development as we move forward. And whether we take the approach that we absorb a lot of the requirements ourselves, or whether we pass some of those costs on to developers by way of increased stormwater retention or stormwater fees, things of that nature. And we haven't discussed fees at this nature of the process, but it is a concept that is out there that other communities are using. And always the Environmental Development Services Group is looking at ongoing legislation changes to make sure that our bylaws are up to date with as they go forward. Council has already in the past year approved the new municipal plan and made sure that our strategic plan aligns with the growth that we want to see. And the application for the Housing Assistance Fund is one that we'll see an inclusive and growing community that will help us a lot. We've seen on-site already this past year about 60 newly zoned residential units. You've already approved the application process for up to about $10 million, and we're going to hopefully see that be used not just for the higher density requirements that we want to see in the town, but we're also going to see it for alternate styles of housing in the town and the bylaws and the infrastructure required to support it. In the community planning department right now, they're actively looking at 12 potential rezonings coming to council in the next little while, with the potential to create about over 650 dwelling units in those apartments or multi-units that we're looking at. 14 new active subdivisions have been brought before them for the short term here, and that's about 235 lots. And again, they're structuring the permitting process now to make sure that the information that we gather can be incorporated into some type of a digital platform. And this digital platform will not only be used for intakes of building permits or those, what we think of those traditional paper type of applications. This is everything for subdivision development, from development permits, so that if somebody comes in, they have the ability to track it here in-house and say, is this particular stage of the development completed? Yes, yes, yes. No, then you aren't allowed to go to the next step. And by controlling the steps in the process, it'll give my staff a better handle on certain levels of service that the developer has to complete before they turn it over to the town. Our biggest complaint in some of our developers is that they get to 75, 80% completion, and all of a sudden they walk away. They're on to the next big project, and we're left holding the bag or left responding to residents' complaints because they haven't finished a shoulder, a ditch, a stormwater path, or whatever, and the town has to go in and force these people to do something that they've agreed to do under their developer's agreement, which shouldn't be the process. So we're going to be looking at ways that we can make sure that they are stopped at a certain point and they cannot proceed until all the conditions are met. Then they can move forward. And if that means being a little tighter with the bond or being a little more tight-reined with respect to any extensions that they get, then that's going to be the process that we have to follow. So, and then finally, with the Environmental Development Services, the strategic plan documents that council has worked on over the last little while, we want to make sure that all of the new developments includes the vision statement capacity that you have provided for us. We want to make sure that it includes the AT priorities where there's new development. We want to make sure that the strategic plan and vision can be incorporated in any new development that's presented to the town. So under the Environmental Development Services, those IT upgrades in that $54,000 range, and the payroll person that our CAO touched on at the start, we're looking at that capacities, those commitments that council has identified in their strategic plan vision statement, and as well as the level of service that we want to see move forward. The engineering and works, when we look at the engineering group, we look at things like managing all the general and utility capital projects. All the subdivision development comes through the engineering group. Traffic control, safety, traffic calming initiatives, infrastructure assessment and condition reports, technical reports for all departments. They will usually touch through the engineering group. And it's a key component that we like to think that the engineering group will have a ability to reach out and I've said this before, not in a weird way, touch all the departments, but so that we actually are able to have some input into the development of the town as we go forward. We're looking at three main items carrying forward for 2024. We're looking at improved review for technical support for our capital programs. We're looking control of the construction of development infrastructure, like I just touched on previously. Infrastructure condition assessment, we're continuing to do that as we develop our master plan documents. So one of the things that happens as we do an asset management assessment document or a master plan documents, that gives us the template, gives us the ability to now, as we move forward, incorporate those into the documents that we do. So that's why they're pulled together on a regular basis. Stormwater management is going to be the biggest issue that we go on a go-forward basis that we see for the next little while. And we want to make sure that we can continue to develop our asset management plan when it comes to stormwater management. And then, again, working with the Environment Development Services Group for that digital application process. I think the engineering group may find the biggest dividends when it comes to a digital platform when it comes to being able to give a developer stop and go signs. You cannot move any further until this is done, and put the onus back on the developer to meet those standards. Right now, they're saying, "Oh, we gave it to you. We did this," and until it's actually checked off, and then they can actually apply for the next step. Doesn't matter what they think they've done. Until we say it's fine, they can't move forward. And I think that's the standards that we have to follow. One of the other engineering groups that we get as a thermometer or a barometer for the growth of the town is our building inspection. In the building inspection, in the next slides, we can see that in the 10-year comparisons that we're getting, and this is to the end of September, we are still trending on that upward slope. The values are such that the permit fees are still increasing, a slight decrease last year, but we're seeing that the demand is still here. And also the construction values are still increasing in the town. And when we look at the trends it really shows that Quispamsis remains to be a destination of choice. With respect to the demand, the numbers are such that we see, even though the building starts are down, single-family residential starts are down to 53, we anticipate seeing a slight uptick in that as we go forward. So we'll probably, it'll be a flat growth from last year. And the actual number of permits is going to be up, so it's a flat growth from last year as well. These numbers are to the end of September. But when you look at the previous slides and you compare it to this slides, even though these show a downslide for the actual numbers, the values are up. So it's a combination of the size of the home, the assessment of the home, the cost of construction. All those things are coming up because, quite frankly, we didn't increase our permitting fees substantially. So it's not just directly attributed to, oh, you just increase your fees. That's not the case. The value of the construction is actually going up that we see from previous years. The line items under building inspection, really partnering with the Environmental Development Services with regards to the permitting program, making sure the code compliant issues remains. That's the one thing that our staff challenges are in front of us. What we've got is the average builder is not really familiar with the code and the changes in the code, and we'd like to provide as much of an education service as we do a permitting process, so that when we receive an application, we can then give them the assistance that they need. It's a lot easier to help an applicant while the project is still on paper than try to get them to fix something after the fact, and you have to go in and change a header or change a door access point or whatever it might be. Many builders, though, are taking the initiatives themselves to update their skill sets, their capacity, and I think the more willing we are to help them along the way, the better it's going to be for us in the long run. Last year was one of the first years that we brought on summer staff to help our building inspection crews, and we're proposing to continue to do that with summer staff. It helps with a few things. It helps with the on-site inspection for simple things, fence locations, shed locations, not essentially code dependent issues. But also with respect to administration. And that's one of the other driving factors behind getting to a paperless process, is that now if they receive a document, they have to process it, they have to file it, make sure it's incorporated in the proper location. And by having scanned copies, now we have the ability to just digitally move it to file folder and things like that. So it really helps with the permitting review and processing by having the summer students there in the summertime. The animal control contract is been renewed for the option year. We finalized our base 3-year contract. We optioned a year under their actual contract. There was a provision for that option, 2.5% or CPI. So we'll reevaluate their services at the end of this particular year, decide how we want to structure the next RFP document. And we're finding, process issues, it's with respect to their staff and reporting time, the process issues that we found with respect to, as I mentioned a little earlier, reporting back on a regular basis. Rather than having reports submitted to us, we actually have to go chase them to get them submitted. So things like that we want to work out the bugs when it comes to animal control. From a service on the ground, we're hearing positive things with respect to the officers that they have and their knowledge base and the seriousness of which they enforce the regulations. Obviously, there's always going to be a few detractors, but we're hoping to see more positive than negatives as we move forward. In the presentation, there are 2 budget studies that we've carried forward, and I really wanted to highlight those so that council is aware of the approach that we're committed to and we want to continue to take. The Ritchie Lake Assessment and Action Plan, we've been advised that we weren't successful for the Environmental Trust Fund application. We've been encouraged to apply again. Actually, even as most recently as last evening, I was talking to one of the residents on Ritchie Lake who have said that they continue to lobby the Department of the Environment on our behalf. A little self-serving themselves because they want to have nice property in front of their homes. But it does give us the capacity to go back to the Department of the Environment and say, listen, it's not just the town that wants this, it's the residents that wants this. And so that is keeping on our document. And then secondly, the other item that we're carrying forward, as I touched on, is an active transportation standards and a phased implementation plan. This is an Infrastructure Canada grant that was fully subscribed last year. As recently as I think it was 2 or 3 council meetings ago, I indicated that we're going to sort of reach out to them again. It is still subscribed. They've identified, the fact that there should be a window opening to not to give up hope, basically, and to make the application again, which we'll be doing on council's behalf. So those things I just really wanted to reiterate where we found ourselves with respect to these outstanding studies. The Transportation Department Capital Program, and it's up on the screen there, and you can see it in your documents. Essentially, what we've done is we've taken a program that in the last couple of years has been 2.5, 2.8 million as recently as last year. We've increased it to $5.7 million, a function of a couple of things. One is the fact that we didn't do a significant street capital program last year, so there's some level of catch-up. We're also looking to incorporate the costs that we're seeing with respect to asphalt, and also the fact that our asset management plan, as I mentioned a little earlier, we have some capacity to absorb some bumps, but we don't want to have too many years where we have to absorb the bumps because all of a sudden it'll shake the stuff out of the back of your car if you keep jumping on bumps, literally and figuratively. So there's some streets that are new to this. There's some streets from last year that were dropped, and what we did is it was a function of a couple of things. Some of the streets that were dropped actually maintained their pavement ratings, and some streets, and so they stay flat. Some streets that weren't done got worse, and they rose above what was on the list from last year. So that's why some of the streets from last year were dropped off this particular list. The other thing that we're finding is that there are some streets that for economies, we've got them in a certain area. We say, okay, let's do these 3 streets because they're side by each. Those are our streets that we've brought forward as well. The other thing that we've come across is that the beyond just the pavement rating, the actual condition of the road base is such that it would be more expensive to repair it if we did not do something. So rather than just cosmetic, a pothole type of a repair, if we get into something that we've discovered needs base work, that we get into the gravels, those will come above and from a priority perspective as well. So we've included those in the particular program. We've tried to identify a couple of streets that council has wanted us to address with respect to the AT component, those being the Millennium Drive and the Quispamsis Road area, where we can actually build off of existing links. Quispamsis Road will be building off the QR Trail, coming up past the Col du Pionnier, up to the new subdivision off of the Quispamsis Road. It's going to be a combination of walking lane and sidewalk and some curb work, so you see that in the proposal. In the Millennium Drive is the phase 1 of the development of a separated trail that'll take us from the end of the McEsso intersection. So it's going to be a dedicated separate trail along Millennium Drive, take us all the way from there, the previous co-op, down to the Rossay boundary. And so this is phase 1 of that. And with this as well, the AT component will also identify a crossing area for the people at the Shannix group of properties to take them across in that particular, safely across over to the Tim Hortons, where they can spend their CPP on a nice double-double. And but it's one of these things that until we had a trail network identified, then we can identify where's the safe crossing location, what level of crossing should that be. It's going to be something similar to what we see at the Pettingill Road at the QR Trail with the dedicated flashing lights. And it had to be past the crest of the hill so that there was some visibility in both directions. So that's a major investment in that particular street. It was identified as one of the streets was the easiest and biggest potential to impact as a key spine through the network, and we can build off of Millennium. Then we can go into the side streets with whether it's a pedestrian trail or additional AT trail, bike lanes, or whatever. But at least we have to have that network started. The same token, as part of the initial vision, was off Millennium Drive. Then we could access potentially the Gondola Point Arterial, and so we wanted to make sure that those key areas are there that we can tie into those. Look back. Yeah, you're fast on the draw, faster than me. Some of the sites we've brought back the extension of the Means Cove Road. I've identified that particular street. We'll move forward with the network. That phase will be narrowed down to one side. So we've got the collector on two sides up until the bottom of cobblestone. Now we take it to one side, the bike lane and the walking lanes with our rural pavement policy proposal, so that we can carry a wider section all the way through the rest of it. And it does two things, is it gives us the ability to carry that forward to the side streets, but it also takes into account the fact that that particular street is so windy and has so many hills that we couldn't get double capacity AT network through the rest of that street without significant cost to the town. So looking at the demand level that was there and the use that we've seen so far, we felt that it would be appropriate and consistent with our transportation master plan to bring that down to one side only. It'll be the right-hand side as you go in. We'll try to maintain that as we go all along. The other street that we've seen a lot of growth into is that Winchester, Westminster, Princeton, Kensington. It's one of the older subdivisions in town. The high traffic in that area did bring that pavement ratings down, brought it up in priority. As we touched on at the last council meeting, we're also going to be looking at the bottom of Kensington as we go to Princeton to Queensbury. That design has the ability to incorporate some storm sewer and some widening of the road work, so that whether we can incorporate a walking lane, something like that through that area. We may see what that does and look at if in the future it warrants curb and gutter and sidewalk. But at this stage, we think it was important to make sure that there's a component in there to address that walking network. So those are the streets that we've identified. The rest of them essentially are streets that the pavement ratings fell below 60. Some of them are in the 50s, low 50s and in the 40s that we really wanted to address this coming year. Now, when we talk about the asphalt costs, we can see the trends that over the last few years, and even this year, we were using an average asphalt price of $200 a ton. And I shouldn't say that too loud because, well, I doubt the asphalt contractors are listening here, but our budgets are based on a higher than average unit price. We're hoping to see some sense knocked into these contractors that we can actually get back on somewhat similar to where we were. If I'm not mistaken, the asphalt pricing for the highway DTI combined work, now that's a highway DTI with Rosse, it was $130 a ton, $130 a ton, which is, when we get at the start of the year, it was 176 average. It just, you shake your head. So we'll have to account for that in our next budget. But the silver lining is if we do get good asphalt prices and we want to maintain the same budget, then we have the capacity to go a little further on, say, Model Farm Road, or pick up another few streets or whatever. The balancing act for us is always going to be the size of the contract and our staff capacity, and how much of this is done internally and how much ends up being contracted out. Because as soon as we contract out, we lose 15 to 18% of the project value goes to the consultants. We've been able to save that in-house the last dozen years by doing it internally, and we've paid, and it's paid us dividends. But if we get too big and it gets beyond our capacity, short of hiring staff, we have to go to a consultant to help us with on-site inspection and contract administration, and that's the balancing act. And we think with the grouping of the streets that we've proposed, we have that just a half-decent size. We've got a couple of streets that with concrete, like Millennium, things like that, that should be contracted with a consultant, and we've accounted for that. But generally speaking, we think we have the appropriate size that we can manage it in-house. So those are the streets that we're looking at when it comes to our paving capital. Now the parameters, we sort of all over the place, but the parameters are essentially consistent when we do the assessments. Anything that's been in that 60 or less that we think we can address in a 10-year time frame, we want to incorporate it. We're assessing the conditions of the surface, the base gravels, and we're looking at the traffic volumes and types. We will always try to propose a mix of collector streets and local streets to make sure that there's a good mix out through there. I was going through the slide from previous years, and it was said generally a portion of a collector road budget is $450 to $950 or more for a collector road. A couple of years ago, that was $250 to 450. Now it's essentially doubled, you know. So a collector road can be, you know, $1.5 million for a collector road portion. We can get 3, 4, 5, 6 streets, local streets done for the same kind of money. So that's, you know, it's a balancing act that we have to propose. We are looking at economies of scale, and that the contracts should appreciate when they're doing streets in the same area. And we're also looking to make sure that, as I touched on a little earlier, any streets that are being resurfaced, the review is done. Okay, how do we incorporate the AT? For most of the local streets, it's going to be a widened shoulder with a little bit extra gravel, but there are going to be some situations where we have to say, all right, this is tying into an existing trail network. How do we branch off of that? So those types of evaluations are being done. And then obviously, if council has special priorities, those are the ones that we also bring into play when it comes to street capital programs. If you as a group decide this is the impression that we want to make on a particular area, whether it's a streetscape program or whatever it is, then those are the priorities that you as elected officials are directing us to do. And not here, but the last thing that we've got as well is we end up with, sometimes we can piggyback, such as Ross did with respect to DTI projects, and we've got the Palmer Brook exchange that goes from the on and off ramps down to the flashing lights at the Elliott Road. Is they've identified as a $430,000 grant that they're or fund that they're going to be providing to the town. Normally, that's included in our asphalt tender. It ups our tonnage, and then hopefully we'll lower our value. So that's we'll be looking for confirmation of that for this coming tender document. The other side of the transportation department is our capital equipment program. We've got a few vehicles that have reached their useful life. If council will recall, we did a fleet analysis a few years ago, and we're trying to follow that. So we've got an engineering vehicle. We're looking at it's a hybrid, an old battery hybrid. So now see if we want to convert that to a full plug-in hybrid. We've got a sidewalk unit that needs to be replaced. We've got a backhoe replacement that we've proposed. We touched on last year, if council recall, we were 4 snowplows behind the 8 ball. We managed to get 2 approved in advance. This is the 3rd one. We've got a 4th one that will be coming next year. Hopefully we'll see that get us back into good stead when it comes to our snow plowing fleet. Our salt storage dome was installed in 2014. It's basically just a canvas skin over top of a frame. The concrete is not too bad. You can imagine pushing all the salt up against the metal framework. The metal framework is all corroded, and it's being held together with baling wire and duct tape. And if you've driven by the backyard, you've seen the patches on the salt dome, and those are just there with spit and Band-Aids to hopefully keep the rain out of the salt. So to replace the framework and the skin, we're identifying a cost of about $380,000. That's just to retrofit the existing facility that's there. In a future budget year, we'll be proposing a brand new additional facility. It'll do a couple of things. It'll give us a bigger, higher capacity for the salt on site, give us better environmental control on site, but will also give us the ability to take material and equipment out of the work bays for storage purposes, and we can keep other things dry in the existing facility. But for now, we're going to propose essentially just to make do with the salt dome surface, the covering to be replaced. And our paint crew our capacity with our paint crew and our work list has grown annually. They used to be working out of the back of a pickup truck. They've converted an old short 8-foot trailer. Really, to do it appropriately now, we need a dedicated trailer for the paint crews. What that does is it gives them places to store their stencils flat, so that they can actually have them without getting them twisted and broken, have appropriate ramps to take the paint machines off, storage for the paint and their equipment. All their templates can be on one trailer, and we're proposing a trailer for that group as part of the equipment capital. 2 pickups, or 1 pickup, 1 3/4 ton with respect to the equipment that were being identified for the works crews. And then obviously the last couple of items with respect to the ongoing stormwater management and traffic control that we see every year. And you can just see it's not acne, it's patches holding the salt domes together and the corrosion that you see. And we've had very good success with our traffic control and pedestrian safety program. Last year, we went from a $15,000 to $60,000. We're proposing to maintain that $60,000 expenditure to get us more rapid flash beacons, more of the speed controls, more of the mid-block crossings, which seem to be the most successful traffic calming methods that we've got as we go forward. That is it when it comes to the engineering and works operating and capital programs. We can take a slight pause, reflect, refresh, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that council may have at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Loge, for putting into context the future planning for the town of Quispamsis and the related costs, and how it also is driven by our strategic plan once again and our asset management. Because I know there were some questions about the streets that were projected for last year and how did they change for this year, and that certainly gives us some clarity as to why we make these changes, year over year. Certainly the scope of repair and the deterioration of roads is something that we don't have a bird's eye view of, but that our engineering department does. One of the questions that I would ask would be the rate of return on electric vehicles as compared to gas-run vehicles. They're very expensive, and when I look at a $57,000 vehicle compared perhaps to a $30,000 vehicle, looking at the rate of return when we look at the infrastructure that has to be in place and so forth in order for us to use electric vehicles, is the lifespan of that vehicle, within that lifespan, are we going to get a rate of return on moving from fossil fuels to electric? So that would be my question, and then I'll open up the floor.
Sure thing, Your Worship. With us, when it comes to electric vehicles, what we are doing is we're doing the analysis of the duty cycle of that particular vehicle. So what that means is most of the vehicles, if not all the vehicles that were being proposed for the town, are those that have a defined daily path. And so they actually can come back to the base of operations every day and get charged up. So operationally, what we're doing is we're getting relatively medium to low use vehicles that have an extended useful life. They also have a more, I'll call it heavy duty, but a more integral drivetrain, and so we're finding that we're not doing as much mechanical work on them. So that's a component that we see some of the returns for us as well. The actual life of the vehicle, the useful life of the vehicle is coming out similar to or better than internal combustion engines that we've seen so far with them, primarily because we're picking vehicles that have a lighter duty type of a use to them. And so we are getting into that return period where the value is equivalent for us. When it comes to the infrastructure for charging vehicles, we're probably at its capacity now locally for the engineering group. I believe the community service is looking at some type of internal charging for their particular facility. We will be proposing any upgrades to the works facility to have integrated electrical components for charging. And we are also looking at alternative fuel sources. There's not only electrical vehicles that are out there, but as you get into higher duty, heavier duty vehicles, then they get into things like natural gas or propane or things of that nature to get away from the basic fuel component. So we're just at the infancy of the exploration for us now. But at this stage, any of the vehicles that we recommend going to electric are lower duty that we can are extremely confident that we can get a useful life out of them. It's different than if you get into a pickup truck that everybody and the dog uses, gets beat up externally, it gets driven into the ground because you don't have one driver operating it, it's multiple drivers. Those types of controls are what's really take the wear and tear on a vehicle. These ones that we're proposing generally are either a dedicated inspector or a foreman, those types of people that actually can drive it, they keep care of the vehicle, and that in itself pays dividends when it comes to a useful life.
Thank you very much. And I'll go now to Councillor Kirk Miller, who was also the chair of our finance committee for the town of Quispamsis. Councillor Miller.
Oh, I'll move. approve this. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Loge, for your presentation. It helped a lot because there's a couple things just for Ms. Brandon, when I look at the summary sheet that we had, I didn't add them all up, but it still says 3.815 on the summary. And so that's why when I first saw it, I thought we didn't add any more streets. So thank you. So I see we're at 5.7, which is great. I do have a couple questions on the streets and just a couple things here. So asphalt costs, I know you said you planned to the max, but wouldn't it be better to plan a little bit lower and have more streets on there? Because it's usually a combination of the more kilometers you get, and I wouldn't say maybe add more streets, but Millennial extended a bit more, Meanan's Cove extended a bit more, because if they even came in at what we asked last year, you've got a 12.5%, 13% buffer. So that was just a comment, because the more you ask for, generally, the better is. I'm not necessarily saying add more streets, but extend the ones that were there.
Yeah, we actually discussed that internally. Things like the Means Cove Road, for example, we actually have it designed all the way out to Collingwood. And internally, when we put the tender out, the question is, do we put the whole tender out and then we if we don't get the numbers, do we pull it back? And again, it goes to two things. One is the staff capacity to do the work, and the nature of the contract. If it was basically paving a street and all we're doing is continuing the paving, then that might see a sort of economies of scale that you're talking about. But Millennium, for example, where there's going to be some infrastructure, the curb and gutter, potential storm sewer, those are the wild card things that if we try to increase that length, the potential to increase the project cost goes up significantly. So we've sort of split in the middle with this one on two fronts. One is we have a couple of streets that are designed that we can put them out longer if we want, and then we say, okay, what are we allowed to negotiate with the contractor, the successful bidder, to bring it back to whatever our budget is. Secondly is that we've gone slightly higher on our budget so that we have now the ability to come back to council and say, oh, by the way, as we've done in previous years, we now have $700,000 capacity. We've got 3 streets on the list we'd like to add. We want to negotiate with the contractor, and then we bring it back to council so that you are as familiar with what's being proposed as we are. And ultimately, you folks are the people that approve it for us. So that's, we split it down the middle with this one. But the other thing too that I found is historically, just because we put a lot more streets out doesn't necessarily get us a good unit price. Because if you get it, it's finding that sweet spot. Sometimes a contractor says, I've got 3 crews and I can get 2 crews here, but now I need a 3rd crew and I'm losing work for someplace else. I got to bring, so they're making it up. So it's balancing the size for your community that you've got. And for us, this would be the biggest one we put out in a while, and this is going to be the true test of where the numbers come in for us.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, could I ask a couple more, Worship? Okay. When we look at replacing all the vehicles, are there some that, and I'll give you the context where I'm going right now. So if we keep the budget as is and the tax rate as is, every resident's going to pay about 10% more in their property tax because their assessments have gone up 10. So, and with inflation at whatever number you want to say, people are expecting 5 or 6%. So I'm kind of trying to look at the balance just to be upfront. And that was kind of the thing about the roads too. So if there's a 10% savings we come in, if we don't do the other roads, you still got $500,000 because we're also now looking at borrowing $2.5 million when I look through the whole budget. But my question is, resale of the vehicles, we have some there. Are there some that can be
Resale?
The resale of the vehicles that we have, because some of them you can be resold. I don't know if we capture it, because generally if it's 1 or 2, it's could be $5,000, $10,000. But there's some big items in there, like a backhoe cannot be resold for any type of money. I mean, there's some big items in there, right? So would you resell them, keep them for parts? Just kind of a question.
Anything that's we've struck a deal with the Atlantic Provinces Public Works Group and Jardine Auctions, where they have an annual auction, and anything that's usable, we've had best success going to those with those types of vehicles. So we've been successful in getting quite a bit of money back for something that we thought was not worth anything. So yes, a lot of these will be auctioned off with the proceeds coming back to the town. Until we get them ready for auction, then we do the assessment. We won't know what value they will have exactly. We don't, other than maybe if we look at a pickup truck that has some ability to be used for a summer student or something like that, at low volume, we won't reuse them again. The backhoe, for example, we're investigating whether it's feasible to transfer that to the utility department because they need a piece of equipment to dig up manholes. You know, right now it's working with the works department. When they have an ability, they let their backhoe go and then they'll go work with their crew. Is it more feasible or more economical for us to even have something that sits there for part of the year that we own that we can then send out with an operator from the utility department? So that's for us, that's the primary one that might stay within the municipality. Everything else will either be sold at auction, as you mentioned, or salvaged. But pretty much everything should be sold at auction except for the backhoe. And nothing should be used beyond its use. If it's not, the way we look at it is if it's not safe for our employees, what makes it any more safe for their kids as summer students? Like, why would we?
No, I agree. I just didn't know. And I'll just do one more, then I'll let everybody else. It's more of a comment to the mayor's comment about electric vehicles.
Yep.
I know in the proposal for Dana's department, just to buy one of those EV stations is like $50,000, $52,000. So and this comment just to think about is, since they're not being driven much, they only have to be charged once a week. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe once a week, but also if I drive by the Esso or the Irving, there's like 5 there that nobody's at generally. So is there a time that one could just be parked there over the weekend? Because the vehicles are more expensive, but then we don't have the infrastructure, so now we got to buy the infrastructure on top of that. And I don't know how long those EV stations last either, if they got to be replaced. So it's just a comment. It's just not the vehicle.
That's why we look at, for example, here at the engineering, we've got 2, potentially 3 that could be here, cycle through those, and the charging station was put in through a grant that it's actually available to the public at large now. That's charging station that it's not charged for. I shouldn't say that, but nobody they don't pay when they plug into it. So we make it available in the summertime. They're charging on site twice a week, generally speaking. In the wintertime, it's more often. From the works crews and I would assume at the community services group, those will be, as we increase your fleet size, those will be pretty much dedicated to your internal fleet, and then you manage that through a scheduled recharging cycle. And not all of them have the ability to say, okay, we're just gonna leave it on overnight. Sometimes you'll have to park something there for another day, whatever. So that has to be taken into account. The best time to incorporate vehicle charging stations is during new construction, which is what we found with respect to the dual head that we have here. But that should not be something that discourages us from investing in that infrastructure, because all of the provincial federal grants are moving that way. I would imagine that probably in the next year we'll probably have the ability to apply for some type of a grant for electrification or alternate fuel. So if we continue to be the forward-thinking community that we are, we want to keep that out there as a possibility rather than saying, oh, it's going to be too expensive, let's just go to internal combustion and let's heck with it. Sort of a defeat its purpose if we sort of take that process. But we hear what you're saying is that you have to, it's a business case. You have to be able to go through the whole thing and say, okay, this is where we're at with it.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger, or Councillor Miller, I'm sorry. And I'm going now to Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Loge. I do have a few questions. I guess just for clarity, you had mentioned that all the new streets that we have on the docket for paving will be built as per the new recommendation specs for active transportation based on, speed, volumes, the TAC guidelines.
Well, it said they'll be reviewed for that.
Okay.
So to make sure that when we do it, they're close enough. So they won't all be built to that standard, but we'll look at it and say, okay, if this is a local street and there's 100 vehicles a day, is there room to have 2 vehicles and a paved portion of roadway? Do we have to adjust the shoulder or whatever? So we won't be widening asphalt on all these streets to accommodate it. But what we're doing is saying, okay, when we go back to the transportation master plan or our documents, what is required to be there? And in some of these streets, it may not be a dedicated bike lane, painted bike lane, but the asphalt surface will be wide enough to accommodate it. So they'll all be reviewed to make sure that we incorporate some type of, the review to make sure that the street has the capacity to have traffic and AT on the same network.
Okay, so will it, I guess in keeping with the recommendations that council had, approved in terms of, I guess my worry is, and I'm asking this question kind of in the spirit of our mission, we're looking forward, we're gonna see, extreme growth. So even in some of the areas across the arterial where right now we're saying, well, they're not very busy. If that's where the land is, that's where we're going to see our growth in the next 20, 30 years. So we're going to see, and I just, I look at the missed opportunity right now on Model Farm. When I drive it, there's like no shoulder, and that road connects us to our beach, our bike park, our amazing, new upgrades to Model Farm or Hammer River Park. So I guess I just don't want to be here in 10 years. Well, I won't be here in 10 years in this seat, but in terms of being in the community, I'll definitely be in the
One of
community.
us.
But being in the community, looking at, geez, I wish we would have, thought ahead and spent the money and made sure, because based on the Motor Vehicle Act, a bike can't drive on the same side of the road. So I guess my worry was one of your comments on Means Cove Road is it's too expensive to put lanes on both sides, but then that means someone can bike one way, but they can't return that way.
They can bike in both ways. Multi-use trail, you can bike both ways. There's nothing that says you cannot go in two directions on a bike lane. When you talk Motor Vehicle Act, you're talking about within the traffic portion.
Right.
If we have a dedicated, identified bike lane, you can go in two directions on the bike lane.
And it's going to be
we can-
separated
and we
from
can-
the street.
And we can sign it accordingly, yes.
Okay.
So, but going back to your initial question is all of the streets, well, now we want to make sure that the capacity is there. And just because that there's growth in a particular area, doesn't always translate into, okay, there's going to be an increase in AT traffic. But we cannot be ignorant of the fact that there has to be capacity there. And that's the point that we just to what you said, we don't want to see a missed opportunity. I can't go back 10 years ago and change the way we paved the Model Farm Road because that was the funding that we were given at that particular time. But when the time comes for me to come before council and say, all right, we would like to put a dedicated AT trail on the Gondola Point Road, and everybody goes, oh, it's too expensive, I don't want to do that. Whose opportunity is, you are the champion for that, then we have to make sure that everybody else is that. So when we come back for you, we will come back before you in some future iteration and say, the Model Farm Road needs to be widened. And that will happen.
Right.
Because to keep with the vision that you've identified. We will be coming before council and saying, this street has to be this wide because of this.
Right.
Make no mistake, all of the street capital programs will have that review in place.
Right.
It may not be a painted line, but there will be capacity in every single street that comes before you on a go-forward basis to make sure that if it's a local street and there's only 100 houses on this thing,
Right.
it doesn't need a full-fledged.
Right.
All it needs is a safe, signed, appropriate. And that's a combination of not just street work, but it's a combination of the approach that we take with community services and our trail network, those types of things.
Right.
So it's a vision as a whole. So we will be doing that. There's no, I can't do anything about the past.
Right.
I
But I
look
guess-
forward and I go and I say,
Yeah.
here's what we're doing on the go
So
forward.
moving forward, when I look at some of the streets that we have docketed for paving, I guess, Means Cove, you had mentioned that there's only gonna be, like
It
it's
meets,
not
and,
gonna.
and it meets TAC and our transportation guidelines to have that. You can have one side street with a widened AT section that has the ability to have traffic traveling in both directions with shoulder on the side. So it's separated by a
Okay,
rumble strip.
separate, okay, and that's what we're planning on doing.
A rumble strip separation, so we're continuing that forward, yes.
Okay, and then the same with, I guess in terms of the extension of Model Farm. So when we start to do paving, will that, I know it doesn't kind of connect with the rest of the road, but I guess, at the same time, if we keep the
What
same.
we do is we look at the infrastructure and say, okay, ultimately, where do we want to be with this? The time is now to make sure that our banks our ditches are done accordingly, and then we'll make all those provisions now. If we can accommodate it and get it in now and have it not paved or whatever because it doesn't go anyplace as you put, but the infrastructure and the sort of the vision is there to say, okay, it's very easily, now we can tie it to the rest of it as we go
Okay,
forward.
so we are.
That's the whole point of the designs that we're putting together, yes.
Okay, and I guess my last question is, it sounds like we are gonna be going for a grant, which is wonderful, but I guess I'm not sure, and I guess I'm looking for you for some clarity in terms of, this grant looks like it's supposed to create a detailed phased-in active transportation plan, identify network priorities, and specific AT infrastructure. It kind of sounds like, you know, based on the master transportation plan and the active transportation committee recommendations, what's the difference between what we already have and what we're expecting to get
Sure
from
thing.
this grant?
What it does is, what I envision happening is now you will have a document that says, in your street capital program, we've already sliced out, no debate, these 2 or 3 streets that will have, they're integral in the continuation, the continued development of your AT network. Here's what you have. So now instead of saying, we look at a local street, a collector street, now we say we look at a local street, a collector street, and an AT integrated street. And those are the networks. So now, if we can't give council a plan or a vision that says, in order to be where you want to be when you grow up, you have to do 3 streets a year or 2 streets a year. This is the type of document that says, well, this is what you want to be? Yes. Okay, in order to be there, this is the type of investment that you have to make. Are you prepared to make this type of investment? Now you have to do X dollars every year, or X number of streets every year. That's the nature of the plan. It's set out. The same way we want to get our fleet management plan in place. We say, every year you have to buy 1 snowplow, this number of pickup trucks, and then council is committed to it. Now it takes your guesswork, our guesswork out, and we've made that commitment. So that's where I envision an actual AT plan document giving us that flexibility to say, all right, that's no second guess. We've committed to it. We have to do this. So now we don't, which street are we doing for AT? Those 3. Off we go. And to your point earlier about Model Farm Road, you could have we could do a dedicated review of the Model Farm Road and say, yeah, rather than having to worry about building the whole thing out, you really only have to do X, Y, Z. Now you say, oh, look, that's very easy. We can do that in 1 year. So those are the types of things, rather than mixing up, infrastructure, stormwater, water, sewer, all these things. This is AT centric, and these are the types of things that you pull in together. Now you say take this plan. In 2 years' time, if we get a housing assistance fund and we say we want to do the Hampton Road, it's a designated highway. We have water going down the Hampton Road, but also now we've got, how do we incorporate a bike lane outside of the sidewalks to make sure that that's as useful as it can be? But that's where we see it happening.
Just one other question. Lastly, just for clarity, so, I guess to be accurate to residents, if someone asks, like, I guess next year when we're looking at the paving that's on the docket, we're going to see there's going to be an improvement in those streets. And again, I appreciate like the residential streets within a neighborhood don't need, designated bike lanes. But in the busier roads that were identified in the active transportation and master transportation plan as collector roads that needed some type of infrastructure, in the paving that's being budgeted, we will see that incorporated.
Yeah. The Means Cove, Millennium Drive, the bottom of the Quispamsis Road, I think those are the 3 collectors that we're talking about. They all have AT components identified in them, yes.
Okay, and the one, I noticed that we're putting a sidewalk from Diggle on Quispamsis Road. Will that limit, again, once you start putting concrete things on the side, it limits kind of your ability to expand? Again, we're still considering walking as well as people using the shoulder to...
When we look at that particular design, we look at what is it connecting, and if it's a dead-end section from the bottom of the Pettingill Road to the QR trail, then the decision is to say, okay, does it need a dedicated, separated, same bike lane? Can it be incorporated into the sidewalk that's there? So we look at the actual use, the conditions of the streets that are there, and design it accordingly. So it will have some level, whether it's we direct people, it's a little narrower because then you get up onto the Pettingill, or it's on the sidewalks, people for walking, hiking, whatever, strollers. But it will all be incorporated into that review.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. I will go now to Councillor Olson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Loge, for your presentation. Got a few questions. No particular order. The Ritchie Lake Environmental Study, I think, is a very important one, and it's in with all the capital roads, and I was wondering why it was in there.
It's, I put it in that grouping just so we identify it for council. So it's not a capital expenditure, it's a grant, but it's just for presentation purposes only.
Okay, all right. Okay. The traffic signals installations, Hampton Road and Pettingill, what is that? Where
That's
is it?
down here at the Royal Bank, Timmy's. So we've got a quote from the supplier. If they can accommodate it this year, they can. We're trying to work with the contractor that did the work for Rosse to come back and mill out that whole intersection for us at their unit prices that they gave to the neighboring community. And if they can do that, then what we'll do is we'll put the vehicle detection system, so it's a grid smart camera system. So rather than having loops in the ground, it's mounted similar to what we have down at the arterial at the driving range, the Four Corners. It's a grid smart camera. So rather than have loops in the ground, they look at vehicles as they pull up in the sensors from above. And so that's the type of system that we want to put down below here. So we have all the equipment. It's been ordered. If council recall the last council budget that we approved, it's all sitting here in our basement, and now it's just the install of it. And we didn't want to install it until we did something with the intersection, because you could have an interim when there's nothing being monitored. So you could have vehicles sitting there on permanent loops, just waiting for the cycle, and we just wanted to have some level of control over that.
Okay. I noticed in traffic calming equipment for various areas, PED beacons, those are the flashing lights, are they in pedestrian
The
walkways?
rapid flash, rectangular rapid flash beacons, yes. Those are we're finding great success with those for newly developing pedestrian areas. If council will recall, one of the commitments that we made in 24 budget is to have a set installed at the playground at the Squire Drive going over to the Kingsway Care Center. So those types of installations we're finding very useful to incorporate with trail development with community services, where they do bring their trails out to street networks, where you bring direct people to go to a certain area, then we want to make sure that we're protecting them as well.
Okay, the reason I ask about that is that on McCarran Drive, I've mentioned it a few times to various people. That is McCarran Drive and Hampton Road is a bus stop with heavy traffic, and there's nothing there for the kids crossing the road. And I was wondering if one of those could be installed there.
We've looked at that intersection before, because it has better than a rapid flash beacon. It's supposed to have a dedicated crossing guard there. And up until now, there has been a crossing guard there. If they've changed that particular status, then we can look at that particular crossing. But up until now, they've expanded their crossing guards. They actually at one point came down to the Lake Road, but I don't think they do that far anymore. But that's the reason why one hasn't been there before. But we can look at that as well. And if there is no crossing guard there, then we can look at that as an installation.
Well, I've lived I lived in that subdivision for 48 years, and I've never seen a crossing guard at McCarran Drive. I know they're down at the school, and rightfully so.
Yep.
But I don't know if I've ever seen them at Lake Road.
They were there, and that's why we if you recall, they've like you said, they've pulled them away. If they pull them away, then definitely we'll go through it. And you better be able to notice that than I would, on a regular basis first thing in the morning. But that's the reason why they weren't put there in the first place, is because they had a paddle person. But now it's something that we can definitely look at. Definitely.
Well, I think it's an important intersection, and there's a lot of kids that cross that road there to catch the bus and what have you. So, no, I was also looking at vehicles, 3 vehicles this year and 1 next year, and I just wondered if one of them could be displaced till next year, or is it they all need to be done this year?
We've got vehicles. 2 of the pickups are parked because the level of investment to make them safe and to get them working mechanically, if we are required to, it would put us over our budget, and there's no guarantee of the useful life that we get out of that nature of investment. So that's why we have not pushed anything out further than we have right now. So we would prefer to have them left in the capital budget, through your worship, if we can.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. Councillor Bigger, please.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you very much, Mr. Lozier, for a great report. One thing I'll say right quickly here is just congratulations on efforts to streamline the permitting process. I think back to just not too many sessions ago when we had Jeff Sear from Envision here talking about the disincentives for developers and how important it is to work at trying to find ways to streamline processes for developers just such that they'll even kind of, maintain their interest in beginning projects. And you kind of referenced that as you pointed that out. And so I think that's really great to see that being brought into play, and a conviction in the department on that. I have just 3 or 4 quick questions, and forgive me if a couple of these seem like small issues compared to other numbers. There's lots of big numbers, there's lots of small numbers, but all the small numbers add up to big numbers. You referenced the driveway culvert budget kind of up about 15 grand over 2023 levels. And I just wondered if that is a feature or a bug. What I mean is just to say, like, do you think that there's an ongoing water-related problem that we're seeing that is, driving some of that? Or is it just a matter of, it's just the, circumstances, the wear and tear that's led us to a point where or is it inflation of, supply chain costs and all that sort of thing? I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Your Worship. The driveway culvert budget is a real strange one. People come to the town, we put a driveway culvert in, and then for some reason the town is responsible forever and a day. If we could push some of that cost back to the homeowners, you would see obviously that level of savings in the budget right off the bat. But again, it's a service level that the town has decided to undertake these past few years. It's a fine line balancing between catastrophic repair, somebody's driveway washes out, as opposed to somebody says, oh, my car rubs and I'm getting my driveway paved, can you replace the pipe? Because I don't, so there's a little bit of that as well. So if somebody says to us, I'm getting my driveway paved, it's an old concrete pipe and it heaves in the winter, I just don't want to crack in my asphalt, is it aesthetics, is it required? So, where does it get on the priority list? So those types of things that we will do. The culvert and ditches budget is yes, it's a function of we're seeing some increased stormwater management issues. Ditches have overgrown, so they've got to be brought down to their original design level. We incorporate stone in the bottom of that to help with the erosion. So there's a little bit of that. So it's that 50-50 of what we do. If we went straight to catastrophic repairs only, you would probably see maybe a third of that budget being required. Everything else to me is from what I can, in the discussions with our crews, is it's either aesthetics or it's just sort of maintenance just in case. But really not a lot of catastrophic type of repairs for driveway culverts.
So if we put ourselves on the hook sort of for time immemorial going forward, when we install a driveway culvert on a new subdivision property or what have you, if that's kind of the suggestion that's being made, is that like commensurate with other municipalities that you know of, or is that something unique about us?
Some do, most don't, some do. The driveway culvert is within the municipal right-of-way. Some people will there'll be a base, you pay your installation fee, and then say if there was, I don't want to say it's a nuisance charge, but say it's a base charge of $250 or $300 that you put in. And if you put in a driveway culvert repair request, you have to put in a fee of $250. We'll pay, and even if it costs us $1,000, $1,500, we'll fix it. But I would imagine for $250 or $300, there's going to be a lot of people that will go, I can live with it, and they won't put the call in.
Yeah.
And so there's some communities that have a charge. Some communities just do it as we do. Some communities say, you want it fixed, you get a contractor, fix it at your nickel. Oh, and by the way, do not bury it until we've had a chance to inspect it and approve what you put in the ground.
Okay.
So there's 3 different types of approaches that we take.
I wonder if maybe as a town we should consider a change along that line going forward to, if we see that kind of thing being an ongoing cost to the town. But you mentioned here in about the street capital overview. There's a bullet point here: current objectives based on having all 60 APR scoring or worse addressed in the 10-year capital plan. And what stuck out of my mind about that is that's a very responsible approach, of course, and you've laid out very well the strategy there. But I was just thinking about, and again, maybe this is a bug and not a feature, but we look at what we were not able to get done in 23, and some of those streets didn't carry into 24 because of the scoring mechanism as you laid it out. And it was confusing to me when I first read the budget, but it made sense. It certainly makes sense as you lay it out. And I was thinking about it, talking about it last night. and it sort of made sense. And then you also mentioned that there was an additional component of the grading mechanism there about are there, roads where a surface, sort of a blemish fix would get you through, but is there base work to be done? And it sounded like that was sort of a deeper consideration that maybe hasn't always been previously employed as well, and that was part of the rationale of why some 23 streets didn't come into 24. So if we have in front of us streets that currently score 60 or less, and they're going to be addressed in the 10-year plan, capital plan, I understand that, the price of eggs could change tomorrow. None of us can control that. We don't know. But I just wonder if that is likely to continue to be an issue as you lay it out, that the same way that some streets that we had forecast for 23 couldn't get over to 24. Now that's because we had a kind of a gap year. Or is that also likely to become a standard part of this? And is the 10-year capital plan projection, going to be accurate in that regard, to the degree that you can give any assurance about that?
And I can't give any assurance, Your Worship. And the thing about it is if you, Council will recall, we did a 10-year level of service exercise with our asset management plan 2 years ago. So we're actually going through a revision to that 10-year asset management plan now because of the prices that we saw last year. So now we had a 2020 to 2030 plan that 2 years into it doesn't jive.
Right.
So now we've got to adjust it from a 24 to a 34 plan. And which is the whole point of a proper asset management plan. You step back every once in a while and you revisit it. So all we can do is refine the information to make those decisions. And one of the components that we're trying to address is even the pavement, the simple product of rating the pavement surfaces is done. We try to do 25 to 30% of the streets every year. So that means you could have a pavement rating that's 3 years old.
Yeah.
When you do your budget. So now if you have a 3-year-old pavement rating and the time comes, okay, we've identified these 4 streets, we're going to go out and inspect them. What do they look like right now? Right. They could have stayed here or they could have degraded worse. Yeah. And that's what we found with the streets this particular year. Some of them, even though the ratings were 3 years old, they stayed there because they had low volume, they were constructed well at the start, whatever it is. So it's a case of tightening up and refining your information, and the age of streets that we have in the town now, we're paying a lot of catch up. So a lot of the streets will require base work and a lot heavy duty. What we're hoping to see is in 10 years, when neither Councillor Luck or myself are here, when the time comes, in that time frame, we'll say, look at the great decisions they made back in 2020. That was paved. That basically just needs crack fill, whatever, and that'll hold it for another 20 years. So that's where we aspire to be, so that now instead of having to rebuild everything, we can step back and say, okay, that was constructed well at the time. That only needs a touch up. Instead of being a $800,000 street, it's a $200,000 street. Hey, let's spend more money someplace else. That's the whole purpose of this asset management plan. And we're just at that starting stage now. And you're right, it's a crapshoot. It's just till we get a body of information set, that's where we're at.
Yeah, I mostly pointed out just because I think it's important for us, for council, to bear that in mind, that we don't want to. I mean, it might help us sleep well at night to think, we've got our 10-year capital plan, and these 60 or less scored roads will be covered in that. But I mean, we don't know. We're in the middle of, like you say, 2 years into the asset management plan. We're having to rejigger it somewhat along that line. So I think that's likely to be the case going forward. I have one more quick thing, and I have one other thing that probably I should wait till later to talk about. But you mentioned the salt storage repairs, and I just wonder, like, what would be the cost of replacing that facility? We've got 350 in here is it 350, 380 for repairs, and I just wonder.
$450,000 for a brand new, larger facility.
So let's just do that.
Now, to be clear, that's just the concrete and the dome.
Yeah.
You actually have to get a piece of ground to put it on. So there's going to be some site work. So
I see.
You're probably in the better part of 700.
Okay, so roughly twice.
Yes.
Maybe a little less than twice what we're paying for the patch. And what's the lifespan expectancy of this patchwork that we're proposing here?
The Well, the
Like, how
old
long
one,
before we're gonna have to address?
the old one is 15 years old, so 15, 20, so we're probably in that 12 to 15 years again.
Oh, I see. So it's not as though
like,
it's
it's like the
a couple of
temporary
years and then we're back
car
to, right back.
shelters that you get for your house, for your
Yeah.
car in the wintertime, right? You gotta
Right,
replace them on a regular
right.
basis.
Okay. All right, well, that's an interesting thing to consider as well. What might be the right choice there? The last thing I want to ask is related to water infrastructure upgrade in the town. And I'm dipping into the utility capital fund expenditures.
Which we will cover in
report
the
on this.
next
So
half.
if you'd like it, but I can certainly just hold off on that till then.
Sure, because we'll cover, that'll be the next phase of this
Okay,
presentation.
very
is the
good.
water.
Then thank you very much, and I appreciate your help on that.
And just to put in a plug for the $700,000, we've gone through an initial needs analysis of our works facility. It is woefully under-serviced. Our staff, I will say, are being, we do need a significant upgrade to that facility, not just if we want to continue with the level of service that we have, but if we want to maintain the staff and the equipment in a good condition. So I will predict that there will be a significant ask before council the next year or so for a major upgrade to that works facility, and put it out on the table now. So when it comes, you just don't go, nobody ever told us that. The works department facility is gonna be upgraded big time. Big time.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. I will now go to Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you, Worship. Was nobody else on the list? Because I've already asked questions. I just want to make sure.
Yes, Councillor Locke
okay,
would like to
so-
ask a little.
so-
No one
Okay,
else.
Perfect. I just didn't want to jump ahead of anybody. Thank you. I guess I'm going to just tag off of Councillor Bigger's comment. If we're looking at redoing something, maybe we do everything all at once. Like, instead of doing a 380 patch, just wait and do everything.
If you recall, when we talked about a second, I think I mentioned when we do like the second facility, the new facility, this current one will still have a useful purpose.
Okay, so it'll
Because right
still-
now we have topsoil stored in a works bay. We have
okay.
some seasonal equipment stored in a works bay. Environmentally, we have sand,
Okay.
winter sand that's stored outside uncovered. So the purpose of a second facility is to get rather than get every single or every second or third storm, you get 3 or 4 trailer loads of salt brought in. Now we can actually have most of it brought in, or if not all of it brought in one time. With this new proposed facility. This one still only handles 700, 800 tons of salt, which we can go through in a weekend like that.
So that will stay as salt.
It'll
It's
stay
okay.
there, it'll
Okay,
stay
perfect.
used. We've got a pile of things we can do with it. Pickleball, indoor, those types of things.
Okay, perfect. So my questions that I originally hit my button for was, when I look at Quispamsis Road's sidewalk Stiggle
Yep.
to the QR trail, we had this, sorry, I'll get close. We had this on our list last year as well, and we actually removed the sidewalk piece to get all the way to the QR trail, because we said we'd only get kind of to the stop sign, and after that, it's okay. So just asking why the
We
change.
maintain that. So from the QR trail up, it's gonna be wide and shoulder till we hit to the front of the Pionnier where we can work on some sidewalk. And then as we go past up to the intersection into the Meadowlark subdivision, so there's some sidewalk there. So it's basically one small stretch from the end where it ends now at the loop up to where it crosses over into Meadowlark. But the bottom half will be, to the QR trail, is gonna be wide and shoulder, painted, delineated up to the front of the Pionnier.
Okay, so there's no sidewalk down there.
Not down to the bottom, no.
Okay. And another thing I noticed, well, first, I'm glad to finally see sidewalks on our list. They haven't been on the list for a long time,
I agree.
which is great. I have a question, because you had made a comment about Princeton, said we could probably widen it and maybe not put gutters and sidewalk, but in our budget, we have gutters and sidewalk. And just to, before you answer, is also, have we decided which side to put it on? Because I know theory, you kind of want to put on the right, but when you're driving up and in the morning when the kids are walking, you can't see anything driving up the hill. So it'd be kind of the discussion is on the left-hand side or right-hand side. You're always gonna have a problem then at the top to cross, but it's,
We haven't, from a staff perspective, haven't designed it specifically one side or the other. Ideally, like you said, we would keep it on the right-hand side as you go up.
and they just kind of go right and go
Because
up.
then you would go up to Auburn and then make the connection up in front of Premier Higgs's house up there through there. So we're looking to reduce the number of crossings
Yeah.
that you have. That's why we you normally stick to the right-hand side, go all the way up, keep to the Auburn, so you can continue that, and then you make one crossing at Auburn onto the existing sidewalk.
No, I agree.
That's our initial design, but if there's something that.
No, I agree with that. It's just, you had made a comment that maybe we don't do the sidewalks, but when you were doing your presentation, you said maybe we can just widen it, but I think we should
A lot of that's
keep
gonna
it
be
there.
budget driven, to Councillor Luck's point about, unit prices, and, or
Yeah.
Councillor Olson's point about doing things with the unit prices at the time. That's gonna be a decision when we get to it. We'll have a look at the design differences between a curb and gutter system all the way down and a wide and shoulder system all the way down. We'll have a better feel for it, and then we'll see where we sit with respect to budget.
Yeah,
But
because-
it is, as we make, out roads, as opposed to out roads away from schools, that's one of the key drivers, to your point about, it's about time we put more sidewalks in. Was the driving factors. As schools get developed, as the busing requirements change, then you should have a proper, safer mode of walking for those students, and Princeton is one area that has been left off for quite a while now.
Yeah, and I know the Princeton Road, because we talked about it a few years back. I remember I actually went up with a measuring tape and measured it versus Queensbury, and it's actually not as wide.
Yep.
And the good news is, you go on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, if you're going up the hill, a lot of people have already filled in their ditches, so it's also safer for the kids if they've got to get off the road where they can. So, that's all I had for. Thank you. Oh, sorry, I did have one last question, because I'm going to ask you later. Is there any vehicle you can postpone? And now you talked about giving the backhoe over to community services, so then I'll have
No,
that question.
but backhoe's utility department.
Pardon me. Oh, the utility. Oh, okay. I thought he was giving it to you, Dana.
I'll trade you, you want animal control?
Well, she's got a backhoe in her budget, but it's a smaller one, so that's why I was wondering. Okay, sorry.
We've ranked the fleet. I think the 4 and 5 are the half-ton and the 1 3/4 ton. So those are the ones that could be, as I mentioned earlier, if we were required to, there's less, it's still maintenance that would take us over our normal maintenance budget, but it's less than putting, say, bushings in a backhoe that you would, to put a head gasket in a truck. Like the costs are proportional. So we could, if we had to postpone a vehicle, a truck or something like that, we could identify that. But the plow truck is priority, the sidewalk unit is priority, the backhoe is priority. After that, those are the ones that are flexible.
Thank you. And just tagging on to Councillor Luck's concerns and Councillor Miller and Bigger, when we do look at widening the roads, quite often people still want to bring their beautiful lawns down to butt against the road, and that often steals away the walking area for children, particularly over on Westminster and Winchester and in that area. So I'm just wondering if we are going to have those lawns come down to a shoulder in the road so that we're still providing for and not forcing pedestrians to go out onto the road. Because that is a concern that when I see students or people out for their walks, that they feel forced to be out on the road rather than on the shoulder.
All our designs, Your Worship, we will reclaim the right-of-way so that we'll get the properly paved with asphalt and shoulder, and then we will push the ditch out further than that. So in some streets, it's easier to accommodate by moving the ditch out, and because the slopes of the lawns aren't as steep, and we can match up to their existing grades. Some residents like to put up a bit of a struggle, thinking that they want to maintain that grass portion all the way to the edge of the pavement. Our designs have pavement, shoulder, then the ditch. So we're not compromising the shoulder width at all. Worst case scenario, if we have to, then sometimes that means we have to look at a little bit of storm sewer so that we can actually get the areas pushed back. If it creates a deep ditch or a very, very steep slope in front of a neighbor's property, their lawn, because they do want to maintain it. But as a rule, we try to maintain a 1 foot or 18 inches of ditch depth on either side so that we can get water off the road. The purposes of the ditches are there to drain water off of the streets. They're not there for the residents, but they're there for this part of our street infrastructure, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to follow up on some of the previous comments now that I've had a chance to reflect. I just want clarity a little bit for my own benefit. So again, I've had great feedback from residents in terms of what we've already done at the foot of Means Cove Road.
Yes.
And I guess I'm trying to get my head around one of your comments about, you know, I'm assuming the next section up to full year is going to look similar to what we've already done. Is that correct?
It'll be on that right-hand side, continuing all the way through the rest of the way.
Okay, so it's not going to be on both sides.
Cobblestone will be design we proposed, cobblestone is the end of the double side, and then
Okay.
from cobblestone going forward, it'll be one side.
Okay, and that was my question. So in order to have a bike lane that you can travel both ways, it needs to be separated from the road.
Which is what we're doing with
Okay.
the rumble strip and paint as well.
Okay, so now if we have enough space to do all that, why wouldn't we continue on with the same?
Because it's similar to what we just spoke about with her worship, because the road is such that if you go through there, the growth and the cost to take us out to the full 66-foot width of the right-of-way is going to be substantially more than if we have the ability to go to one side or to be able to account for grades and changes. So we're looking at, as I touched on a little bit earlier, finding that happy medium between what it costs us to do it and being something that meets the needs and the demands of the municipality. So when our assessments, what we've done is we said, all right, a lot of our rural streets, we can accommodate what needs to be done with one side only. It eliminates having to move the extra cost. To move the power poles at the just outside of Cobblestone is $100,000. NB Power charges us directly just to move four power poles. So it's costs like that just make it, it's prohibitive. It's irresponsible for us to go and say to you, oh, we're going to spend a bunch of money that may or may never get used. We're trying to find that happy medium and make the best use of the dollars. So in our assessments, a lot of these rural streets, our transportation master plan is recommended. You can accommodate with one side dedicated, separated by a rumble strip, you know, type of access, and that's the approach that we're taking.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Luck?
No, that's fine, thanks.
Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I missed a couple of my notes
Yep.
that I had from earlier. I've received several calls and actually made a site visit to Riverfront Crescent, just off the
Off of the
Point
arterial? Okay.
And when that street was originally paved, it never received a seal coat. And annually, they've got oil coming up through the pavement. And I think there's 5 or 6 houses in there, probably over $1 million apiece. And of course, they talk about the taxes that they pay and stuff like that.
A lot of houses have that assessment.
Yeah, well, it's just that these have been there a long time and there's never been a seal coat put on it, so.
There's a few streets like that in the town that we're trying to pick up for the developer who's either absconded, gone bankrupt, and now after the fact, we're trying to pick that up. If council will recall, we did that same thing up in Granite, Alabaster, when that particular developer went under and we had to absorb it. So there's a couple of streets just like that we've got to go through, and we'll do a review of that particular one as well. Okay. Problem is, what happens is it adds to our costs after the fact, right? So definitely we'll go through a review of Riverfront Crescent to see where it sits and incorporate it into our street capital plan for sure.
Okay. Secondly, could you explain what the scope of the work is in Millennium Drive? Phase 1 of 2.
Sure thing. So Millennium Drive, we're starting at the end of the arterial between the McKesso and the Irving station. We're storm sewering and putting in a separated designated trail along the front of the street on the Irving side. That will take us all the way up along front of Shanex, around through the martial arts property there up to Market Street. Market Street has a walking lane that goes up through the section that's blocked off. So that's the first phase. So we'll incorporate curb, gutter, sidewalk where needed. The rest of it will be a dedicated trail separate from the street so that we can carry that forward all the way through the rest of Millennium Drive. There will be a crossing at the Shanex entrance to go across, so it'll have the pedestrian R5 signals, so it makes it for a safe area. We may have to do a little bit of realignment of the lane painting to make sure that it all fits, and then it will be surfaced and new surface, and then repainted the lanes. So that's what we're proposing for that particular area. And then that gives us the ability, as I touched on a little earlier, now we have a base template for the rest of Millennium Drive, and hopefully Rosse will carry forward with it. But we also have the ability now to go backwards onto the arterial and make that an area that we want to join into if we had to.
Well, that'll be a welcome revision to that intersection.
Oh, it is, the biggest issue that we will have, I think, will be, and it ultimately responsibility belongs with DTI, is how do they cross the arterial from the trailer park to get to that section? And that's ultimately their responsibility. We have no jurisdiction over that. We can't even design anything there. So that's something that I would imagine the residents, once they see something happening, or council may want to push back to DTI and say, listen, that's controlled access. You folks may want to do something to ensure that the people of the trailer park can get across the street.
Thank you. Okay, next on the 2025 budget year, you notice that you've got $705,000 in for the Quispamsis Road, Gondola Boulevard to Gondola Point Road, 705,000. Wasn't a significant portion of that already completed when you did the pumping stations?
That is to continue with the sidewalk and curb and gutter over the hill. So all we did this past year with respect to the pumping station force main is when we dug the trench, I didn't want to see differential settlement. So we arranged to have the whole area paved as one part of the surface. So basically that's just a base asphalt that's going to hold us for a couple of years until we decide what we want to do going from the top of the Quispam, or from Gondola Boulevard down to the Quispamsis Hill to the Gondola Point Road. A couple of things. It'll give us proper storm drainage in front of the cemetery through there. That's the other thing we didn't get into, because I think we would be tickling some people's feet underground if we had got a little further into the ditches. And so we want to make sure we've got a proper storm system through there. Right now it's just a paved ditch. And so that's a bulk of the money will be associated with infrastructure, not just the paving part.
Okay, so there's quite a significant portion of work still has to be done.
Definitely. And as I said, it's even the church properties themselves have no real feel for where the limits of the plots are. So we may have to be negotiating with people to borrow some of their space for a little while.
Yeah, they were there first.
They were there first, true.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. Mr. Logier, I don't see any other lights flashing, so that means there are no more questions for you. So thank you for your presentation and for putting into context this portion, but I would like to take a 5-minute health break, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
someone would like to do that.
Welcome back, Mr. Loge, and your presentation now is on the, where did I go here with this? We are doing the water utility, okay, thank you. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. As usual, the water and the sewer utility side should go a little more quickly than the transportation, capital, and operating side. That way all the fans can get to see Dana and her rooting section here for her, so I'll let them get to it pretty soon. They only have to put up with me for a little while. The utility budget, when we look at the utility budget, the operating centers that we focus on are the water well field, which is the area up around off of the highway that you see the water pumping station at, and the location where our wells are. It is not the area where the water tower is. That's a separate particular facility. But we do have a well field area that is developed and runs the domestic water supply for the town. We've got the water treatment. We've got limited water treatment in the town. Right now is basically to remove any of the impurities and some chlorination that we put into the system. We haven't encountered any significant items that require additional or tertiary third level water treatment, or neither have we seen an increase by the province in the level of enforcement that they want to have. So the most recent changes to the town, the province actually changed the standard and we had to meet it, and so they haven't projected anything for changes in the next little while. The water pumping is where you see the water tower and the pumping stations, and the pumping stations in Ridgewood Park off of the Vincent Road. And the water system essentially is the administration of that entity as a whole. Sewer infrastructure basically deals with our underground infrastructure. It's the stuff that, as long as it's working properly and you can flush your toilet and get to work in the morning, nobody really cares about. It's some of the least sexy but most expensive items that we have in the town. The lift stations, the wastewater pumping stations, this is the operating side of it. Those are electrical costs and mechanical costs running the pump stations. Council will see as we move forward in the capital program that there are some significant costs associated with making sure once we hit useful life of the pumping stations, they're replaced and brought to a current day standard. And the sewer treatment is the wastewater lagoon and the treatment facilities that we have down at Longwood Park and down at Wildwood Park, the operating costs associated with those. And the utility administration is actual, what it says, the administration of the utility, where you'll see some of the transfers from different departments. For example, you may see things like the 20% of my time is rather than as engineering is allocated to utility, or 20% or 30% of Mr. Morrison's time is allocated to utility. So we've worked with Nancy and Krista and come up with appropriate allocations to ensure that the time is budgeted to the appropriate departments. The costs, as you can see, are being proposed to be increased about 7% overall, and it ranges with respect to the well field is the most significant project cost identified. We've got about $100,000. Well, it is $100,000 increase. It's not about. It is $100,000 increase. That is the groundwater under direct influence report that we're partnering with the province on. It is eligible for 75% budget funding, if I remember my numbers here, from the Environmental Trust Fund. In discussions with the department, they're essentially holding one for us, so it's not a My impression is it's not a if we get it, it's when we get it, so that number will reduce appropriately. The costs really are relatively consistent after that. The building M&R for the pump stations, some roofing upgrades that have to be done to ensure that the property meets insurance inspection coverage for fire, things like that. We are doing a regular review of our water distribution and planning. As we've mentioned a couple of times already, the Housing Assistance Fund is going to be the biggest contributor to this as we go forward, because it's going to introduce not just housing density and diversity issues, but will also help us expand our infrastructure if appropriately approved. And we see this as one of the major contributors to future capital expansion. It is not identified in our capital program this particular year because we haven't received it. We would anticipate getting a word on that. Then at some point in time in a future budget, we'll have to determine whether it's free money, as they say, or whether it's attributed to percentage shared funding. But at this stage, we have no indication that we'll see any Housing Assistance Fund money associated with water expansion in the 2024 budget. And as always, our wastewater priorities and our street capital priorities will impact or will be impacted by our water decisions. For example, the Hampton Road is a designated highway we touched on a little bit earlier. When the time comes that we want to put water down the Hampton Road, it's going to look good on us if we put the water down first and then pave after, as opposed to pave and then put the water down after. And so those are the types of priority decisions that we'll be making internally with respect to, we do an in-ground inspection or underground inspection of our infrastructure. Is there water, is there sewer? What kind of shape is it in before we pave? Or it's a rural street. Is there a need to have sewer infrastructure here before we pave? Those types of decisions are always discussed prior to proposing street capital decisions. So, in the sewer department, there's really no significant line item changes. We're replenishing the pump inventory down at Forester's Cove. The town does supply the in-house lift pumps that we see down in that area. So we've had to replace a couple of them down there under the warranties. So we keep a couple of inventory in stock. The lift stations, again, what we're seeing again is primarily roof work at most of the wastewater pumping stations, and our equipment M&R is associated with operating moving parts. There is in the capital program a major expenditure for a pump down at the Vincent Road, and that is just a cost. It would be normally an operating thing, but the value of it places it over as a capital item. Administration, the cost of doing business, basically there's really no line items. Again, touching on just the vehicle fuels, it's hit every single department under the line items. The new building that we have down there, they're introducing some shelving, some storage for the new utility garage that wasn't covered under the initial fit up. And we're renewing our licenses under the SCADA program. So those are costs that we see as annual costs. The proposed capital for 2024, there's a dump trailer, a heavy-duty dump trailer that will be being proposed for the utility department. That's to carry catch basin or sewer manholes, frames and covers, heavy-duty items that really are too heavy for a back of a pickup truck. We're looking at a heavy-duty dump site for it. We've got the Parkside Road collector that DTI has asked us to review. That's still on the books. Maple Grove Court is the only pump station left that has, if we go to the next slide, you'll see some of the pictures, I guess, that has the tin can appropriate look to it, I guess you'd say. We're looking at that and whether we want to bring it into line with hazard proof building and upgrading some electrical. Ashfield Drive has no building over top of the pump controls. As you can see, it's corroded quite badly and is out in the open for vandalism, etc. So we're looking at some level of enclosure for that. The Vincent Road pump station, the pump replacement, as we've touched on there. The Gondola Point Road wastewater pump station, that's a continuation of our Gondola Point Road wastewater pump station upgrades. This is the third phase, pump station number 4. We've identified $2 million for that particular project, and that's going to be in that range. And we also have the net zero solar panel extension that we're looking at down at the Lagoon facility. That will be about a $200,000 add-on. We're looking at increasing the number of panels down there. The first phase was really a trial to see what kind of payback we could expect, what the production is. We're getting very good numbers for the facility. At the Lagoon, it is the highest electrical user on the utility department grid because it has the aerators running all the time. So we have the ability to directly offset some of those uses at that location. Ideally, we're going to continue to work with NB Power to get net metering or off-grid metering capacity so that anything that's not used goes back to the grid. I hate hearing this term, but it's another program that is fully subscribed as they describe it, so that they will not be taking any more reverse power going back to the grids. But we hope that we can change that over the next little while. And the last item is Wildwood Street. The Wildwood the Wildwood treatment facility has some street grading issues that we want to accommodate at that time. So it's just a small amount in that particular budget. On the water side, really we're reconfiguring the generator at the water tower. It's currently a trailer, and we haul it up on a regular basis. What we're looking to do is get a permanent pad site genset. And there's again another roof that has to be replaced down at Down East Drive. And from a utility budget perspective, that's the long and the short of it, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Loge. If there are any questions, Mr. Loge would be happy to respond to those. I will go to the Chair of the Finance Committee, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Loge. The only question I have is hopefully you can bring it up at our next council meeting, is who makes the decision that they won't buy any more reverse power? The province is talking about making us more efficient, environmentally friendly. And I know it's not your decision, but I'm just asking if you can bring it up at next council meeting so we can do the appropriate follow-ups with the appropriate MLAs or businesses, because to me, it makes no sense that they're not accepting anymore. It should be able to go back. So, but thank you.
And the problem with NB Power is, as that ground corporate, like independent of the province, is the MLAs have very little to push on it. But my understanding is that their issue is their own infrastructure capable of handling it? And that's the process that they've gone through. Shediac, if I'm not mistaken, had a major upgrade in their facilities that they tied into. There was a commercial property up outside of Moncton that did the same. And it's because they were in an industrial particular area that they could push back to the grid. And for us at the Lagoon down in Longwood Park, it's basically all residential. And so it's the tail end of the grid. And so if we pump into the tail end of the grid, can it handle it going out? So it's a question of whether they can get a transmission to us so then they can get it out to the grid again. So it's their internal capacity, and I'm sure they're wrestling with the same questions.
Mr. Loge, I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your presentation.
We'll wrap up with 3 slides, Your Worship. For the Engineering Works and Utility Department, we're going to be continuing with respect to standard operating procedures for the departments and our activities. We have the continued use with the work order management system. We're reviewing that on an ongoing basis. And most importantly is a continuation of the next phases of our asset management with asset inventory and condition assessments. And Council has just seen at the last meeting our initial steps into the levels of service goals. And what does that mean for us? It's what is the best way to deliver an acceptable and affordable level of service to the residents. And the roles that Council will really have to play as we go forward is going to be things like making sure that we've got appropriate stormwater management plans in place, identifying, as we touched on just a little while ago, grants for asset management. But really, when it gets down to your role, it's going to be, you have a role to play with respect to how do we establish those levels of service? What do we do? How do we do it? How quickly do we respond? How quickly should issues be resolved? You know, these are all decisions that you have the utmost influence on us from a staff perspective. We really cannot do things that you do not give us either the funding, the equipment, or the direction to do. We'd like to think that at some places we we under promise and over deliver, And we can only do that so many times before stuff catches up to you. And all of a sudden, you're making promises that you can't keep because you don't have the equipment or you don't have the investment in the municipality. And so that you're going to see your role. I think the presentation from our consultants at the last council meeting really just touched the surface, where they discussed these are the general response levels. The key component is going to end up being how quickly do you want to get something resolved. It's well and great to say within 24 hours we're going to be on site, we're going to look at a pothole, we're going to put a sign on it. But the next part is going to be, and within another 24 hours, it will be filled and it will be off site. If we don't have staff, if we don't have the equipment to fill a pothole, we can look at all these things all we want and then say, well, we'll put it on a list to get done later. The level of service is when action happens, and those are the types of things that we will want to do. And it makes us look at, if your goals are different than our current capacity, then what do we need to do? Do we need to increase the staff? Do we need to increase resources or equipment to do that? So just a thought bubble as we carry forward in the next year, and as we get further information from our consultants with respect to our service level goals. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Those comments have generated a couple of questions, so I will go to Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question in regards to some of the things that you're planned to focus on for 2024. You had mentioned you want to continue use and familiarity with the work order management system, but in particular Q11. And I'm just going back in my notes. So this year we had 485 service requests through Q11. I think it's a fabulous service. From my experience, many of the residents don't know it exists just because we're always directing them to it.
Right.
And I guess my question is, how are you planning on going about increasing that familiarity?
It goes back to the level of service, discussion that we will have with respect to, do we word of mouth, do we leverage our social media, do we look at public education campaigns, do we look at surveys, whatever it is going to be. We have to make sure that knowledge is out there. Some places, unfortunately, outside of other communities, their approach is, somebody calls up, we won't, till you put it on a work order, we won't even look at it. And it's the hard sell. And is that the way to make it? And all of a sudden now everybody's buying into it. For us, it's also going to be enterprise-wide decision. At some point, do all departments have the Q11? Are they all able to respond to it? Are they all getting work orders submitted that way? Right now, the works crews, the community services crews, some of them, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's a question of how effective, efficient is that process. The biggest hole that we've seen so far in processing Q11 is if a work order is done and it's assigned to somebody, then the next step after that is, where does it go? And if the person has it, and I don't say they're hoarding Q11, they have all these service requests, but they don't have somebody to give it to. That seems to be where the issue becomes. Or they have a Q11 request and they say, we have 5 of the similar requests, we'll save them all together. It's that follow-up communications that we want to make sure that we engage everybody with. And then it's getting all of the town using that same format. Our fleet management system has some type of a work order management system. Engineering group has a work order management system. So now we know that if there's an issue, they all go through that. As it is now, we try to get everything streamlined through there, and then that's where the holes come up, is who does it go to, who gets it. But if it's universally used and promoted, that'll be the best success that we can get.
I guess building on that, do we have a tracking system to look at, what you just described in terms of looking at gaps or looking at, how quickly things are being addressed, and also like a rating scale in terms of, I know we have level of service, but different things have different priorities, and do we have those systems in place to address that? And I guess if we do or we don't, it would be really great to see as council, when it does come up in future for discussion, to kind of see where the gaps are so we can help kind of guide the discussion.
Sure. The system has the capacity to do that full circle, and we don't use it because we are focused. I can only speak for the works crews, but we're focused on getting something resolved, and then, okay, we're done, on to the next fire. It's administratively, we don't have the staff to say, okay, now you take this. My foreman and the works supervisors' time is better spent dealing with the material on site, getting something resolved, than sitting in their office for 4 hours after the fact saying, all right, so now Mrs. Smith on Susan Street has got resolved. All right, it was done at this, blah, 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 off we go. So the capacity is there, but it's not always put up. The other thing that to your point is I agree, is it's a case of now go back to the homeowner and say, your driveway culvert was repaired on X date, whatever it was. How satisfied are you with your service? Was it timely response, blah, 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 some type of service like that. And that's where we have not identified it. And it is strictly staffing and administrative type staff. We don't have to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. Moving on to Councillor Bigger, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Sorry to let you see the exit ramp and then drag you back onto the freeway here, but I just wanted to ask a question or two related to water infrastructure upgrade. You reference it here in the highlights about regular review of water distribution and planning study, and mentioned that we're awaiting housing assistance fund decisions, and of course we're very hopeful and optimistic about that. And I was pretty discouraged when I was listening to a recent CBC podcast where they were at the National Conservative Policy Review policy convention, and I heard there were a lot of disparaging comments about the Housing Accelerator Fund as being a sort of a socialist endeavor by the Liberal Party of Canada, and whatever person's politics are. I thought that was not really helpful in the process of trying to get municipalities across the country to fix, aging infrastructure. So we're hopeful anyway in the short term on this. But I'm a little, and I look at the 5-year plan for utility capital expenditures, and I see, except for I think, well, as you mentioned, 24, we don't know where we're at, so we're waiting to hear on that. And I think it might have been 27 or something. There's also a year where there was nothing really identified related to HAF possible, coming our way, money coming our way. But I'm discouraged to see no proposed expenditures by our town, regardless of what comes to us by the federal government. Because to me, this should be this goal of expanding our municipal water systems. We speak of it principally, it seems here, at least so far today, in terms of high-density housing and managing housing, deficit potential and so on. But of course, there's also the wonderful hope of commercial expansion, and we're stymied in that regard as well. I was at the United Municipalities of New Brunswick zone meeting the other night here in the room, and I was commenting to a Rothsay councillor how envious I am of all the cranes in the air down there. And standing water systems are a huge part of that. That's, principally what's keeping us from moving forward with some of this. I think about approved projects that have, for various reasons, that have come before us that we've approved that have not been able to go ahead, and there's various reasons for that, but there's no doubt that the absence of fulsome water, municipal water systems are a big part of that, And so anyway, I look at this and I think, well, of course, we're very hopeful that money comes our way from the Housing Accelerator Fund, but what if it doesn't? And so, as I say, I'm discouraged to see that there's nothing in the budget that I can find where we're saying, well, whatever happens, we're down with this because this is a 5-alarm fire for our town. I see the benefits of it in terms of newcomers. I see the benefits of it in terms of general housing deficit. I see the benefits of it in terms of maintaining the lowest possible tax rate we can, but just collecting more of it from having more properties that pay it. And so the reason I'm bringing this up now is because in June, there was a staff report that you had supplied to us about the previous water upgrade project, an infrastructure upgrade from 2019 that was done. And there was like a 12-phase review of that. And I just wondered, the only thing I really want to ask right now is two things. One is there any effort, and maybe it's not relevant at this stage, I don't know, but is there any effort to kind of match those two things up, that 2019 study and its 12 phases. For example, I noticed that phase 6 is like an expanded water reservoir. Well, obviously that's not captured in a 5-year plan, but neither is there any ramping up towards that I can see. And Housing Accelerator Fund notwithstanding, I don't see how we would ever get to that just based on hoping the feds throw some money at us. So that's the first thing I would ask is does that study have any relevance in terms of what we're looking at currently to upgrade the water systems? I mean, I see that phase 1, phase 2 is like Hampton Road, Pinewood to Pettingill, and then the Cedar Ridge Loop and all of that. So that all makes sense to me. But generally speaking, I just wondered if those two things, does one have anything to do with the other at this point from your perspective? And then I have one more question after that.
Sure thing. It is all interrelated, and you hit on two key terms when you said affordability and tax rates. Because the thing to remember is our utility side is funded separately than the general tax rate.
Right.
So all of a sudden now, if we do not get grant funding or any sort of infrastructure funding that we can leverage, if we go for it on our own, now we've got as it sits now, with outside of the Housing Accelerator Fund, as you said, we don't have internal capacity without increasing the user rate to the highest in the province, or maxing out your borrowing leverage so that now your rates are higher than they are as well. So it's finding that balance. And for us, the saving grace has been previous to the water distribution study that you're referring to. We also did a groundwater analysis for the municipality. What the groundwater analysis was telling us is that as a hydrogeological analysis, as a base community, the number of straws, figuratively speaking, the number of straws in the ground, sucking water out, we can support it as a community. Water quality, water quantity, water distribution. So we have the groundwater, as a groundwater-based community, we can exist as we are now. Now, if the desire is, just as you say, get more cranes in the air, get higher density, that's the investment. Is it the Field of Dreams? The
it's kind of
they will come.
Yeah.
That's the decision that, from a staff perspective, and I go back to don't put it on your shoulders, but it essentially is on your shoulders as council members to say we are prepared to make that level of investment. We're going to sit this one. We'll see what the HAF does for us, but if it doesn't, we're going to get off the pot and we're going to say every year we're going to do this, and this is the investment that we want to make, and unfortunately, this is the year rates that we're going to have. And so the phases are there. They're very, and we've been trying to take them off in bite-sized chunks so that a $6 million phase is now maybe a $3 million phase, whatever. But at some point, yes, the question is going to be, is this a decision that we want to make? And now the trade-off is, are we going to pave a street from the people's pockets? Or are we going to put a water system from the people's pockets? It's all going to come out of somebody's pocket. Whether it's federalist, socialist, communist, whatever it is you have in there, if they've got money coming to us, I'll take whatever money they can get.
Lotto 649, whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate your feedback on that. And you mentioned, like, historically, groundwater studies have been able to kind of show that we're able to exist currently, but it's almost like that measurement doesn't apply when we look at where the demographics have us headed related to the need for the kind of housing that's got to come our way in order to meet the needs of newcomers and the sort of the evolving economy. And I think you made my point for me, and you made it well. And your preamble in your staff report from June says, staff has not received any indication council is willing to invest the significant levels of funds required to address the outstanding infrastructure issues on the Hampton Road. And so it's a sober reflection moment, I think, for us as a council to ask ourselves what the priorities really are in this regard. It's not on any one department to be responsible to make the determination for the evolution of the town for the next 20, 30, 40 years. But we have to consider decisions, I think, as a council that will bear out over that time frame. And I appreciate, your efforts to kind of give us the numbers and the kind of what the hard lift is to make these things happen. But ultimately, I think I see it as a mistake for us to be, from what I can see here, channeling no energy towards directing any fund expenditure from our capital fund expenditures on moving towards this outside of hoping that the feds give us money. So anyway, that's the final thing I'll say on that. Thanks very much.
Just to build off that, though,
Yeah.
I think the town has positioned ourselves well, leveraging the infrastructure, the gas tax, things like that, getting rid of the out the sort of the critical areas, like the pump stations that need to have a useful life. We've used the analogy before, and I'm pretty sure it's a case of when you're building your house, do you fix your roof first, or do you put a brand new TV into it? For us, we've got to fix our roof. We can make sure we've got everything, the toilet flushes, the whole bit. Now the time comes, all right, we're going to put our big screen TV in. Is the water a big screen TV, or is it part of, for us, the pump stations on the Gondola Point Road, some of the street networks, it's to make sure that our house is standing and we're not getting rained on. Now we go to the next steps, and we've leveraged the infrastructure monies to that point to take care of those things, and it all goes back to, as dire as it may seem, I still think there's a trade-off here. When you look at the municipality, we've seen growth in the residential network. The people are here, they're coming back, they're coming in droves, there are people coming to the community for, AT, for networks, everything else. Doesn't necessarily mean that they need additional apartment buildings. It would be nice to diversify. It would be nice for that gives us in the future the ability to spread the tax rate over other areas. But at this stage, with the level of taxes that we have on the residents, all indications are they're very satisfied with the level of service that they get. When the time comes that people want more service, and more, then that's the question of how do you pay for it? That's through those extra assessments of apartments, commercial, whatever. Then that's how you attract them. But right now, we're working on the premise that everybody likes to hear, they like what they've got. We're going to continue in this way. When we have an opportunity, let's fix something, let's get it, and then we're ready when the big pot comes. When we win the Lotto 649, this is where it pops up.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger, for the question. I'm going to go to Ms. Brandon first, our town treasurer. Ms. Brandon?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to kind of expand on that as well. When we look at our utility, so our tax rate does not fund our utility. We can't just tax more to expand our water or our sewer. And what Mr. Loge has said is about us taking care of what we have already. And so for us, for the next kind of 5 years and prior years that we've been working on, is getting all of our lift stations done, right? So without significant grant funding, we won't be able to expand water. We just, again, in looking at our borrowing power that we have for our utility, with how our 5-year plan is right now, we're potentially, how everything is laid out right now, our rate we're presenting in 2024 is $550. We're seeing $715 just to deal with what we have currently in our 5-year plan. That's a significant increase over the next couple of years. And we have been moving money between our CCBF, right? Originally it was all going to streets. Our last 5-year program, we kind of split it, almost equally. It was maybe about 57% utility, 43% general. What you're going to see this afternoon when I kind of try to tie everything together for you is that our CCBF for the next 5-year actually is going to be about 30% on our general side, 70% on the utility, just to be able to do that. So again, it's not kind of self-sufficient yet. We're not able to expand. We got to take care of what we have right now, and without significant grant funding, federally, provincially, and then municipally, we will not be able to expand the water at any near future point in time.
Thank you, Ms. Brandon. Councillor Bigger, I'm going to go to Councillor Luck first.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to actually build off what Councillor Bigger has said. I fully agree. I think that, in our landscape and when they're projecting population growth, we need to be, again, going back to our mission, forward thinking and looking at the future for sustainability. And I just wanted to speak to the quote that he brought up from a June meeting, saying, and I'm not quite sure the wording, but it sounded like council really hasn't given direction that it's important to us. And I just wanted to bring attention to our strat plan that council had a big part in putting together. And one of the pillars for infrastructure management, the second objective is invest in feasible strategies to address water expansion. So I think, I guess the thoughts that we're not behind this, I think is incorrect. I think council is, because it shows up in our strat plan, that this is something that's really important to the town. And I think, again, looking at the environment we're in and the need for alternative types of residential homes. And again, it's a challenge when you're on wells to do that. And then again, it adds to the tax base, so it's a whole vicious circle. I just wanted to make a comment that I completely agree with Councillor Bigger, but I do think it is something that needs to be a priority. And, to your point about, building the house. But again, at some point, perhaps we're going to have to look at prioritizing other things. If we need the funding, there might be some years that we sacrifice the nice to haves versus the needs to have. And I think water is something that is definitely a need to have in the future as we grow as a town. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. Councillor Bigger.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just really, really quickly, thank you very much. We're really lucky in our town to have the valuable expertise of people like our treasurer and our director of engineering and works. I'm very appreciative of all of the insights you guys provide. And I apologize if I left any impression that I think we're not doing anything along this line or moving the ball down the field at all. I think that to me, I'm speaking, I think, more to back, it's the whole point of finger and there's three fingers pointing back at you. I'm thinking about myself as a member of council and all of us around the horseshoe that we have a water committee that was struck really as a response to the strategic plan objectives, as Councillor Luck points out, and the really sober realization of the need for expansion of infrastructure for these issues that we've already established. And so I think that we have a lot of hard thinking to do as a council going forward. In the meantime, I'm very grateful for all the hard work that you guys are doing along that line. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. There are no other questions or comments. Thank you, Mr. Loge.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to the last point about the water, and Councillor Luck and Councillor Bigger's statements are very much true. It's Council has decided that is a strategic pillar. That's what staff has taken forward, and all their decisions going forward, as the treasurer has mentioned, is in that vein. In that now it's a reallocation of a tax fund or any funds like that, or going after housing accelerator funds. Those are the basis of decision. So that is the benefit of having a strategic vision, having these pillars to give staff some direction, and that's the direction we're going forward with, Your Worship. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loge. Very thorough. And now we will go to, we're going to go to community services with the director, Ms. Burton-Dixon. We have some of the staff from community services with us. They've not experienced listening to how we pay for the services that are provided through this department. So we thought it would be valuable to have them. And of course, we changed up the direction of who was speaking first between the engineering department and community services. So I'll hand it over to you, Ms. Burton-Dixon.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity to present an overview of the Community Services Department 2024 operating capital budget. And I just want to again thank all my staff for being here today. I appreciate the support and the interest. We're obviously here by choice, and I'm glad that they are interested to see the process, as you mentioned, and to find out how I do and getting the tools that they need to be efficient at their job. So I hope I do well by them. So before I jump into 2024, I just want to mention a couple of items and jumping back to the closing out 2022. And I just want to highlight this because obviously our budget process occurs in October. So there are a couple of really exciting events that occurred last December at the Qplex. And we hosted, as part of the World Juniors, the 2023 World Juniors, we hosted a training camp for Team Finland, as well as an exhibition game between Canada and the US, which sold out in an hour. We were also, 2 weeks later, fortunate to host a regional watch party for the medal games, and we hosted that at the Qplex. And we received a $5,000 grant from the provincial government to host those. So I just wanted to take a moment to highlight those exciting initiatives. And we'll move into 2023. We approved the Recreation Master Plan in May, which, as you know, was the first one since 1987. So we were thrilled that process to be complete, and we'll use it to guide our work over the next 10 years. The splash pad opened in June, and it was open from mid-June until the 1st of October. It was open from 10 a.m. till 8 p.m. daily. There was an attendant on site each day between 12 and 8, and on the weekends once school started. Staff have not budgeted for the attendant position in 2024, and the cost of that position in 2023 was $18,000. The Hammond River Park Rehabilitation Project was completed this year as well. In late summer, you see these two pictures with the splash pad and, oops, can we just go back to that? Sorry. So I just want to make a couple more comments. The splash pad and Hammond River Park, these pictures were taken with a drone that our department purchased last year, and you can see the quality is incredible of the photography. We also conducted a pilot project last winter, plowing and sanding the QR trail. We received funding from TransCanada Trail to support that initiative, and in the end, after our pilot project, it was determined that our usage went up 27% due to plowing and sanding, or 2,500 more people used the trail between December and March because of that initiative, and we will be carrying that over into our budget for 2024. We also repaired the berm at Meehan's Cove this year, and at the Qplex, the oxidization was removed from the building, giving it a refresh. So with the work that was done on the roof last year, it looks brand new. A few more highlights from 2023. You'll see the Rainbow Bridge on your left, which was in the Arts and Culture Park this summer. The movies and the music are almost 20 years old, and the numbers are still very strong. The numbers are as high as ever for those weekly series in the Arts and Culture Park. And then the picture on the right is a picture of Jacob LeBlanc. He is from Moncton, and he is on the Canadian men's para hockey team. And we invited him here in March to a Try It clinic, a Try Para Hockey clinic. So we had 20 sledges out. We did for 2 hours during March break, and we had over 100 people come and try it out. We had a lineup. So a couple of our staff had to go out on the ice with their helmets and the microphones and encourage people to come off so others can take a turn. So we were really excited about that because, as I'll mention, we have a new event coming to the town here in December. Another capital item is the washrooms for the Millennium Cycle Bike Park. And I will mention that this project will be done in November, but it's been constructed and managed in-house. And we've applied for a $20,000 grant from the provincial government for this project, and we're waiting to hear back on that. The general operating and capital budget, the picture on your left is the new Zamboni that we ordered last July and came in March of this year. So thankfully, we brought that forward when we saw, due to the advice of the treasurer, that this is something we need to start looking at moving forward, is ordering because of the delays and all the shipping, that we should order these things earlier. So thankfully did that because we were using our spare up there in the meantime, because we had, the Zamboni had reached its end of useful life and we could no longer repair it. And the picture on your right is a new piece of trail. It's up at the Millennium Cycle Bike Park. It'll be going from Lambsperry Road over to Alpenglow. So we've hired a contractor, a local trail builder, to build this 1.3 kilometer section of trail for us. And this will be our last piece of new trail. There's no new trail development in 2024 because we are going back to maintaining and what we have. We have 27 kilometers of trail, and we had unprecedented amount of rain and washouts and damage on our trails this year. So we took that $50,000, we put it in operating, and we're going to go back and fix a couple of major washouts and again, do some trail repairs. So you'll see our revenue is increasing 5.5%, $68,000, and our expenses are increasing 6.2%, about $300,000. Finance recommended a 4% overall facility rate increase, as you see in your packages. So there's some budget variations that are out of our control, and they are electricity, there's a 4% increase, waste removal, 4% increase, insurance, 15%, property tax, 3.5, and then, of course, gas, 50 to 60%, as Director of Engineering has already mentioned. That increase is having significant impact on our operations. So our 2024 asset management and operational projects for the Parks and Facilities Department include repairing trail drainage, which I just mentioned, the creation of promotional videos for Millennium Cycle Bike Park, as well as our trails. We'll be hosting public consultation and creating conceptual designs for a multi-generational space at the Parkside Playground. We'll also be reconfiguring the Chelsea Dirt Jump Park, and we will be continuing to plow and sand the QR trail in the winter. The 2024 asset management and operational projects for arenas and pools include rooftop unit overhaul, replace the expansion tanks for the well water, clean the sprinkler room holding tank, TV screens for dressing room and the Moosehead Conference Center room assignments, cube parts. So we invest money every year to have cube parts because that's the engine for the arena, and if we don't have a part, it could be 6 to 8 weeks delivery, so we make sure that we have lots of parts on hand if something goes down. We're going to be regrouting the front brick of the QMA, as well as overhauling the Zamboni there, which is 5 years old next year and requires an overhaul. So you'll see a significant increase in our capital budget, a 62% change, $646,000. Really, there's two projects in there that are capital budget is over, it's over half of that, which would be the Public Works Department and the Town Hall. So those two projects that I'll explain in a moment are $795,000, which again is over half. The pure recreation, what I would call recreation capital projects in our budget would be $760,000. So our first capital item is the Hammond River Park parking lot paving. Lots of P's. So $60,000. That was approved in 2022, and the project was postponed in 2023 due to the cancellation of the 2023 street capital program. So it will be included in the 2024 tender. The next item are the beach house sound panels, $14,000. The panels will obviously improve sound quality for that facility. The echoes and reverberations are common complaints. And the next item, Gondola Point Beach accessibility mat and facility improvements, $30,000. So currently, we do not have an accessible beach. We've had concerns brought forward to us in the past regarding beach access for persons with a disability or impairments, mobility impairments. So we are, for this project, going to be removing the asphalt, regrading and reinstalling the asphalt, and a Moby mat and a new gate, and ensuring that obviously the washroom there is accessible. We will, of course, apply for funding for the provincial government to help with this project. There is an inclusivity grant that we'll be trying to access when we start this project next year. The next item is a new 3-ton mini excavator at $92,000. This mini excavator will be used for repairs in our parks and our playgrounds and trails. For example, it will help us with ditching, culvert and bridge repairs, landscaping projects, tree planting, and again, repairs and washouts, which I've mentioned. We have 27 kilometers of trails, and so this mini excavator will be able to get into the narrower sections of trails where some of our other equipment may not. So currently we contract a lot of that work out right now, and that's not being done. So, new trail groomer, $22,000. So vegetation on our trails creep in over time. This groomer will allow us to push the vegetation back and maintain our trail widths. This equipment will level and regrade our trail surfaces, and it will also use for weed control along our trails, as this work is currently all being done by hand. An overseeder for our fields, $15,000. This attachment will be used on our fields and will again make our work more efficient Overseeding is currently done using a small walk-behind spreader. So overseeding is part of our integrated pest management program. Overseeding introduces new grasses to older turf to help it withstand insect, disease, drought, and heavy traffic. You've seen these pictures before, and the Director of Works has referenced this building, the Public Works. So in '23, we hired a consultant to conduct an analysis of the current conditions of the building and to begin the planning process. So this process will be phased in to allow us to prioritize, focus on key areas, and prepare for upcoming budgets. Items addressed in this phase will include the HVAC, the electrical control systems, the building envelope, as well as lunchroom configuration. The main Public Works building will be 40 years old next year. It started out as a town hall and became a works depot 22 years ago. So clearly the functionality of that does not suit the needs of the department. The next item is Town Hall renovation, Phase 1, exterior HVAC, $450,000. The actual process for this work started in 2017 with repairs to foundation and with drainage work. We put further renovations on hold due to COVID. This phase of this work will include a review of the building condition, this included review of the building condition as well as functionality, and we examined areas requiring modifications to suit present and future staff needs, as well as organizational demands. The focus for this phase remained on the building condition due to the escalating damage and construction costs. The next phase will address organizational demands and requirements. And as these past two slides have shown, we need to take care of our assets and ensure our readiness for growth. Our next item is at the Quispamsis Memorial Arena, electricity consumption controls, $15,000. This equipment will allow staff to monitor daily energy consumption, which will enable a quicker response to issues instead of at the end of the month when we receive the power bill. So once again, we're looking to create efficiencies in our work and cost savings. The next item is replacing a condenser at the Quispamsis Memorial Arena. It's $80,000. It has reached its end of useful life, and it is an original piece of equipment. And that building was constructed in the 80s as well. The next item is at the Qplex, ceiling heat pump access, $60,000. There's 8 ceiling hatches to the heat pumps. They require improved access and safety. They are currently only accessible by some employees due to the restricted space, and the heat pumps are changed every 3 months. So just so you know the frequency at which we have to access that area. Our next item is at the Moosehead Conference Center, flooring replacement, $60,000. This flooring is at the end of its useful life. It was its original flooring. It was installed in 2011, which means it'll be 13 years old next year. And there are bubbles in the floor that can't be repaired. We can't match the paint colors anymore for the seams. And it's because it's been stretched over the year, and our conference center has been picking up for bookings since COVID. The next item is the EV charging station at the Qplex. This project considers our desire as a town to be energy efficient and sustainable. Future planning will be to move the town to electric vehicles when possible. So this project will allow the public a free place or potentially to charge, depending on the direction of the council. And we could charge a nominal fee, but it can also be used for our own fleet vehicles. So this initial phase will allow for the installation of 4 charging stations, 2 dual heads, with the infrastructure for 4 more in the future. The infrastructure will be in place, as I mentioned, in this phase, which will reduce our costs moving forward. And it will provide, as I mentioned, the town the ability to charge our own vehicles as well. I think it's important to note that Kathy and I were part of the Partners for Climate Protection PCP program, Partners for Climate Protection, over 25 years ago. We've been a member as a municipality of that national program for that time. So, and I know that there's a very active climate committee and that we're always looking to not only be efficient in our work, but sustainability. And we brought this forward with those thoughts in mind. The next item is Qplex sunshades for the pool deck. So this is for 2 10x10 polygon shade structures. This allows for the purchase and installation of those 2 shade structures. And with climate change, as we all know, the sun is hot, and these shades would help improve the user experience at the pool, and it has been a frequent request. The next item is also at the Qplex. Work would be located in front of the YMCA, the lower entrance ground, $60,000. So landscaping work between the building and the playground needs to be done, as you can see by the pictures. Although the rock gardens add aesthetics to the Qplex, they cause issues with operations and they create a mess. So the rocks are moved by the children. They find their way onto the sidewalks and into the pool area, and they create safety hazards. So our plan is to replace the rocks with concrete and the grassed-in area with the rubberized surfacing that you see at the playground. And there will also be, where the concrete is, in the third picture, we'll be using chalk paint, and we'll be providing a space for the children to be creative. So this will fix a number of issues, in particular, obviously, staff and maintenance time in this area. It'll be improved safety and provide a creative space for our children. The next item is a new half-ton truck in parks, $68,000. The increase in fleet is required to accommodate the assistant foreman, and we're currently borrowing a truck from the Works Department. Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, we're only able to do that because one of their staff is on leave right now. So they were fortunate to lend us that to help us through this time. We have added 3 positions to the Parks and Facilities Department since a new vehicle was added to our fleet. And this truck is used daily in our work. The next item is replacing a one-ton truck in parks, 122 at $92,000. So our fleet manager is recommending replacement of a 2013 one-ton. The truck has considerable corrosion around the engine components as well as in the body and the dump. Some holes have been repaired previously and will be fixed again to ensure the truck will be usable until the delivery of a new one in 9 to 12 months. And the Para Hockey Cup, coming soon, December 3rd till the 9th. We will be hosting, obviously, Team Canada, the United States, Czechia, and China. So we're really excited. We actually have a small announcement to make. We're hosting a pre-competition exhibition game. So on Friday, December 1st, Canada and the U.S. will be facing off at the Qplex that evening. So we're really excited to welcome the world to Quispamsis once again. This is our 4th Hockey Canada event, and we're really excited. So if you're interested in volunteering or buying tickets, encouraging your friends and neighbors, I hope you will, because we will be seeing you there during that tournament. And our next item, before we get to questions, is a new video. And this was coordinated with our Parks and Facilities Coordinator, Jill Wood, who's here today, and of course, Tim Roselle, Manager of Communications. And we worked with a local videographer to create this, and this will be used on our social media platforms, on our website, and as I mentioned, there'll be 2 more that are included in the budget for Millennium Cycle Bike Park and the trails. That you'll see those in the budget for next year. Hopefully it's not going to spin too long. It's going to work. It is. Yeah. It's a great video. We're really proud of it. It's exciting. I'll just fill some space here. There we go. I hope you like it as much as we do.
I really like the video. And the other thing I like, as I said earlier, is the fact that we have staff members here from all departments, essentially, just to demonstrate what we do from this end in order to provide the taxpayer dollars to make sure that it is put to good use, so that when we go out into the community, we can see the amenities, we can see the infrastructure and so forth, that the hard work of all employees brings to our community. So I hope that you saw some value in joining us here this afternoon, because it is very important that we work together and that we find those commonalities of importance in order to make our community continue to grow and thrive. And again, it's because of the hard work of everyone within the town offices and you know, at all the job sites. So thank you for what you do, all of you. So I will move forward. There is a question, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, and thanks for your presentation. I'm just going back to the Hammond River Park paving job that we're looking to have done. When we, as a council, went and toured that park, I had asked about the playgrounds, and you told me that it's more of like a natural look is what we were going for. My question to you is, does this parking lot have to be paved, or could it, like, would it cost more money to upkeep over time if it isn't paved? Like, I'm just kind of curious if we could keep it like just I don't know if it's rock or dirt or whatever is down there right now. I don't know if that's possible or.
Right. Well, that's a good question. And obviously, we brought this forward in 2022 because we believed it finishes that project in that area, and obviously looking to potentially expand the park in the future. I would think that this year, potentially next year, we'll be plowing that in the winter. That park, even though we closed the gates and we don't maintain that, we have not plowed that before, but now we have washrooms that can be used all year round, and I really see us paving it and plowing it in the future. And again, just looking down the road, I see that being something we should do. It's going to save us on maintenance of washouts and, you know, with the gravel and stuff that is there now.
Yeah, and just to follow up, not on that, but just an alternate question,
Sure.
I guess. You know, you mentioned that we're doing an overhaul of the Zamboni at the QMA, I think.
Yes.
Is the plan to, you know, in the future get an electric
Zamboni?
there as well?
Not this time. So I guess this one will be 5 years old.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, we just finished our recreation master plan, so in a few years, we'll have to look at that facility as it nears its end of life and look at how we will repurpose that. Will we twin the Qplex? What will we do with that? Will it be used for the town, or will it be repurposed into a multi-use facility? We're not sure, but this overhaul will extend the life of that Zamboni as we move through that process of determining what the future is for that facility.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Moving on to Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Dixon. I also had a question on the paving the parking lot. We spoke a bit earlier. I know. And I'm gonna kind of, maybe the Director of Engineering can have some insight on this. I did quite a bit of research on different ways to mitigate water flow from different things. Obviously, we pave it, it's gonna run off again. And we're talking about environmental space. I know in the US, I've looked at a lot of different sites, they have actually asphalt that allows the water to go through. I don't think that's up. I don't know if anybody in Canada has tried that, or if it's even feasible because of our freezing. And the second question is kind of to what Councillor Donovan was talking about. Even if we had crushed gravel and packed it down, I know you got to pave it once in a while, but is that actually better for flow for the environment and stuff? I have other questions, but over to you, Mr. Loge.
Thank you.
You're correct in your second assumption. A lot of time the permeable asphalt in this climate, it really doesn't work in the wintertime. And if you get freeze and thaws, it'll break up some of it. So a lot of communities are going to rainwater swales where the hard surface runs it into a wider area to permeate into the ground. And I guess it would be, you know, the Director of Community Services desire how they want to deal with the area from an environmental perspective. I would imagine the biggest issue with paving is with compared to a gravel surface is if you've got weed growth, things like that, you have to continually bring material in to clean up your gravels. But again, it goes to the intent of the facility, and if it's to stay to Councillor Dovin's point about natural and drainage and things like that, it's just a question of how you do that. So you might be more than just crusher gravel. It might be at the end of the edges of the pavement or edges of the parking area, you have infiltrator swales or infiltrator gardens or something to stop that excess of runoff.
And I should also mention, Your Worship, that in 2022, was identified money for this project in reserve, so that the treasurer's informed me that is still there in reserves for this project.
Thank you. And Councillor Miller, you had one more follow-up?
Sorry, I turned off my thing, I apologize. Just a couple real quick question. Public Works building, yes, it needs to be done. I'm just wondering, is this is phase one of
Phase
how
one.
many? Do you know?
That's one of them. Depends on, I guess, really it needs work, and it needs a lot of work, as the Director of Engineering has already mentioned. So this is phase one. It's just going to address the issues I mentioned previously with some of the concerns there. But I guess it's going to depend on council whether we come back, if you want to break it into phases, or you want to come back and do it all, as Director of Engineering's works has mentioned, one big project. But this is where we're starting to fix
And that's kind of my question too, because if we're going to do phases, it was kind of a bit like what we're talking to Mr. Logier about. Do we just, all right, we're going to redo the whole thing, but we're going to do it all at once in 3 years or something. That's what I'm just trying to, it's kind of like paving the road and digging it up. Like, what's better for us to do?
I agree 100%, and we grapple with that as staff, and we've had those discussions with Chris and Barry, our project managers of those projects and others, that do we do that, break it up? But at the same time, we also know what council has on their plate, and so we're conscious of that, and we're like, can we come in with, multi-million dollar renovations to these two buildings? We were not sure that was going to fly, so like, let's have a look. And we started the planning with our consultants this year to say, what does that look like? And we have to decide, as we've talked about, with the strategic plan and then levels of service, and the next is the operational review. Where are we going in the future as a town? And we're growing, we know that, but what do we need from a staff perspective? This building is full, but we've got some maybe storage space under here, but where are we putting people? So we had students in the boardroom downstairs last year. We've had, it's space is at a premium, and I know it is. We've got the works guys in 3 different lunchrooms, and we need to have a look at ourselves. So we struggle with that as staff of what to bring forward. So, that's really where we are. We can come with a fulsome project. Which will it be? I can't imagine we'll do both at the same time. Was it town hall and then works? But really it's hinged on where we see ourselves in the future, and I think we still have to determine that from an operational review perspective. But
Yeah. No,
and there'll be some economies of scales too.
Oh,
Like
100%. No.
like for here, for example, we'll focus on the HVAC system, as I mentioned, the roof, the siding, exterior, and then that will allow us time for the operational review, and then we can again look towards not even today, tomorrow, but where are we going to be 10, 20 years from now, and will this building be big enough, and what renovations do we need to do? We have to look at accessibility. Obviously those are big factors
and I
moving
appreciate
forward. So that's why I mentioned phases, because I just wanted to gauge. We're not sure if this is what council would like to do, knowing water's an issue and paving and all those other things. Where we weren't sure that it would be best to come in with a $1 billion plus project for each building. So we're going to start with the immediate fixes that need to be addressed, the asset management piece.
No, and I appreciate that, because as you said, this is doing the roof and doing the outside here, but I guess you're also talking about space, whether we redo in here, that's all to discuss later, but if you're also looking at, if we're gonna do 4 phases, it's gonna cost $4 million, is it better, and it's still not gonna be kinda to our needs, is it better to do some borrowing, kinda like we do with the fire stations or whatever, and just, okay, we're, in 2 years, we're gonna make it bigger, we're gonna actually put some extra offices in there, we're gonna put instead of trying to reconfigure what I'm just throwing that out there, it'd just be nice to know what the
We are on the
variances are.
same
so-
page, yes, we agree.
Okay. The other quick questions I had are ones that I have questions. We have electricity consumption control of 15K.
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't have a look at what our electrical rates are at the QMA, but why are we looking at something like that? Like, what, just a background.
Sure. So
Yeah.
what's happening now is Chris Lawrence, he's our operations manager for the arenas and pools. He goes to the QMA every morning and he goes in there and looks around. Because as you know, Monday through Friday, it's not used until after 3. So we could have a heater on, we could have a light on, we could have a toilet running, what have you. Because we can't, right now, we can't catch those issues until there's a piece of equipment that's running 24 hours and it doesn't need to be. We won't know until we get an electricity bill at the end of the month and we're like, oh my gosh, why is our power so high? But if we have this software and this equipment, we can monitor that and we can identify right away, oh, something's going wrong at the QMA. We can go down and look at it. But right
Okay.
now, that's just visually being done by Chris in person on through the week, and he could identify something in the
Perfect, so
evening or
that-
what have you.
Yeah, so that would be on, you'd see it right away, so that's
Yes.
perfect, okay. The only ones that we'll talk about later that I'll probably challenge, for lack of a better word, is the need for fixing the YMCA lower entrance grounds. I see what you're looking at there, but that's $60,000. The sun decks for the pool, I think they're quite nice, but the Qplex, we also have a deficit of $1.2 million basically a year. And even if we raise our rates by 5%, it's gonna get us an extra $200 versus what we have. So I guess, I know people want some shade, but also some people want some sun, so do we just go for 1 versus 2? That's just kind of what you're gonna hear from me later on, so that was, I always wanna give you a heads up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the EV charging station we kind of talked about earlier, so I kind of know the thing on that. And the conference floor replacement, I do see it needs to be done, but it's not like falling apart yet. And again, this gets back to my concept, if we keep things as they are, everybody's gonna pay 10% more, right? So there's gonna be some changes or suggested changes later. May not be any changes, could be additions for water, who knows? So I just wanted to let you can either respond now or wait to respond later. Or,
Okay.
it's up to you. But we always talk, I always tell you what I'm gonna say.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. I'll go now to Councillor Bigger, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for a great report. And I will register my complaint that I was quite disappointed I wasn't featured more prominently in the video.
Sorry.
I think we were all just as surprised as me, probably. No, that video is wonderful, and it really showcases, I think as the mayor alluded to, it really showcases like the great hard work that's being done by the staff here in the town and we end up with such a marvelous product to showcase in a video like that. It's very professionally done. It's very, very well done.
Thank you.
And I'll be eager to see what comes next from videos highlighting, services and so on around the town. But the source material has to be good for the video to be good, and the source material is very, very good. And that's the result of all the hard work everybody's doing. So kudos on that. I just had one question for the moment about the Moby mat, the accessible mat at Gondola Point Beach. And it is, two questions. One is it retractable? Is that the way it functions? Is it drawn back on a daily basis and put away, or it's just laid down for the summer and that's that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one question. The other thing is, can you just explain a bit of the rationale for why it would go there and not at Meanings Cove Beach?
Sure.
Thanks.
Gondola Point Beach is busier, is why. That's why. So pre-Qplex, Means Cove was the beach, and we'd have hundreds of people there every day. Then we opened the Qplex and the pool, and our numbers dropped, which is why we reduced our hours from 12 till 5 at those two beaches. And then, obviously, the berm has impacted the size of that beach or what have you. Gondola Point Beach is, we take numbers every day. We source out our lifeguarding to the Canada Games Aquatic Center, and they give us numbers every day. And Gondola Point Beach is the busier beach and where people are going. So eventually, just to lay the groundwork, we would like to see permanent bathrooms down there too. So as you can see it's an accessible porta potty, but it's on a concrete block. So we're going to address some of that, but I think given that that is our busiest beach that we have, and of course it's very much on an active transportation network from the arterial, the Gondola Point Road, and I think that, in the future, that's what staff will be coming back with is permanent washroom building down there.
That, Mayor. Thank you. That's very interesting. I would not have assumed that. So that's very interesting to get that data. I just want to say this is I think this is a really important project because it takes something that is available currently to our residents and it expands, availability of this recreation sort of commodity to a portion of our population that may not otherwise have access to it. So, and it's also multi-generational because we know it's not just about people who are in wheelchairs, and wheelchairs are no respecter of age. People are in wheelchairs of all ages. But there are people who, I think of people who make use of those little handbrake walkers, that can't navigate the beach. I think about people like me that are no good at walking in sand. But anyway, so I really think it's a marvelous expansion of services for our residents. And I just love how it's just opening up something that we already use extensively, and we're just welcoming more of our residents to make use of it by virtue of this. So it's a good deal, I think. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The great video, I like watching it.
I wasn't in it, though.
Yeah, I know. Actually, I like that part.
Yeah.
But anyway, it just made me so proud to live here because it really captures how amazing and how amazingly beautiful our town is. So thank you to you and your staff for keeping it that way. It's just absolutely stunning. I have a few questions. One is I kind of feel like the video is more of a marketing piece. And I guess thinking about our new kind of structure with RFCs or, the regional service commissions is there funding through Envision for some of that? Because I noticed that you also are proposing to do another video for trails
videos.
and for the
For trails and one for the
that was another
motorcycle
question
bike
I
park.
had.
Yes.
So again, I just kind of feel like, are we leveraging that? Because we're paying a lot of money for Envision to help with tourism and to market our town. And to me, these things fit right into that mandate. So if we haven't explored that, I think we definitely should because, I think they're amazing, but I'd like someone else to pay for it indirectly because we are already paying for Envision to help us with that. So that was one question I had. And then I guess you had mentioned that there is money allocated in the reserves for Hammond River, my absolute favorite park. It still shocks me how many residents sadly don't know about that park. And that is why I'm asking the question around, as part of those reserves, do we have any plan in place to build some wayfinding signs? I know we have some old signs that are really hard to read. They're small. I guess
the park?
Pardon?
Within the park? Or?
No, actually, to actually get to the park. Just in terms, I noticed on the arterial, we have a little tiny one just before you turn onto Model Farm. We have another one at Means Cove, a really tiny one. But again, I'm just wondering, because now we're really building that section of the town where you have Means Cove Beach, you have the bike park, you have Hammond River Park, and it's shocking how many people have never been to that area of town. So anyway, I'm just wondering if there is an opportunity to build some wayfinding signs so it really showcases how amazing that area of our town is.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah,
That's
so
affordable. And we can do we
yeah.
collaborated with the Works Department. They ordered
right.
We'll work with them on location and installment.
Okay. And Councilor Miller was saying he had to Google it to find it. And actually, the first time I went, we got lost as well.
Okay.
So yeah, just because it is buried, which makes it more beautiful, but to find it. And then also my other question is to build off of Councilor Miller's comment around $60,000 for YMCA. Has there been any thought into, like, I know the rock gardens, it sounds like, the rocks end up other places, but what about gardens that, like, some of the kids at the daycare can plant or grow vegetables or something versus cement? Like, I guess, has that been considered in terms of, like, kind of creating that space for kids to kind of explore nature, to keep it still beautiful, but to make it a bit more practical than cement?
Well,
It seems-
we work with the Y, we have our community garden, so they have an opportunity to, I'm not sure if they still do that, do you guys know? No, not sure if they used to participate in the community garden, help over there, what have you, but I don't know, Chris, if you want to speak to that? In speaking with the Y, when you,
Just in regards to the Y in that area, we talked with Barry and Ryan from Parks, just because it's been a bit of an area that shows some safety concerns. So when the grass level is pushed down and stomped, as you can see, it's kind of a muddy area. It creates quite a space between it and the sidewalk. So there's some hazards there. The kids use that every day, and they play soccer, they play hockey on that. So we're trying to create an area that they can still utilize, but not be as much damage or risk of safety to the people that are using it. The rock gardening and all that, although it looks really good, and part of that is from, if we talk about the chalkboard wall, that is because right now they use the whole side of the building as their place for being creative. That goes right down to the siding and the doors. As we move into the building, so we thought, okay, let's specify an area that we say, hey, use this space to be creative. But in doing that, we have to be safety minded. So the rock is not really good for them to be walking across because we're creating a space for them to use, and then we're creating a hazard because of the rock. So all that had kind of folded off together, and that's part of our idea and our response for why we're doing that. Gardens could be good, but that does create some concerns of whether we have mice or that adding to the building as those things are closer to the building. So we have to kind of be mindful of all those options, although they're good options, but we're just trying to think about what could be work best for that area.
That's it, thank you.
All right, I'm just going to tag on to what Councillor Luck was talking about as far as signage. And I don't know if anyone is familiar with driving through Cape Breton or in Richmond County as you come off the causeway and drive through. They have signs that depict different eye-catching and attractions within their community. And it's a big sign that would say what you are entering or what you're seeing. And those are extremely picturesque, very unique to that area. And if we could, rather than reinvent the wheel, have something like that, that would be very eye-pleasing to people driving through the community. And just one more question from me. Did I mishear, are the EV stations, would they be free for the residents to use?
well, the one here is free, that can be free, or we can charge a nominal fee. We'd have to investigate the administrative side of charging and what would be involved there, but certainly that would be up to council to decide whether that would be free of charge or we would charge a fee.
The reason why I ask is because, certainly that's quite a gift to people because we don't pay for gas, but if we were allowing them to take use of the electricity, I think that would be something that I would want to look into a little more deeply.
Sure.
And I'm going to go now to Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Dana, for your presentation. Got a couple of comments. It's not everything that I'll comment about, but I think we're going to be talking about other things.
Pardon me?
We're going to be talking about other things having to do with recreation.
No?
This is it?
This is it. We don't have, there's not a lot of capital work and there's not a lot of
right then.
operational. We're really in a maintenance year
Okay, you asked
for our
for it.
department.
No, seriously though, the Qplex sound system. That's
Sound system.
an annual complaint that I receive. The sound system, for
Right, sorry, I was just gonna say, I don't have
No,
that in
no.
my budget, but if you want me to put, some,
but I'm just-
sound absorbers, is that what you're, for that building? That's what
yeah,
you're-
no, I'm just asking you if you've got any feedback from users of the facility about on the ice play that you can't
Right.
understand the.
I have not. In the past we have, and I know that we made some some investments in equipment and such previous to our special events that we've held there. But not as of late, I have not. Have you, Chris? Debbie?
We had one issue with the Remembrance Day ceremonies last year, where there was some concerns about how people were using the mics. And so the mics, if they were too far away, you couldn't hear what people were saying. We found out, and actually the people that were using it realized that we made that change to have a stand rather than having a mic where people could pick it up and make sure that they could be heard. So the sound system does work. There was a couple items that we did change just this year to give us better, make sure it's consistent and it's not risk of being failed during events. And we've tried it out, it's worked really well, had no issues. We talked with our group that's setting up for the Remembrance Day ceremonies, and making sure that the people are using the mic appropriately. Because if they hold it way out here or it's on a stand, it won't pick up the information. So we gotta make sure that people are holding it appropriately, and we've discussed it already, so we think we got those things resolved. But that was a concern at the Remembrance Day.
Okay, I'll just monitor that myself. When other people complain to me, I'll tell them to get a life.
We could put sound absorbers in next year's budget if you like.
Secondly, pickleball courts. Are they being used well? And
Oh, yes.
they look great in the video.
Yes.
Overhead and that. But I couldn't see anything in the documents that talked about revenue received for them versus the tennis courts. I think they were lumped together or something, or did I misunderstand?
No. Unfortunately, so pickleball, so we don't charge for use of the tennis or pickleball courts.
Oh.
If you're the tennis club or the pickleball club, and you want to book time slots from us, like you would if you were a ball user or softball or hockey or figure skating, what have you, we each have a rate that we would charge. It's a very nominal rate to book that for your club for the season. Pickleball apparently isn't booking any times. They booked one slot last year, but they don't have any times booked this year. And tennis has a few spots, not as many as they have in the past. I think they're having some challenges with the adult program, I believe. But we do have a fee, but they're not booking times.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. I'm going now to Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had one other question.
Sure.
You did mention that this year, instead of, besides the addition of that one trail, we're going to be spending most of our time and money and energy kind of fixing up some of the trails we have. And I guess one question I do have is the Qplex trails.
Yes.
Same idea. I know that there have been improvements over the years in terms of wayfinding, and I'm not sure if there's ever been any consideration. I guess when I use them, there's certain spots, because they don't line up, where I'd love to see little footprints or something on the pavement, just to depict kind of when you get to a spot where the trail goes, just because sometimes you're not really sure, okay, do I turn right or left when you get to the end, or is this the end of the trail? So I'm just wondering, as we invest in kind of redoing and upgrading some of the trails we have, if that could be considered.
Okay.
Because I do think, I know in the past we talked about having something painted on the road, and I think because of Motor Vehicle Act or something, we can't paint
But we have arrows, don't we, Barry? Yeah.
on the
We
road.
have arrows on signs.
On the side, yeah, and they're hard to, I find, again, depending on which angle you're coming at, sometimes, you don't see them, and that's why I thought if you had footprints or something so people go, okay, it's over this way,
I don't know how that works.
if we could do that.
Director of Engineering works. Could you put footprints on the road? Does that affect motor vehicle? Just somebody doesn't see the sign and you're supposed to turn right to go to a trail, would you want to spray paint footprints on there?
And it wouldn't be for the ones that are lined up, it's really just like there's a few sections where they're kind of off enough that people kind of feel like, is this the end of the trail, or which way do I turn?
We've got, the same way we've got the spray capacity, our paint crew could put down, we'd have a template for, Jolly Good Giant footsteps from point A to point B, we can do that. It's just a matter of creating a template that, depending on how frequently they're put in, your staff could do that as well. So the thing with asphalt, is that you gotta put it down early when it's warm weather, and it's usually, depending on the wear for wintertime plowing, things like that, how often you replace it, how it has to be done, so that would be the first test is, but it is always something you can paint on asphalt, not a problem.
Well, thank you. And again, it's only in a few spots, but I do find there's a few sections of the Qplex Trail. And again, it's a beautiful trail as well, that because they don't line up, it is a bit confusing. And I have seen the arrows, but again, depending on which way you're coming, sometimes if you're not familiar. So I am always hesitant to send someone new in that area because, you know, I mean, I know the trails well enough to know which way I'm going, but when I'm with other people, I kind of purposely not direct them to see. And, you know, sometimes you're always like, okay, where do I go from here? So I think if we had some different wayfinding pieces, it would add to the trail, but also be very helpful. So thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. Moving now to Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. You have to bear with me for a second because I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna ask you. I don't even know, but so the sunshades for the pool deck at the Qplex, I don't know if I'm just seeing it weirdly or if it just, I don't know, looks odd to me, but are the shades just over top of the water? Because I would think if you're warm and you're hot and you're gonna go in the water and you're gonna cool down, but I think just from personal experience of being there and seeing, you know, all like the grandparents and, you know, some of the extra parents and stuff just sitting on the grass by the fence and you're roasting because it's obviously you're not in the water, right? So I don't know if some of those shades are going to be on that grassy area or if it's only going to be over the pool. If you could.
Well, there's only two, and those pictures are just examples.
Oh, because
So
I was
when
going to say there was like 5 or 6 or 7 of them there. Okay.
So, as I mentioned earlier, there's two 10 by 10 polygon shaped shades that would be on a post. We haven't determined the location for those yet, but no, there's two.
So the next question I have for you is just on that same line because I have heard a few, not really complaints, but just comments from people, you know, about some of the lifeguards, you know, like literally roasting because it's so hot and they don't really have any cover. So do you guys have things for them to, like, is there like umbrellas or something?
Yeah.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah, we've always provided umbrellas, sunscreen, what have you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Your Worship. One question, this is from the 2025 capital budget. It's proposing to spend $175,000 to design a plan to add an additional ice surface. I know that the Qplex was designed to twin, but I'm a little bit hesitant to pay $175,000 to twin the Qplex without somebody else paying for it. If we've got a request from somebody to investigate the twinning of the Qplex, I'd like to see them contribute to that interest because along with any twinning of that Qplex, we'd have to move the tennis courts that we spent thousands of dollars on upgrading just recently and a whole new design of that whole area there.
That's right.
So, I mean,
It's a recommendation from the Recreation Master Plan is that we investigate that in the future. So that's really a placeholder, whether we do that in 25 or we're going to need to do that in the next few years. And that process is going to be significant and it will involve all those considerations. The tennis courts, which will be probably by the time that happens, near end of life. We've got the Parks Depot down there as well. So there's a lot of things that would need to be considered. The ball fields are impacted, you need more parking. So then you're looking at the land up by Sleepy Hollow, you're looking at QMA. That's why there's a significant amount of funding in there for that project. That doesn't mean we're going to twin it, but we need to investigate our plan for what happens when the QMA is at the end of life.
well, it just seems like a lot of money to investigate something that isn't imminent.
Well, and it can be, we do it in another year or two. It's just, again, was a recommendation from the Recreation Master Plan, and we didn't want to lose sight of that, so we put it in the 5-year capital plan. So it doesn't mean, every year we look at that 5-year capital plan and we revise it, and so it's a breathing document. Nothing is written in stone, and that just gives us a vision to the future and what items that we need to look at. So again, we'll have a closer look at that next year as we update that budget annually.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. Moving to Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, I just wanted to add on to what Councilor Olson that's the only thing I want to talk about is that exact thing. Because I was here, oh my gosh, I can't remember, 8 years ago or whatever, when we decided, we talked about renovating the QMA. And the question came up at the time, is it feasible do we renovate or just kind of let it die and twin the Qplex? And we were told at the time to twin the Qplex, we're going to have to move all the things that Councilor Olson said. So it's one, and plus we also had not a master plan, but a rink plan. I forget who came and presented to us a few years ago that says we have ample rinks for our town. So until the Qplex is dead, right now the Qplex is only being used from 3 p.m. on. QMA is Qplex from 5 a.m. on. Is that it's just kind of my comment too, to bring it into next year. When we see it next year, I don't really see the value of it, because right now we're worried about water. I know different budgets, but we're still worried about water and sewage and everything else. It's just has nothing to do with this year, but it's just to add on to Councilor Olson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Bigger, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I just want to follow up on the comments that were made regarding the tennis and pickleball courts. So, like, we have a proposed 4% rate increase here in the budget related to tennis and pickleball courts. It's recommended this 4%. But what you're saying is that people are just showing up and not booking it off and making use of it. That's what you're saying, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you don't get onto an ice surface in this town that way, really, do you? I mean, people don't just show up and say, let's get a...
Secured building with
Right.
staff.
You don't get onto a ball field with 2 ball teams that way.
That's right.
You don't just show up and say, let's have a wedding at the beach house, because there's nobody here, I don't think.
I
That's
agree
a locked,
with you 100%.
It's a locked building, right?
Yeah.
So, at 2 a.m., yeah. So, like, should we be considering some kind of, system to ensure that people are, I mean, it's wildly popular, of course.
Much so.
And I'm not trying to, harsh anybody's fun here or anything, but I mean, why are we even bothering considering a rate increase related to tennis and pickleball courts when, it's kind of the Wild West over there and people can just show up and kind of play the odds. Like the tennis courts are fenced in and whatnot. I mean,
So are the pickleball courts.
right. So whether it's an access card system that's employed that, or something like that, I don't know and I don't want to make the cure more expensive than the problem in the first place, but
Right.
it just seems to be out of sync with the way everything else with recreation and, facilities works. And it seems like a gap that I would certainly support finding a way to overcome that. So
We would agree with your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Parton-Dixon, Director of Community Services. I don't see any other questions or comments, so I think now we will take a break for lunch. Thank you all for being here. We will return in 30 minutes, please, so at 1:35.
It's so weird that, and I know it's just how the structure is, but when those utility facilities stuff to us, that we have massive. Right, so it's like, well, and then it's absolutely because it's like, because we just like have a cool video that encapsulates like then it's just, it's like.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now going to hear from our acting CAO, Mr. Aaron Kennedy, on the proposed 2024 budgets from external sources, including the regional services. Welcome, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you once again. Jump in, tag on to something that was discussed this morning about the Q11 system. And in the Director of Engineering and Works presentation, the number that he had referenced were simply for engineering-related reports through Q11. It's actually about double that. So I think people are starting to sort of get the hang of it, that that's the best way to do it. And as he mentioned this morning, we're still sort of looking at that sweet spot as to whether it's important to give somebody a response if they say, hey, there's a tree down on the trail. Moving the tree is obviously the more important thing to do, and when they go back to the trail, they'll see. But it's used a little more, not obviously as much as we'd like to see, but a little more than that number suggested there this morning. That was exclusive to the engineering department. In terms of internal sources, as you see there, certainly we know that those are the things that we do have a little more control. And the other part is a digital strategy that we're looking to implement or to embark on the strategy in 2024. And that will really sort of allow us to leverage our technology and help improve public services, allowing us to use various platforms and software to aid in that. And the discussion that was held this morning with the Director of Engineering and Works talking about the planning software, that's sort of the next step in this. We're quite confident that this digital study will tell us that there's a need for that, but really the digital study is the first step before you get to the next one, but we wanted to put that funding in there as well in this year's budget for the planning software because, as I said, we're quite confident that the study will call for that, so we wanted to ensure that we didn't have to put that off another year. The next slide is sort of the graph that we include every year in this budget presentation, and it shows how it's challenging to control our external funding sources, and certainly, as council is aware, with the item that came up last week, the tender for garbage, that has gone up exponentially this year. And when you see on that graph at the bottom, what's going down is our unconditional grant equalization. We haven't received that in a number of years, and the unconditional grant formula that the province announced a couple of years ago is basically to phase that out over a 4 or 5 year period. And some of that money has been directed toward the mandates under the Regional Services Commission. So in terms of external sources, obviously our two protective sources are police and fire. They're the frontline folks who keep us safe in the Kennebecasis Valley. And we continue to boast that we are one of the safest communities in Canada. Statistics and data tell us that is to be the case, and certainly our police deserve much of the credit for ensuring that we were able to stay safe. Fire service and library are the other regional services that we share with Rossay, and then of course the regional services, the new mandates, and it seems like every other week they're talking about adding something else on to that Regional Service Commission's plate, and it certainly keeps your worship busy as the chair of that board. So there's an awful lot of things going on there. Waste management, COMEX, of course, are other external sources. We have on the bottom there civic relations as sponsorships and grants. That's in my opinion, not really an external source because those decisions are made internally on our own as to where that funding will go, and council approved the Finance Committee recommendations at the last meeting last week. And I think it's important when we talk about community and the community grants program that our treasurer brought forward a few years ago. It's sort of streamlined that process that doesn't get council perhaps bogged down with debating very, very small amounts of money that we're able to put through the Civic Relations Program. And this year, some of the community grants recipients, KV Oasis and the YMCA Glen Carpenter Center, of course, they are both important community-based services in our town. Envision St. John, the Regional Growth Agency, as council is aware, that was something that we had talked about and signed off on 3 or 4 years ago now, before the regional services mandates came to pass from the provincial government. So we had signed off on a certain level of funding within that contract. That's come down slightly this year, although we do gripe quite a bit about the mandates that the province has enforced on the Regional Services Commission. There is a little bit of funding. It certainly doesn't come anywhere close to covering what we're putting out, but there is a little bit coming in, and that's basically because the province had clawed back the unconditional grants and equalization, not equalization from a Quispamsis perspective, but in the overall scheme of things, they've taken that money back from municipalities and put it towards the Regional Service Commission. So as they say, every little bit helps, I suppose. And again, under the regional services and facilities, you can see that slide there that things are obviously going up now that we are responsible for the capital costs with our 5 regional facilities. Council probably in the summer months, it was before the shuffle of the Minister Alain to Minister Savoy in the local government office portfolio, asking for a credit from the Qplex as a regional facility, a twofold regional facility, first as a recreational ice surface, and also from the convention center point of view, the Moosehead Conference Center is being comparable to the Trade and Convention Center. We are still waiting for a response to that letter, which is a little worrisome. We have been trying to go through some other channels, some political channels, to find out if maybe that got shredded or lost when the ministers changed portfolios, but we're still on top of that, and if they don't have it, we'll send it back again. But I think it was in the summer months, so it's been we've been waiting patiently for a response to that, so maybe we can put a little bit of a push on that one. In terms of protective services, starting with the Kennebecasis Regional Police Force, and just so you're not thrown off by the numbers, if you're looking at the arrow that is facing skyward on the left, there is an increase. It's a 4.17% increase, but if you look to the right, through the shared operating budget with the town of Rothesay, the increase is listed at 2.85%. Our share did go up to 4.17% because there was a second-year surplus, which comes off the books this year, which was of about approximately $100,000. So fire services is up as well. Most members of council got the opportunity to see Fire Station 2 last week. As James Mullinger would say, in the old Quispamsis Civic Center, it is a fantastic facility to ensure that our firefighting men and women are equipped with the tools and the services that they need to help keep us safe. So if you haven't had the opportunity to get over there and visit the Fire Station 2, Chief Boyle is very proud of that and always willing to take anyone for a quick tour. It's a tremendous facility that is going to serve this town well for many years to come. The other, obviously, service that we share with the town of Rothesay is the Kennebecasis Public Library. The numbers there are broken down somewhat slightly different because there are different funding formulas for those 3 services, but basically, in ballpark terms, it's a 60-40 split with Quispamsis having the lion's share overall. The Kennebecasis Public Library obviously has had some trying times of late with the massive flood that they had to endure, but things are back up and running over there, and the things that they provide to our community are fantastic, the programs and the services, and it's a fantastic service that we provide through a partnership with the provincial government as part of the Kennebecasis Public Library. Waste management obviously is an expensive endeavor. The tender that council approved last week was post-COVID pricing. It actually could have been worse because, and I think Councillor Olson deserves a lot of credit for this, that Quispamsis was a leader probably 10 or 12 years ago in pushing for an extended producer responsibility system when it comes to recyclable material. And Councillor Olson was a member of Recycle New Brunswick for some time and is chair of our Climate Action Committee as well. And it's finally come to pass. Provincial legislation was enacted a year or two ago, and it takes effect in our region in May. So as of, I think technically it's the 5th of May, I don't know if that's a Monday, but on May 5th, Circular Materials, basically a de facto arm of the provincial government, will be responsible for the collection of recyclable materials in Quispamsis. They will also be responsible for any complaints that might come their way. Hopefully it will be a seamless transition as far as our residents are concerned. You put your recyclables at the end of the driveway and somebody will come and take it away. We probably know who that will be because there aren't too many games in town when it comes to waste management, which is why there was no competition in the tender that council approved last week. So this year that's saving us in excess of $200,000 by having Circular Materials take over that. So it's been a long time coming, but kudos to Councillor Olson and everybody else who was involved in the lobbying effort and the work behind the scenes in making that come to fruition. COMEX, I guess, is another service that we do share with the town of Rothesay. That's actually a 50-50 split. And we're still working on solutions to the COMEX problems. Ridership is never going to be where we would hope it to be, I don't think. We've obviously streamlined things with the one route now that starts at Parkside and heads down through the Hampton Road and stops right here in our backyard on Landing Court. And the Regional Transportation Committee, which Councillor Bigger is a member of, has had myriad discussions on that, and we're always open to ways to try and improve that and make it more effective and efficient, not only for those folks who live in the Kennebecasis Valley, and specifically in Quispamsis, who are going to St. John for work, but we are starting to see a bit of a trend, might be overstating it, but we are starting to see smaller numbers of folks who are coming from the city to work out here. So that is good to know, and those are things that we need to take into consideration, that changes that we may make at our end that we think only impact our residents positively or negatively may have an adverse effect on the folks who are coming this way for work. So those are things that we're always trying to keep in mind. Rideshare seems to be becoming a bit of a closer reality to the Kennebecasis Valley as they're starting to move into the Maritimes and into New Brunswick. So those are the types of things that we find exciting that will help make Quispamsis an even more inviting place for folks who may not be able to get around, as well as some others. Our civic relations, sponsorships and grants budget was approved in principle by council at the last meeting as well, and certainly throughout today's discussions, if there was anything egregious on there that you didn't like or wanted to change, you're certainly able to do that. We would prefer that you don't, of course, but that certainly is council's prerogative. And again, those are some of the things that we are able to provide funding. You'll see on social media the mayor providing grip and grins, as they call it in the business, with folks who are very grinny because they're happy to receive a check from the mayor for the various events that are happening, whether it's sport tourism, which is a slightly different budget, but the same idea of things that are happening in our community, or people who are going to events or hosting things, and other sort of civic relations. So that's another project that we are certainly happy to support. In terms of how do we stack up, and this is really sort of the money shot, one would say, where we're looking at the proposed budget and the proposed tax rate, which we didn't bury the lead this morning. We came up front to say that in this budget, the proposal is to keep the tax rate as it was in 2023 of $1.2777. And when you compare us to other municipalities in New Brunswick of similar size, we compare quite favorably, in my opinion. When you look at a town, Riverview at $1.48, and Riverview also gets some additional equalization funding that has been a source of great frustration within these walls for many periods, many years, bless you. I think we do stack up quite nicely with similar sized municipalities within New Brunswick, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. So we can look at what does all this mean, and we can go from there by inviting our town treasurer, Ms. Brandon, to the podium. Welcome, Ms. Brandon. And now you're going to tell us how each of these nickels, dimes, quarters, toonies, and loonies are spent, because we don't have pennies anymore. So welcome.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, who is maybe watching us, councillors, staff, and those watching online. So today again is a compilation of a lot of hard work and a lot of effort by numerous people within our organization. So, and I just want to thank everyone who's had a part in getting us to today. Our finance committee, my fellow executive team members, our management team, and my staff for all their support and assistance, especially Nancy and Leah, who we wouldn't be here today without them. So very, very, very thankful. So when we presented our draft budget to our finance committee earlier this month, we had to make some assumptions and some estimates. And we still have to make some assumptions and some estimates in our proposed budget. But the draft budget we initially presented had the tax rate increasing to 1.2971, so a couple of cents, and our tax base, we estimated at that point in time, increasing by 5%. So the proposed budget that's being presented to you today is recommending that our residential tax rate remain the same at 1.2777. And also included in this budget is our assessment numbers, which we received probably a couple weeks ago now, of about 11.89%. So what does this mean? So what this means is within this budget is that growth has enabled us to include some additional 2024 capital expenditures, which our asset management and transportation master plan call for, while also then maintaining our tax rate. So let's go through and, next slide, talk about the general fund. So I'll go through and talk about the general fund impacts, and then we'll talk about the utility fund. So this slide here is in essence just a condensed version of the page 1 within your budget documents, which details all of our external, internal sources, and all of our funding pieces. So again, this budget, like all of our prior budgets, is a budget that's trying to balance a variety of different priorities in challenging times. That has been on repeat for the last number of years. So again, we continue to experience significant inflationary and supply chain issues in many areas of our budget. We've talked about fuel extensively this morning, and fuel has had a significant impact on our budget. And so all the while we're looking at all of this information, we want to continue to at least maintain the levels of service that we are providing, and hopefully maybe improving upon them as we can, all while taking into consideration our economic environment. So we as the municipality are experiencing all of these pressures, but so are our residents, so are all of us. So using our growth this year to maintain and hopefully over time help to improve our levels of service, we thought was an important piece to this budget. Also, while we're trying to still save for the future, and all of those things are all important considerations within this budget. So for 2024, our total budget on the general side is just over $34 million. That's an increase of almost about 3.5 or 11.49%, or 11.48%, sorry. Our tax base increased by the 11.89%, or about $271 million. So in essence, our revenue is matching our expenditures, allowing us to recommend maintaining our tax rate as it is. So the average housing price last year was about $290,000. And the municipal taxes for that average house would have been about $3,700. So it's looking like, and we don't have kind of final numbers because again, a lot of our full assessment detail won't come out until January, but it looks about the average house price would be about $312,000. And so that would mean with our current tax rate, that municipal taxes would be about almost $4,000. So what does that mean? It's an impact with our assessment increasing, tax rate staying the same. It's about $272 more in municipal taxes to the average house. So next slide. So our assessments. So here's just kind of a 10-year lookout at our assessment numbers. So it includes our property tax rates, our tax base, what our total warrant was, what the growth was, what our total budget, and then what the budget growth has been. So our assessment base has actually increased by almost 57% since 2015, and our tax rate has increased by 2.92 cents over that same period of time. So as far as assessment base growth is, the next slide here, so you can see that our assessment growth from 2015 really to 2021 was fairly stagnant, fairly the same, just small bumps. But over the last 3 years, we have seen between 9 and 13% growth. Included in these numbers, based on the decision we made last year, we've also used the 1.7 ratio for non-residential and have included that within this budget as well to come up with our full warrant amount. So what we talked about this morning, a little bit more information here about our CCBF funding, which in essence was our previous gas tax. So again, it's one of the most significant grants that we do receive. And as I've mentioned this morning, we have not received any confirmation as to our allotment of the CCBF for the next 5-year program. So again, what I've done is I've taken our 2023 number, which is the 1.371, multiplied it by 5 years to come up with an estimated amount of about $6.8 million worth of funding for our CCBF. So because in 2023, we did not do our street capital program, we had some CCBF funding allocated to be used in 2023 that we're actually going to be applying, and we have applied that money within our 2024 capital plan. And then what we're also estimating is that, like I mentioned this morning, taking the CCBF funding and allocating it where the highest need is. And the highest need right now is on our utility side. So what I'm recommending is that we put about $400,000 each year into our general fund from CCBF, and then the remainder of that money, so about $4.8 million over the 5 years, into our utility. So that would be about a 30%, 70% split, 70% being on the utility side, using those funds within the utility. So you can see here the trends that we've kind of talked about, where the blue is our general. So that's where we would have used the money historically on the street capital side. And we have switched our priorities, again, based on what we're seeing and where the highest need is, into our utility fund. And I'm suggesting that we even further that, go forward and add more into our utility as far as our CCBF funding. Because again, like I'll say, without significant grant funding within our utility, it won't be sustainable. We won't be able to do any of the water or, expand our network more without significant grant funding. As far as our fiscal services on the general side, So again, right now, our current practice is really to only borrow for street capital, because those assets have a long useful life, and borrowing it out helps to be able to spread those costs out over a longer period of time, rather than just funding pay-as-you-go. And when I say funding pay-as-you-go, that means every year's current operating budget, we're funding just to maintain some of our capital. So the blue line here represents our debt service cost, and the green is the ratio. So on the general side, we can have up to 20% limit on our debt, and as you can see, we are well below that. So our debt ratio in 2023 was 6.9%. We're projecting it to be just over 6% in 2024, and then increasing to about 6.69 in 2029. So again, flatlining our borrowing. We do have some significant borrowing coming up when our QPlex debenture falls off in 2027. So we'll again have some additional room and to be able to fund on our general side. Interest rates. So interest rates are something that also, with all of the inflationary costs, interest rates have been increasing. We are hoping that they will stabilize soon. And we have used the interest rate of 4.5% in our projections, and this is in alignment with what we're seeing on our current debentures. Just some more information on the fiscal services. It just kind of summarized what our total debt service cost is. So just over $2 million a year on our debt servicing costs, so paying for our debentures that we've historically had, and then transferring some into the operating reserve. And then the other two components are our transfer to capital reserve and our transfer to our general capital fund. So in 2023, we had estimated to transfer about $2.9 million from our operating into our capital to fund our capital. As we know, with our 2023 street capital, that not happening, our plan is to move some of that money into reserve at the end of 2023 to pull back out in 2024 when we've increased our expenditures. So when you look at the funding component on our 2024 capital, you'll see what I talked about, the CCBF funding of $595, $2 million over from reserves, and then $2.5 million in borrowing, and then also almost $4 million funded from our operating budget for 2024. So what this is showing is that we are increasing our transfer to our capital fund reserve, but in a few slides, you'll see that our reserves are actually going to be decreasing significantly over the next little bit of time as we move through. The next slide. So this just summarizes our long-term debt, and a couple of the spreadsheets that I sent out last night are just talking about our borrowing power and our opportunity for borrowing, and this is where a lot of this information comes from. And what you can see on the top part is our outstanding debentures, and then what we're projecting for new debt. And we are projecting, over the next few years, some significant, new debt coming on in order to be able to fund all of the costs that we're seeing. So for 2024, you can see the 2.5. For 2025, we're estimating almost $5 million in borrowing required. And then the next 3 years, about $3 million in borrowing. And as I've mentioned before, in 2027, we do see some debt dropping off. And you can see that in your 2027 column there, the $864,000, that's almost $1 million of available room within our debt servicing. So our reserves. So what you can see on this sheet here is our reserve balances, our opening balance at the start of 2023, which is in alignment with our audited financial statements. We've estimated our interest because all of our reserves earn interest from the bank as that money is sitting there that we then use to reinvest into the projects that we're funding. For 2023, 2023, we'll have some contributions based on our budget. A transfer that's going to be done at the end of 2023 on our general capital of the million. That's what I'm estimating at this point in time that would be available from not doing our 2023 street capital. So we'll see that money go into reserve. As council knows, we have a few things kind of ongoing where we've recommended funding to come from our general capital reserve. So we're estimating about $561,000 coming out of that. So our ending balances for general operating be pretty consistent, about 1.1. Our general capital about 2.6. Our utility operating budget stable at about 172. Our utility capital, though, because again, we've had longer term projects that require funding throughout various years. So we have that money sitting in there, but by the end of 2023, we're estimating to maybe have about $200,000 in our utility capital reserve. So there's really no movement or no availability there for funding from that reserve for any utility projects. We have our required reserves that we put in for our replacement pieces. That'll be about $684,000. And then our land for public purposes sitting at about $160,000. So in our 2024 budget, what we're estimating to come out is about $55,000 from our general operating, and that's to fund our digital services strategy. From our general capital, we're estimating to put in about $554,000, but we'll be pulling out just over $2 million. So our general capital reserve will be sitting at about $1.2 million only. And I say only because as a municipality with a $34 million operating budget, having $1 million in a capital reserve is really not a lot of savings for future. And then the other reserves there on the utility side, would be consistent with where we're kind of ending in 2023. So I'm thankful we have reserves, but we really don't have a lot in there to be as adaptable or as nimble as I would hope us to be able to be. So what are our options? So of course, options are always we can decrease our operating expenditures, so cut some levels of service. We can decrease capital expenditures. We can borrow more to finance our capital. We can increase our property tax rate. So in this budget, 1 cent increase is about $254,000. Or we can withdraw from our reserve funds to offset those. So really those are our options as far as managing our budget, and those are all of the options that we as administration, when we're pulling together the budget, are looking and balancing and weighing and juggling all of those different priorities. So that, in summary, is our general fund. I will take any questions on the general fund before I go into our utility fund details.
Thank you, Ms. Brandon. And certainly our growth has allowed us to push forward with many initiatives that have given the town a good site and a reason to be here by many people who are moving into our area. Again, a community of choice. So I'm going to turn to our Councillor, Mr. Miller, and he is also the chair of our Finance Committee.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mrs. Brandon. Just two really, or I guess 3 questions. So on the first question, I see transfers to be done to capital as $1 million from this year. I'm just wondering if that's too low. And the only reason I'm gonna, I'll preface it by our original budget for road/street capital was 2.8. We were going to take $500,000 out of reserve. We were gonna take $600,000 loan, and the rest would be finance. So that would be roughly well, it brings us down from 2.8 down to 1.7. And so in my mind, and I know we did some works on the side, so I'm just wondering why there's a big discrepancy from that 1.7 to the $1 million. Since last year's budget, we had voted to include all those streets in our budget, so we asked people to pay for them in their property tax, yet $1 million there seems to be a big gap between my quick math of 1.7 to 1 million. So I don't know if you or the Director of Engineering can explain the variance.
Again, and I'll say, I thought the same thing. As I kind of am going through all of those pieces, and again, on the capital, because we still have other capital that has been going on. We've had overages on a lot of our capital expenditures. So when I'm estimating my million transfer, that's what it is. It's an estimate, and it's an estimate at this point in time based on what I know or can assume at, again, this point in time. So we, again, at our year end, once we get through the budget, our next big thing is our forecasting, so that I can come before council to say, here's what we're actually going to be putting into our reserves. And so we will be looking at that, because I was around the $1.5 million amount. But again, within this budget right now, with what I have and all the other overages, I wanted to be conservative. So it's going to be what it's going to be once we look at our costs, and whatever we're putting into that reserve, I'm still estimating to pull out more than what we're going to be putting in to fund our 2024. But yes, it's complicated.
And there's one more on this year's budget and one for long-term debt. So on the page, I don't know what page it is, the reserve fund page, when it says budget contributions per 2024 budget, it says $554,000, $350. Yet in our spreadsheet, it says 466 transfer to reserve. So there's the variance of 80 grand there.
So I'd have to maybe look at that, but what we've got in here for that 554 could be netted against some other items, so I'd have to take that
Okay.
away to look at it. But based on the information that we had, we, in our FMW software, we're estimating that we're gonna be putting about 554,000 into our reserve. And again, that's really based on our decision for borrowing. So we always try to put in to our reserve the 1 year's impact of that borrowing. So that's really what that number is. We might have some difference between, you know, sometimes our external services, we might have moved something, but in totality, that is the number, is the 554.
Okay, perfect. It's not a line for line item,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. And the last one for this, oops, sorry.
That's,
Oops, sorry.
that's what I said.
Sorry, I missed that.
It's just in the presentation piece, because there's a fire component that shows up on our external, but in our fiscal, it's through here.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's
No,
just
and I
a
know you've got like
presentation.
18,000
Yeah.
reports flowing into one,
Yeah,
and
it's
you
just
know,
presentation.
and one little link doesn't always work. And this is just a comment for the long-term debt for the Qplex specifically. For 2026, it shows $947,000 for payment, and I'm just questioning that because it ends the end of May of that year, so it's only 5 months of payment. I'm just wondering why it looks like a full year payment, because it ends partway through the year, April or May, I forget which.
And again, that's tied directly to our debenture information that we have.
Okay,
So
it
the
just looks
timing of the
off.
payment is just when we actually took that.
Do the payment?
Do the payment,
okay.
but it, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Are there any other questions or comments for the town treasurer? Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a quick question about the fiscal services page, whatever page that is. Just in the second section, you have the total present long-term debt cost, and I noticed that the fire station's there, and then it's like, you know, kind of projected out to 2028. I just was curious how the borrowing of the expansion for the police station would impact that, or would it at all, because it's the board borrowing it, but I thought it also affected us some way.
Yeah, so the fire department cannot borrow on their own. The fire department, any borrowing that we do, and even for the police as well, any borrowing that we do, it's our debt servicing limit, it's our debt, because in essence, we're paying that and funding it's our debenture.
Isn't showing up here. I just didn't know if that should be showing up,
For police or for fire?
please.
So the again, fire and police, they're a little bit different,
Oh, okay.
but in the police budget, they are not going to be doing their debenture until 2025.
Right.
It will be in their operating statement, their debenture, because they have that ability to
Okay.
do that. We, as the municipal funders, need to guarantee that funding, so that also plays into part of our debt piece
Okay, but not
to it.
showing up here.
So for fire, we've already done the debenture, we've already done the IOC, we've already set it up, the work's been going on. For fire, that won't impact until 2025, and that'll be showing in their operating budget.
Okay.
But it impacts our debt ratio and our cost of debt. Where fire, it's our debenture that we've been funding fire, and when we get that money, then we'll offset it against it. It's getting complicated.
I don't see any other comments or questions on that particular item.
Okay, so then on our utility fund. So our utility operating fund revenue is proposed to be almost $4.1 million. And again, in order to ensure the stability of our utility fund, by slowly increasing the rates, we've been able to somewhat save for the future, but also be paying for our current year's expenses. So we have increased our utility rates over the last number of years in order to fund the utility, and this year is no different. So we are proposing the following rates, and I believe it's page 33 of your budget package, but what we are projecting is that our sewer user fee would be increasing by about 3%, so from $534 annually to $550. Our water rate increases, so the fixed component of that would be, I believe it's 3.88%. And then our consumption is about 4% on the water. And we have a significant more sewer users than we do have for water users. So as far as the expenditures go, the largest expenditure in our utility fund is our debt servicing cost, and the next is our pay-as-you-go funding for our capital costs. The good thing here is our utility assets have long useful lives, but they are very, very expensive to build and put into the ground. So for 2024, we're funding $914,000 worth of capital spending through our operating budget, and this is an increase of about $97,000. And we are also putting about $83,000 into our utility reserves, which is an increase of about $44,000. So the debt ratio for utility is about 22.86%. So for a utility, we can go up to 50%. So we're pretty much in the middle of the road for our utility borrowing, but it would not take long to have that creep up. But we do have ability within here to increase our borrowing for utility. We do have planned borrowing for the next 5 years. And again, without some significant grant funding, so where it's third, without that information, we just fiscally wouldn't be able to expand our water or wastewater utility. We are, at this point in time, trying to just maintain what we currently have. So our utility rates, so again, we always want to consider the sustainability of our rates, and we know that we are going to need significant funding, even as part of our asset management plan, and to grow the water. As we're growing the rate now, it helps us currently, but it also helps us for our future utility projects. So again, the budget was prepared with a 3% increase to the sewer rates for an increase of $16, 3.88% increase to the water usage fixed rate, so that's an increase of $10, and then 4% on our water consumption fees. And that is our utility fund. So any questions on our utility fund?
Thank you. And you had said that the debt ratio at this point is 22.86%, and we can go up to 50%, so we're not even at halfway.
Yeah.
So if we did decide that we wanted to borrow in order to start the studies and the investigating of the Hampton Road water system, is that going to be a wise use of a debenture?
So again, I think expanding our water is a very important component of our growth going forward in this town, especially like as we've said on the Hampton Road here. You know, I feel like that's, you know, it would be a good use of that, but the costs would be high, right? Because when we're borrowing, that increases our debt services every year. So we're, from the get-go, then starting to just fund our debt servicing before we can take on, you know, anything else. So I think it would. We have the room for it, but it would be an impact on future budgets in future years. And we would, you know, again, just really need to, the best way to do it would be with some additional grant funding, because even if we had to put in our third, if we were borrowing for, let's say for our third portion of it, that would be much easier than borrowing, you know, it's easier to borrow on 2 million than let's say 6 or 10 or 12 million, so.
Just on that, given that the Hampton Road has some areas that are, let's just say bumpy, and that are in need of repair, and it is a known provincial highway. And I know that we're waiting on, you know, on funding to see what is available. I'm just wondering if we did bump up our debt ratio, got the studies done, and then went to the provincial government and said, here's what our findings are. We will have a return on the investment through construction on the Hampton Road in high density rather than single-family houses, because it would appear that developers don't want to put water into mass developments, you know, into apartment buildings if they can avoid it. They want municipal water, they want municipal sewerage. So I'm just wondering, like, how do we find that balance? So if we do bump up the debt ratio and we do the legwork as far as the studies and so forth.
Well, I think the studies, we've got some of the studies already done. I wouldn't recommend doing a debenture just to do a study. I'd recommend doing a debenture to put pipes in the ground for that. So again, we do have studies with what our water should look like. I think it's more just now going to be about funding it and deciding to do it and making it that priority. Gary, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Thank you.
I think what we would be recommending to council, similar to what we've done in some of the other streets, is do a development scheme design and take all of the components into play. So we have a basic estimate for water infrastructure at a high level, but it doesn't get into any particulars with respect to location and size of mains, things like that. This is basically the consultants, to Councillor Bigger's point this morning, that 1912 phase document that we have from 2019. But I think what would be wise for the town to consider is take a development plan from whatever the limits are from the municipal boundary with Rossay, or taking it up to Pinewood, wherever the water system is, and then say, okay, let's get a comprehensive design for water infrastructure, AT, streetscape, traffic, calming, whatever we want to do. Have that done, similar to what we've done in other. Then we know what the cost is to us. DTI under the 5-year street capital program usually requires in the previous years at least 2 years advance notice. So if we say to them, the paving portion of the Hampton Road that we're gonna come knocking on your door for is $1.7 million, then they generally don't turn that around the next year. They need to know a little while what to do. So I think at some stage, it would be wise to undertake that level of design. We had been hoping to have the AT network, the infrastructure plan available to us to do that this year, and that's the one that we didn't get through Infrastructure Canada. It was subscribed. But I think to the treasurer's point, it is normally something that we don't borrow for. It would be a study in the vicinity of something of that magnitude, probably in the $125,000-$150,000 for consultants to do that type of work for us, and that's just the conceptual. That doesn't take into account actual detailed design and managing of it. So, at some stage, we've got to commit a little bit of seed money to get a plan that we sit on and say, this is where we want to be in the next 2 or 3 years. Where do we want it to go with it? And we're a year. Could we do it in this coming budget? Probably we could. What it would help us with is our planning with DTI. The unknown, as we all talked about this morning, was the Housing Accelerator Fund funding. All of a sudden now, are we going to wait till we have Housing Accelerator Fund to try to leverage that to finish it up? And then infrastructure would be taken care of from the waterfront. Our infrastructure would be taken care of from the DTI, from the resurfacing part. Then the town has to come good for curb and gutter, stormwater, those types of things, and then we know what we have. So it does merit that discussion, and it's essentially for us. It was simply a case of, is it this year, next year? It would be a recommendation definitely coming in the next year's budget. Do we want to pull it ahead and try to get a consultant's fees for this year? We could do that as well, but again, we haven't accounted for it. It would be that expenditure in that $150,000 range likely to see it done.
Thank you. And that was partly my point, is that we have been sitting on this for some time. I've been on council now for about 12 years, and from the very beginning of my time here, we've talked about water on the Hampton Road. And if it's a case that the government isn't going to look at us for a couple of years until we have our ducks lined up, then I might suggest that at some point we have to pull the plug. We have to act and move forward. I have already seen where there were potential developments off the Hampton Road that walked away because there isn't water. And the return on the investment, one of them was, I believe, a 200 unit. So the return on that investment would come at a fairly rapid rate as far as tax revenue would be concerned. So I'll turn it now to Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I guess my wheels are spinning. They don't spin very well, but they're spinning. Is what we've applied for to the feds, does that include this plan, or can we do this plan? What I'm trying to get at is, if it's going to take 2 years, I'm going to propose later on we figure out how to get it into this year's budget to get ready, because then we can get it in 2025 or 2026, because it seems like we're going to have to wait. So the quicker we do it, the better. But I just don't know is that part of the ask that we did for the almost $10 million. Okay. So that's why I just want to make sure whether it's outside the scope. Okay. No, it's not. It's not. Okay. Thank you. That clarifies it, and I got the total. Thank you.
If I may, Your Worship, the Housing Accelerator Fund is, if you remember the points, they were focusing on, developments, streamlining development, permitting, bylaw changes, and part of that one component was the actual infrastructure, but of water, but not to the detail that we would want to include storm sewer, curb and gutter, AT, all those things. That would be completely on us. So, this is an investment, as I touched a little earlier, that we could throw an RFP out. I won't say relatively quickly, but and get a pretty good feel. This is October, prior to December 31st, what it would cost us from a consultant's perspective, if that was the direction that council wanted to go. Then in 24, we would have a real good feel of what the budget implication would be. But I would say the first phase alone, you're into like I said, about $150,000. And then the question becomes, do we structure it as an ABC type of a tender where the consultant is just doing a conceptual for us, and then they have the option to be able to do the detailed design and tender administration, or strictly just a concept package at first? That may impact the pricing, but generally, it is something that we could probably turn around I'll get an RFP out in a month or so, and then have a response in a month. We would be, at the end of December, we'd get a feel for what it would be for consultants' fees to do that.
So, and I think too that we could take that, as an aside and kind of look at that, and if it is something that once we get all of our information together, we could come back to council with a recommendation. It would probably be a joint project split between our general fund and our utility fund, because there'd be, impacts on both sides of it. And we could, if it's around the 150,000 mark, we could use some reserve funds to fund that at that point in time when we had the more information. And with the Housing Accelerator Fund, that fund is still, there's so much information we don't know yet about that. Money's not flowing yet. How is it going to flow? All of that. There's so many unknowns with that. We didn't want to put a lot of that into this year's budget because there's so many unknowns. But I do think that we could take that, and Gary and myself could kind of go through and come up with something and use some reserve funds to fund that. And that's the importance of having some of our reserves, so that we can be nimble and act on some of these things that we can't necessarily tie into our budget process.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Mr. Loge. Madam Clerk, would we need a motion to ensure that council approves the use of up to $150,000 for a study?
Yes, I think that would be to direct.
So, been moved by Councillor Bigger and seconded by Councillor Olson to request that staff.
Moved by Councillor Bigger or
Yeah.
Councillor Olson?
It's been moved by Councillor Bigger, seconded by Councillor Olson.
Direct staff to include to a maximum of $150,000 for the water study on the Hampton Road.
Revitalization of water and water study.
Revitalization.
Would it be revitalization?
More development spec.
Streetscape development and infrastructure plan.
Streetscape development and infrastructure plan
On the Hampton Road.
on the Hampton Road. And on the question, Councillor Olson?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to suggest that we put it into a phased RFP as the director has suggested. I think that we'd get a better price on the RFP if we were indicating that they could possibly be part of a long-range project that could possibly save us some money, I think.
And that's that I'm sort of contemplating. My issue with that, and just as thinking to myself, not sort of negating what you're saying, is my own internal demons is, if we do not know the level of housing assistance funding or what anybody, like we might be able to leverage some of their monies to help us rather than putting it all on us. So I'm thinking we could probably benefit by just doing a straight RFP, with the knowledge that the town, and under current procurement and purchasing process, have the ability to direct award specialized contracts like this with a recommendation to council if it's an approved budget. So we have the capacity to hand it to a successful proponent if we wish, if they've given us a good product. My fears with giving them in is, I've seen too many times that you get a nice front end package and they execute poorly, and I really don't want to tie us into that just yet. So I think we may be able to get just as good pricing incrementally by doing it as a single package, Your Worship.
I'll accept the advice of the director and leave it in his hands. Thank you.
Thank you. On the question, Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I first get the clerk to please read back the motion? I do have a question, but I just want to hear the motion first.
Yes, excuse me, through you, Your Worship. Moved by Councillor Bigger, seconded by Councillor Olson. Council directs staff to include up to a maximum amount of $150,000 for the streetscape development and infrastructure plan on the Hampton Road.
So my understanding is that, I mean, if this motion gets approved, that we're all in agreement that we're going to move ahead to kind of get the bricks or the, you know, the plan in place so that, you know, because we know it's going to take a few years. Is the intention to, or I guess, I know we were talking about taking money out of reserves. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that amount isn't a whole lot. And I'm just wondering if we could find that money somewhere in some of the proposed, like there were some concerns and questions about some of the spends in this current budget. Like, could we find the money in the budget that's proposed versus borrowing it and building it into the budget?
Madam Treasurer?
Yeah, so absolutely we can. So the next step, when I get back to my seat there, is to bring up the tax tracking document. So we could just hold this for a second, pull up the tax tracking, include it as just a new item to the budget, let some of the other debate and things kind of happen, and then look at where we're sitting with the funding and then make a decision at that point in time.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Luck. I'm just going to say, in my view, it doesn't matter. It's a savings checking account, whether, because some of the motions I'm going to make is to change how much we take out of reserve or not take out of reserve or what we do. So I don't, to me, it's not a taxing issue. Like it's just, I just want to get it over with. So to me, it's just, I'm still going to be asking to cut stuff out of the budget, FYI, right? And I know that 125 in my head, but I just want to get this one over and done with and have nothing to do. Because to me, it's checking savings, you know, coming in. It doesn't matter. So I'm okay the way the motion is, I guess.
I guess the only other thing, though, would be that part of it would be in general and part of it would be in utility. So they're two separate funds, so.
On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 6-0. Thank you.
And so the next piece will be the tax tracking, so I will go
So on to the tax tracking.
Damn Kane.
Looking now at the total budget discussion for 2024 tax rate tracking. Do a page number on that. Oh. Are there any designated pages to that, Ms. Brandon?
Yeah, no, this is now, the floor is yours, and I will track.
All right, so now what we're going to do is look at the entire budget. If there are any items that you would like to ask further questions about, or that you feel require some extra explanation, this is the time to do so. So I'm going to turn now to Councillor Miller, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank everybody. I know this is, I know one person here says her most favorite time of the year, but I'm not sure. It's a tough time for everybody, so a lot of work. I guess to preface this is, there's a lot of stuff that people have seen today and just digesting, so there could be some thoughts afterwards. So I don't know if we can get to the final, but I'm hoping that we can get some things arranged or agreed upon. So I've got a few things written down, but I'll just go for one right now, and I'll let everybody else go around if that's the way you want to do it. My first one, which would be the biggest one, would be potentially looking at the way we're forecasting our asphalt rates for next year. And the only reason I say that is last year came in at 176. We're budgeting 200, which I understand the concept, but I also I thought I heard that Rossay's latest tender was 130. So right now, again, I have a hard time approving a 10% increase for the residents. Tax rate, I know we talk about tax rate, but so I'll talk tax rate. Rossay's 119. I see us more as Rossay with the Qplex, which adds on to us why we're more expensive, but I don't compare against Riverview and them because their houses are significantly less appraised, but that's a whole different discussion. I look at the budget increase, and I'm looking at our Director of Engineering for his comment on this. So if I look at a dollar, instead of $1.76, we know it's going to be higher than $1.30 that we planned or whatever last year. Even if we plan at $1.76 next year, and I just looked at the asphalt portion of the roads, so I didn't look at the curb and gutter, I didn't look at the sidewalks, I didn't look at the prep. It's about 3.4 million for asphalt, give or take. So if we plan at 176 or 175 versus 200, that's not changing any of the roads. That's about a $400,000 average difference in planning. So it wouldn't change what we're asking for. I just think we may be budgeting too high, and in a normal situation, if our increase was 2 or 3%, no big deal, but this is a big increase for the whole budget. So, and this is obviously our biggest line item that we have flexibility. So I'm just looking for feedback from our Director of Engineering on planning at 175 instead of 200, just same road. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. We actually did that exercise when I had my engineering staff look at the average, if we budgeted the package, everything at the 176 average rate from last year. And it was a little closer to $400,000 difference in the pricing if we went with that. Because it's not straight tonnage, some of it's handwork, some of it's specialized. But using the different formats, if we use that and use the averages, we did realize save not to that level, but it was about 380, almost $400,000. So the question for us was then, obviously, do we go in? What's better for us to come in and say, all right, we've tendered it and we come in under budget, and now you have monies that are left that can be distributed to something else or put into reserve? Or do you say it's better to say, all right, we put in a tender and it came out $400,000 higher and we don't have that money? What are we better off being in a position? For us, we're better off having a wealth of riches. We're better off having a tender that we know we've covered all the costs. We can guarantee all the streets are done in a timely fashion that we've identified, and now we've got money left on the table that the treasurer can now say, pat us on the back and say, great job. So the eternal discussion is, where do we put it? How do we forecast it? Same with our salt forecasts. You know, we're looking at averages over the last 10 years. Where do we find ourselves? And this is where we're trending. We chose the 200. I think I touched on a little bit as well, is so that we have now the capacity to take advantage of a good unit price and say, all right, we're under budget, and now we actually have a couple more streets that we can do because of this, and we can come back to council and say, remember those streets that we dropped off? Let's add them to it. Or we're on the Means Cove Road, and instead of stopping at Follier or wherever, we can carry it to Rockefeller. You know, those types of discussions can be had after the fact. So that's the approach that we took with staying at the 200, and recognizing that the pricing that we saw down the road, literally, figuratively, is a one of that was a special situation that I would also like to think, sort of off the side, is that they've got a little bit of political pressure in getting a particular grant, because normally we wouldn't be eligible for municipal streets being done partnering up with the DTI. So there's some leverage on that side too. I would imagine that has happened. So, but that's the approach we took. We can very easily base a tender on the average pricing from last year. It'll reduce our ask by, like I said, in that $375,000, almost $400,000 range. Again, it's council's discretion.
Thank you. So I won't put a motion together yet. I just want everybody to think about certain things here. The other, sorry to.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I just don't want to take the whole floor, so I don't know if, I'll stop at that one and just see what everybody else has, because, or do you want me to keep going? Keep going? All right.
If people have questions, why don't we do 3 questions each and go?
Okay, so that was my one. I'll do the next one. I have a hard time of putting $466,000 into reserve when we're borrowing $2.5 million. So to put 466 into reserves that we may get 1.5% to 2%, to borrow 2.5 million at 4.5%. I know it's the keeping your reserves and stuff like that, but to me, that's an easy cut. We can put a little bit, keep 100, but you take 366 out of that, that reduces your tax rate by 1.5 cents, give or take. So I know I talk about what the taxpayer sees, but we all know in the paper they talk about tax rate. So in my mind, we got to drop our tax rate a little bit to get the rates down a bit. But just by removing the the amount out of the projected to go into reserve by 366, bringing it down to 100, you're going to reduce things, because again, I have a hard time putting money away and borrowing money at the same time. So that one I'll let people think on. And the next one is more of a, and the only one I'll talk about right now is one that Mr. Loge had spoken to. He said he could probably forego, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, Gary, forego at least one of the trucks, whether it's a 3/4 or half-ton truck, because I know all the others are very, they're all important, but you need them to do work. So I'm just trying to defer whether it's a 55 or 75,000. I don't know if that. I just want to make sure I got the comments right. Thanks.
Yes, we can. Yeah. And I'm just confirming with the treasurer. Further to my presentation this morning, and your question, I spoke with our operations superintendent for the Public Works Department, and with an approach, we can take the existing salt facility and the pricing that was submitted, incorporated some site work. If we eliminate the site work and work with the asphalt that we have now on the site, we can actually drop that to a $280,000 expenditure as opposed to a $380,000 expenditure, and just focus on the structure itself, and with the sort of an acknowledgement that in the future a new facility will take into account drainage, sediment control, things like that. So he was proposing something. He would rather he said, I'll give you more if I can have my truck. So his trade-off was, I'll save you $100,000 if I can keep my truck. He would drop a truck, but I'll save you a little bit more money. So that was the trade-off that came back from the benefit of having staff in the room at the time when we were making these discussions. So to your point about saving some money, if we dropped 100, but we keep the truck, it's sort of net savings in the 40 cent range.
Thank you. So we're going around the circle. Councillor Thompson, is that okay? Okay, then we will go to your side. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have some comments with regard to Councillor Miller's suggestions. The way I see it is keep the truck and continue with what we were planning to do with the salt shed. That particular project, with the salt cover, does that entail any sort of sediment control or anything like that, or is it just the cover? Or the new?
The adjusted, speaking to my work superintendent this morning, it's gonna focus on, because we have asphalt around it now, he can manage with it, and by restricting it with a better control over the top for drainage, then we minimize the need to introduce sediment control. So we can accomplish what we want with just the structure of the framework. So that was the trade-off. If we weren't gonna be able to do everything, then we'd need some level of sediment control, but he's thinking that we can do it just the cover, the framework, eliminate sediment control, restrict it to smaller loads, and then when we put a new facility in, that'll have the full environmental controls, things like that. The old site will go to non-toxic topsoil, things like that. So his approach was, let's focus on keeping the salt dry, keeping it contained within the area. We can do that for the 280.
Okay, I think that we need to have that over top to keep the water off and the runoff off. I guess my only concern is where it's situated too. It's very close to Mud Lake. So anything that we have, any measures that need to be taken to keep the salt dry and keep it where it's supposed to be, I'm all in favor of. And I'm also one strong proponent of replacing vehicles. When a vehicle ages out or is rusted out or whatever the case may be, replace it. I remember very, very clearly a city very near to us was in a state of, every single vehicle was in a state of repair because they did not replace vehicles. They let it go and let it go and let it go until their half tons and their snowplow trucks were breaking down right in the middle of the street. So it's, to replace vehicles, it's extremely important. We don't want our vehicles breaking down in the middle of the street, in the middle of a snowstorm or any place. So I'm fully in favor of keeping the truck and doing the work at the snow shed.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Donovan, did you have anything at this point?
Thank you. So is this the point where we start cutting things? Is that?
What we're doing is going through the budget that was presented, and you don't have to cut anything, but if there's something there that you,
cut something.
then you may speak your voice.
Okay. People are gonna think that I have something out for the Director of Community Services because last year I came for her bathrooms and this year I'm coming for the Hammond River Park. I understand we have the 60,000 set aside, but I do, just from an aesthetic and even, just an aesthetic point of view, I do like the Hammond River Park, unpaved. I think it looks a lot better, and obviously that would save us the $60,000. So I don't know if I have to make a motion on that, and if it if I get a seconder, we can see if it'll go through or not. But I mean, I would make a motion that we, remove from the budget the $60,000 for the Hammond River Park parking lot paving.
So, Councillor Donovan, you made a motion to remove the $60,000 parking lot from the Hammond River Park, and we need a second, the asphalt, yes. The surfacing for that. So we do require a seconder on that. Okay, on the question, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship. The reason I was holding off for doing my motions was I was hoping if everybody would go through and make their comments, because I'm also thinking, I was very specific in some of my things and for different reasons. Like I didn't say take out a road or take out or whatever. It was, I know the way we do our police and fire, sometimes we'll go to the police chief or the fire chief and say, we'd like you to remove $100,000 from your budget or $80,000. And I think, and I'm looking for a nod, yes or no, is I think if that's the way we go and say, can you take out X amount from your budget, then they can prioritize. I don't disagree with your comment or your thing. I was just, that's why I didn't make an exact motion. I wanted everybody to kind of think about what's been out there and then come back, if that's okay. If you wouldn't mind just withdrawing it and we go do it later, it's your call still. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Donovan, do you want to withdraw your motion for the time being? Would you like to just say that for the clerk, please?
Thank you. I would withdraw my motion for now. Thanks.
And Councillor Miller, you're okay with that? Okay. So continuing, was there anything else, Councillor Donovan? Councillor Bigger, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple things that I would probably benefit from just a little more clarity on. And I appreciate Councillor Miller's point about, I mean, these kind of line items are not, like, things aren't decided in isolation. One thing affects another thing, and we've got to sort of arrive at a sense of what the priorities are. But I think that our acting CAO spoke to this, but line item 144. I'm on page, I think it says page 80. I can't tell because it's the Z Drive listing is there as well. But anyway, it's line item 144 under total town it's I guess it would be under total accounting. Yeah, the IT support charge, $300,675, an uppage of 78% plus. And I think there was some discussion about this, but I just can't recall what the details of that were. I don't know, there's page numbers at the bottom and at the top. And
Councillor Bigger, it's page 80 and it is line number 144.
Page 80 according to what? Is that under the staple, maybe? But anyway, I think we all know where I am. Whatever page it's on, I think we all know where I am.
3 of 10.
3 of 10, it's a 150-page document.
Page 17 of the doc.
Anyway, line 144, IT support, $300,675. I'm just interested in a little more clarity again on what that was and what represents that great increase. It's probably entirely defensible or a worthy cost, but I'm just interested to know a little more about that. And then I had one more I wanted to ask about, please.
I will go to the the acting CAO, sorry, Mr. Kennedy, to respond to your question.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if council is still trying to find that, it's in there twice. It's on page 80 of 105 and also on page 8, which is a little bit easier to find. Oh, it's also on page 3, so it's all over the place. Yes, thank you, Councillor Bigger, for the question through you, Your Worship. Certainly, as I had mentioned in my earlier comments, that IT services, just like everything else, have gone up, and we recognize the importance of ensuring that we keep our digital infrastructure safe. Certainly what happened in St. John a couple of years ago was something that we never want to see happen here, so we're quite vigilant in that regard. So our managed services, IT support services are going up. There are some one-time initiatives this year as well, specifically in regards to staff training. Some of the platforms that we use, like CityWorks and Laserfish, and also with the Microsoft Office suite as well. And one of the things that's probably the most important in there is a digital strategy, which will allow us to really take a look at the technology that we have and perhaps some other technology that we may need to have. And from an IT perspective, we consider that digital strategy to be sort of the first step, which we anticipate, we're quite confident. When I say anticipate, we're 95% sure that study would call upon us to embark on the planning software that the Director of Engineering had mentioned in his comments this morning, and I think it was Councillor Bigger who responded to that as well. So it's, again, to your earlier comment just a few minutes ago about things aren't in isolation, so this is sort of the first step in that process to move forward with a digital strategy with all of our technology and things that we may need to implement, and then that planning software is being the next step. And since we are so confident that the initial study will recognize the need for that, we wanted to ensure that it was also included in this budget, Your Worship.
Thank you. And further to that, I know you have another question, Councillor Bigger. Would that also include our iSpire and other outside assistance that we have? It would.
Yeah, there's no question about that, Your Worship, that our managed services and IT support, all of those things, just like everything else, are going up. And the increase is certainly dramatic, which is why I wanted to draw attention to it as part of my presentation, Your Worship.
Thank you. And back to you, Councillor Bigger.
Great, thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you for that insight on that. That makes good sense to me. Just a couple of pages down, whichever page convention you're following. Line item 339. 339 is the line item. It reads municipal plan process, $147,500, an increase of roughly 75%. I'm not entirely sure I even know what that is, nor do I know why there's almost a 75% increase in that. And I'm wondering if somebody can give me a little insight on that one as well, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. Is there a staff member who would like to speak to that? Mr. Loge.
Part of that, Your Worship, is a continuation of the stormwater management management plan. I believe it was $60,000 or $75,000 that the engineering group submitted in the municipal plan process. If you remember, all of our asset management plans usually come out of that particular line. So last year it was 2 years ago it was our sanitary sewer was allocated to sanitary sewer side. This is an operating side, so it's comes out of the operating side. So that's where we allocated the stormwater infrastructure analysis. So basically, what we're looking at is how are we treating stormwater management. I spoke a little earlier this morning about how we can handle flows coming from uphill or established areas to newer areas, and what are the things that we should be looking for in our standards. And then the other aspect of the municipal plan is the working with the environmental development services department. Is they are finalizing the subdivision permitting process. So there's some changes to the bylaws that have to come into play for that. So I believe there's about $20,000 allocated to that, and I forget what the last one was. EDS. Yeah. And the treasurer, it's when you click on the FMW, it highlights the 3 or 4 different spots. So I know I was good for 2 of them. I can't remember if I was good for the 3rd one as well. Yeah, exactly.
Going over to Ms. Brandon, our treasurer, and I apologize if I turned your light off earlier when I saw Tim's name flashing. I didn't think he was going to speak.
It's me. I'm all over the place. So Nancy just went to go and get the confirmation of the details because again, there are some one-time items in there you know, a bunch of different plans that have been ongoing from prior years that are included in there. So we'll just go and get that full detail for you, but.
Thank you, and back to Councillor Bigger.
Thank you very much, and thanks for updating me on that. Yeah, I'd be interested to see any details we have on that for sure. So I was just thinking about it as over lunch break, and I would like to propose a motion, but I don't want to do it at the wrong time, related to what we were discussing about the tennis and pickleball courts. And I'm interested in a motion being presented that would direct staff to just quickly study kind of, you know, devise a proposed strategy on how we would sort of close that loop of people just being able to access that, you know, notwithstanding our rate structure that we're approving today, potentially, you know, that people are making use of it on an ongoing, regular basis, it seems, with no accountability to the fee structure. And so I don't know if this is the right time to do that, or if later would be a better time.
If you wouldn't mind, if we could just go around the table, we still have to hear from Councillor
Sure,
Luck and
sure.
Councillor Olson, and then we'll come back and
Sure thing.
any motions that people
Thank you.
have, we'll entertain them then. Thank you. Was that the end of your questions, Councillor Bigger? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Luck, did you have anything?
I think the majority of things have already been mentioned, but I guess a few things that I guess I'm questioning in terms of if we're looking for either a decrease in our tax rate or even just breaking even with the increase in adding the you know, the potential consultants fees of $150,000 for water. The EV station at the Qplex is just something that, again, I'm not, you know, I'm not dying on that hill, but it's something that I wonder if, you know, that would save a bit of funding. I'm on the fence about the parking. More so, I see the value in it, but I also see the beautiful kind of natural value of having an unpaved parking lot, because I feel like it goes with the kind of the environmental feel of the park. But then I also see the value of it being plowed. And then also, I just wanted a bit of clarity. So it sounds like after the discussion of giving up the truck, that we could potentially repair the salt house, for lack of a better term, whatever, the dome. And we could actually come in at a lower cost, knowing that we're going to be potentially investing in something better in the future. So that would potentially save another 100 grand there. Is that my understanding?
Your worship, through you, it's sort of along the philosophy of Councillor Miller's statement about if you've said, all right, we want the department to save X dollars. So the approach that we've proposed is we can drop the cost of the salt dome repair to $100,000 less in exchange for keeping the vehicle. So it's a net savings of that $40,000. But the intent is, we feel that the salt facility, we can replace the exterior canvas and repair or replace the major components of the framework for that $280,000. The extra $100,000 was work around the outside, but it is on an asphalt surface, so there's less work that we would do there proposed. So we're proposing to drop that project cost by $100,000 with the thought that it would enable us to keep the last vehicle.
And I guess my last comment is, you know, ideally if we can potentially, to Councillor Miller's point, you know, housing, we've seen just an astronomical increase in terms of the cost of housing, hence property taxes. So indirectly, people are going to feel it in their pocketbooks, even if our tax rate stays the same. So, you know, I like the concept of deciding what we feel comfortable, knowing that what the numbers are in terms of what our tax rate is, and going back to the departments, because you guys know best in terms of maybe what you can, you know, shave off to actually get to the number we want. But again, I would like to see us at least stay the same, but ideally even drop it by a point or two. Just because I think in terms of the environment right now, people are going to definitely feel even keeping our tax rate the same based on property assessments. So that's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. Councillor Olson, did you have any comments or questions?
Coincidentally, I have 3 questions. number 324, line 324, IT equipment, EDS. It dropped 142%. And I was just wondering why we were gouged last year. Or this year. It's going up this year, yeah. No, seriously, it's a change in $44,000, which was significant. I was just wondering what it was. IT equipment.
So we will look that one up, and that is the IT equipment, EDS, line 324, and it went from 44,252 to 75,380.
It went from 31,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, 31,000, I'm sorry, yes. Krista?
Through your worship. So again, through our IT equipment budgets, a lot of times, you know, there's different things that happen. For this one here, that's the permitting software that we've been talking about. So it actually decreased a bit, and then we added 50,000. So the net change is the 44, but that's where the permitting software is for planning. So there's that question answered. The other question was on the municipal plan process and what information was in that $147,000 that Councillor Bigger asked about. So there is 30,000 for zoning bylaw revision and map updates. That's there. There is 15,000 for subdivision specifications document. There's 7,500 for a wetland mapping updates. Then there's the 75,000 that Gary talked about as far as the municipal stormwater management plan. And then 20,000 for some independent engineering assessments. So the sum of all of those is the 147 that Councillor Bigger was asking about. Yeah, 324 and 3. Yeah.
Councillor Bigger, or Councillor Olson, did you have another question?
Yes. Yes, I did, thank you. 381, lifeguards Firefly. Last year it was $18,270, and this year there's nothing budgeted. Not gonna have lifeguards? Not gonna have lifeguards?
No.
Not required?
No.
Okay, thank you. Now, another one, number 482. And it's vehicle fuels, parks and facilities. It's projected this year 60,000, last year was 38.
What number?
482.
Bingo.
482.
I think that's.
I'm going to go to Ms. Brandon to speak to that.
Again, so as we've kind of indicated throughout most of the presentations today, vehicle fuel is significant. So when you look at that line item within the parks there, if you look at your actuals for 2022, you'll see the actuals that we ended in 2022 was 60,000. All we're doing is lining up what we're actually spending to our budget amount there.
Thank you, Ms. Brandon.
I was just wondering how we could be off the mark so much.
Again, so it's just the timing, the amount of vehicle usage, the cost of fuel, the impacts of that. When we had our 2022 actuals, we would have only had a point in time as well. So every year when we go through this budget and we go through it line by line, we always look at where did we end last year, what are we trending at for this year, and then we move and align the budgets kind of accordingly. So there just was a lot more driving within that parks area where this vehicle fuel is being used. So all we're doing is aligning it with our actuals.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. Thank you, Ms. Brandon. Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. I just had another question. I don't even know where it is on here, but there's so much going on. My question was last year, I believe, or this year when we opened up, we were paying, I don't know, it was a certain amount of money towards testing the water at the Firefly splash pad. And I can't even remember. I think I had a conversation with the director of community services, like a very brief one, about possibly paying for or figuring out how we could do that in-house instead of hiring an outside firm. So I'm just wondering if that is in here somewhere, if we've decided to pay an outside firm to keep testing the Firefly, or if we're doing it by ourselves, you know, with our staff that we have now. I don't know if that makes any sense at all, but hopefully.
Thank you. Ms. Parton-Dixon, would you like to respond?
Sure. Yes, Your Worship, through you, we contract out the chemicals. It's more than testing the water, it's adding the chemicals and what have you. So that is contracted out to the same company that operates the splash pads in Grand Bay, Westfield, and St. John. So it's contracted out. We don't have the ability, so we would need to. We've looked at it. Right now, it's not possible so we would have to take our staff from the arenas and pools department and send them down there to the splash pad every day. And with the pool operating and the arena operating, they'd have to leave site. So we haven't determined that that's something that's feasibly possible right now. But, you know, we'll keep analyzing those numbers and considering it for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have gone around the table. We each had an opportunity to ask 3 questions. I don't know if there are further questions that people have. If not, I will start, well, one way or the other. I'll start back with Councillor Miller again, go around the table. At that time, you can make your motions, ask your questions, or ask for further insights, or to have staff come back to you with the answers. Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, council staff and everybody that's involved. I've been doing my math as well as we're going through this, and I'll just let you know my thoughts so far. So I'm okay with keeping the roads as is, keeping the money. So if we have extra, we put on more roads. That's just a first comment, because if I look at, if we remove the salt bed, or the salt, that's 100K. If we change the reserve, I'm saying if, down to 100, that's 366. If we look at, because in my mind, I think we're being a bit conservative on what our reserve's going to be this year. So originally I said, instead of taking 2 million out of reserves, this is in my mind that I didn't tell you guys yet, I was going to move it up to 2.5, but now I would suggest if we move our taking from reserves instead of 2 million, 2.35 million, and instead of borrowing 2.5 million, borrow 2.15, so you're going to save money over the end. And then if you ask the director of community, is instead of taking out 60,000, I had a couple of other items that I had questioned. What you heard was giving her an option, saying, or not an option, but can you reduce your budget by 120, and then she would be at the discretion to pick whatever you want, however you want. But I also kind of want to throw out there is maybe come back if you can shortly. Do we fix the building, or do we look at doing a long-term, like instead of the $345,000? I think it needs to get done, like the repairs to the washrooms and everything else. Was that yours or Works? Oh, over there, sorry. Instead of repairing it, is it better to look at a long-term plan that you just fix it, you put in more long-term capital. I'm just throwing that out there because if we keep fixing, sometimes it costs more. I've been watching too many of those shows on TV. Sometimes it costs more to fix it all up than to just start anew. So.
Through your worship, the money that's being proposed for the works facilities, basically, if you saw the photos, it's a highly corrosive environment. Salt in that area, water don't mix very well with metal buildings. So a lot of that is really, probably about half of that is towards stabilization of the structural integrity of the building. The Director of Community Services mentioned this morning that we've got 24, as many as 40 people spread over. We only have one lunchroom, but they're spread over 3 different rooms to have their lunches and meetings and things like that. So there's no common space for those people to get involved. So those are the 2 main focus areas that we'll be looking at down that facility. As far as spending it one time for a new facility, I'd much rather take the level of investment and say, all right, let's do a needs analysis for a brand new structure. You're going to be into a $5, $6, $7 million facility that you have to do everything with, because you're going to get into things like EV. If any changes in fuel, you're going to get whether it's EV or LNG or whatever it's going to be. It's going to require dedicated storage, dedicated operating facilities. So all of these things are going to need to be brought to current day standards. They're making do with old sized bays. And well, if you go down there now, they cannot repair a plow truck in the wintertime in any of the bays with the doors closed, because they have to go because the nose of the truck is sticking out with the plows. So they're going to go out, take the hour and a half, 2 hours to dismantle all of the plows off the trucks to back it into the bays to repair it. And then so there's some efficiencies that I had here. So really all we're doing with this particular proposal now is just taking what we have now and making it safe first off, and then usable secondly. It's got really nothing to do with long-term planning for this thing. This is just trying to hold tight what we have now and make sure that we can continue to use it day to day.
So and I'll just summarize, and again, I don't want to jump on anybody's stuff. So if I do my quick math from that, and if we did reduce our borrowing, we're reducing our borrowing, so we're reducing our interest payments, not by much, but you're dropping it by about 13% versus what was planned. You would see the tax rate drop by about, and again, I'm just doing mental math, which is not good, but about 2.4 cents, which is roughly about 2% savings. So somebody's tax rate was, even though the tax rate would drop, the amount somebody pays would be going up around 8%, which is still a hefty jump. But if we can get all the roads done and we see all these things in the community, that comes back quicker to people seeing stuff versus when we internalize. I mean, it's nice that we fix everything here, we have to, but it's the roads kind of got pushed back, and I'm hoping that we're over-guessing or overestimating, but I'd rather exactly what the director said. We overestimate, we've got some extra money on the roads, we can get more roads done. And so I'll let everybody else go around, but that was, so I'll repeat. So the salt bed for 100K, the reserve minus 100K, sorry. Oh, sorry? Oh, sorry, I gotta get, okay. So as Director of Engineering had said, he would go from 380 to 280, so that's 100,000 there. I'm suggesting we, instead of 466,000 in reserves, we go down to 100,000 reserves, so that's 366, which brings us to 466. I'm suggesting, I know Councillor Donovan had talked about the parking lot. I had mentioned a few, whether they're the para umbrellas and a few other things, I'll just use 100,000. So if we add 100, if we ask the Director of Community Services to find $100,000 savings in her budget, that brings it up to 566. And if we change our way of taking out of reserves for the payment, we originally had 2 million. If we bring it to 2.35, and we reduce the borrowing from 2.5 to 2.15, you're going to save about 13% on your interest costs over the next few years. So that will drop the tax rate by another 0.1. But it would still be a hefty increase. You're still looking at about a 9% increase in our budget. And since there's about 1.5%, 2% new growth, the average person who owns a house, regardless of their tax rate, will be paying about 7.5% to 8% more, which is still higher than inflation, but lower than now. So I don't know, Mayor, how you want to, that was just my top line.
Thank you. Councillor Miller, if I may, with the reserves, and I had a conversation recently with one of the mayors, and the idea of having a healthy reserve was extremely important. And I'm wondering if our treasurer could explain to us, why is a healthy reserve so important to a town?
Through your worship. So again, having healthy reserves enables us to be more nimble and proactive and to be able to potentially move a little bit faster. So the amount of money that we're putting into reserve this year is strictly calculated on the cost of future years' borrowing. So that was the methodology kind of back a number of years, since the whole time that I've been here. So anytime we make a decision to borrow, we take that, do that calculation, put that amount into our reserve in the year that the decision was made to borrow. So that's where the money kind of comes from. Anytime we're making a decision to borrow, we're trying to put that cost in so that next year when we have that debenture and that it adds it on to the tax rate, because the tax rate would go up that way when we're going to actually see that borrowing next year. So we're trying to account for it in the year decisions are being made. So that is the total of what we're putting into the reserve this year, is strictly based on the fire station borrowing that we have to do, because again, we've been paying for that. We haven't done the debenture. We won't get that debenture until the spring. So there's part of that 500 and some within the reserves, 400 and some is in our general, 130 some is related to the fire. And so that's really what our reserves are, so that when we have, let's say there's a potential land sale, and in order to do that, we need to use reserve monies to fund that reserve. If we don't have healthy reserves, we're not going to be able to proactively engage and act upon that at a point in time that it becomes necessary. So,
thank you very much. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thank you, and I agree 100% with our treasurer, but I also want to point out, I think next year we're projecting to have, sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's close to $3 million between the both utility, operating, and capital, because there's over $1 million in each of them right now, even projected. And so I'm not asking to take any. The extra amount that I'm asking to take out of reserve, the extra $350,000 versus what was asked, is strictly due to the comments I had about how the variance of what we were putting into reserves that we think at the end of this year of $1 million versus when I did my math, we should be putting close to 1.7. But if we take out this is my math, you take out a couple $100,000 because of extra work that we did, because that happens everywhere. But also then I took out $150,000 for what we just talked about to do the study. That's where I brought out the extra $350,000. So leaving us still with well over $2 million in reserve funds, whatever bucket you want to put it in. So I would never ask to deplete all the reserves. I also look ahead in 2026, we're going to be taking off our $946,000 a year we pay on that. So it's to spread it out. And again, when you're borrowing money, but you have a lot of money in your savings account, I know everybody likes to have money spare, but it's financially, the math just doesn't make sense to me. So I'm still recommending leaving a lot in the reserve. A couple $1 million is a lot. So that's just my personal comment.
And Councillor Miller, are you making any motions at this time?
Actually, yes. So I'll make that I'll put everything in the motion, and then people can do the question. So I would move that From the proposed budget, we reduced the salt bed, sorry, I'm using the wrong names, but the salt bed from 380 to 280. We changed, oh, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do them one at a time, thank you. So, yeah, ignore that. Motion number one. The salt bed, yeah, we accept the director's recommendation for moving it from 380 to 280 for the 2024 budget.
So it's been moved by Councillor Miller and seconded by Councillor Luck. On the question. Anyone? Treasurer. Ms. Brandon.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. On the question, please vote now. She's just bringing it up there. Just one sec. Beth, what's your vote? Nay. Motion carried 5-1 with the one against by Councillor Thompson. Your next motion, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move to adjust the reserve line. I know what you, from 466 down to $100,000, reducing the amount put into budgeted amount to put into reserves by $366,000.
It's been moved by Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Donovan. On the question. Councillor Miller, would you please read the motion one more time?
I move that we adjust the proposed transfer of reserves from 466,532 down to $100,000 for the 2024 budget.
On the question, please vote now. Motion carried 5-1 with the nay vote from Councillor Thompson. Do you have another motion, Councillor Miller?
So I have two more, I guess. I would move that the Director of Community Service reduce her overall budget by $100,000 and allow her to choose versus us saying what she needs to reduce.
Yes, I agree.
By $100,000. It's, he moved that Community Services Director reduce her budget by $100,000 and then to...
Well, the conversations came up about capital, but again, I'm going to play it like we have with the police and fire is $100,000 from her budget. So.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Luck. On the question. On the question. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much. I just, I don't know why Councillor Miller or several other councillors have always attacked the recreation. It's either the toilets, it's the pavement, it's the, you know, it's kind of like, go after Gary for a while. Next year. But I mean, cutting $100,000 from the budget, I don't know if that's, well, I mean, it's possible, but I mean, something's going to suffer. You know, whether it's trail development, whether it's, you know, whatever it may be, something's going to suffer. And I mean, we had a very decent tax rate as we were, as everything was presented. And I was very happy with that. Same tax rate we had last year. So no, I won't be supporting that, cutting that.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Luck, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually wanted to direct my question to the Director of Community Services. I mean, I personally think a 5.1, 9 million budget asking for 100,000 isn't, too mean. And hopefully she doesn't feel like we're attacking her. I think we're just trying to be fiscally responsible and bring the tax rate down and looking for ways we can do it. And unfortunately, sometimes in a community where, people are driving on roads and flushing their toilets, those seem to take more priority over an additional community service. But again, it's not because we don't love them and appreciate them. So I guess my question is, if we did ask the Director of Community Services to shave off $100,000, what would that look like? Is that something that, because I think a lot of the things she's proposed is very valuable. So I would hate for her to, shave off things that we really want to see. So I'm just wondering from her perspective, what potentially would those be? I'm hoping we could potentially offset some of the costs to Councillor Bigger's comments around charging for pickleball, as well as maybe going to Envision for some funding for videos. But anyway, I'll let you address that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. And I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I'll go ahead with that. I don't know if the Director of Engineering and Director of Community Services need time to go through their budgets, but you go right ahead, Ms. Burton-Dixon.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I would start off by saying that I feel that our department put forward a very realistic budget. And I listed all the variations from waste removal to gas to property tax, electricity. All those increases were 4% up to 50 to 60%. And we came in with a 6.2% increase in our expenses and 5.5% change. So I honestly feel like we did a really good job, and we've mitigated a lot of those impacts to our budget, and that our requests are reasonable. And if you ask me to do it, I will do it. No question. I think we can regroup as a team, and we can find some savings. And I appreciate the opportunity and the respect to be able to do that. But I will say, this is, as you can tell by the budget, it's not a sexy budget. It's a maintenance and repair. We're taking care of our assets and providing our staff with the tools to work more efficiently. There's nothing extravagant about the budget. And as I mentioned with the capital budget, over half of that is the Works Department and Town Hall buildings. So you're looking at just over $700,000 in the capital budget for recreation. So that's my I guess plea or my position. I can't speak to if I have to cut that. What I will do is I will talk to my team and we will prioritize. I have some thoughts of my own, but I certainly don't want to do that without consulting my team, because that's we're collaborative when we put this together. I want to be collaborative if I have to make some cuts. Don't want to do it. I understand that. It happens. I'll do it. But I think that, quite frankly, our budget sees minimal increases given the variations that we can't control, and that's my case.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Luck. Thank you for the explanation, Ms. Burton-Dixon. Do we have a vote on the table?
We have, yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the table on the question. Please vote now.
Councillor Miller.
Councillor Miller?
Yours is showing up. And so is Councillor, yeah, so we have everybody.
Motion carried 4-2 with the nay votes being Councillor Thompson and
Councillor Luck.
Councillor Luck.
Can I raise a point of order, quickly? Again, it's showing, it's not listing the names of yay and nay votes and the results. Is it supposed to be that?
She just.
Oh, I know she's telling us, but,
Not when you're voting.
No, but the
when
results.
we close the results,
yeah.
yes. Yes, and usually, we toggle usually back and forth with, the votes, but it was Councillor Thompson and Councillor Luck who voted nay.
Okay, but I'm just saying that is the mechanism working correctly? Because when the results, the vote pop out on my iPad, it says not a recorded vote under each of the yay, the nay, the absent. It's saying not a recorded vote, not a recorded vote.
It is a recorded vote though on the administrative, panel, so.
Mine says the same.
Okay, because I know, I have observed the results pop up on my iPad and it shows me the names of everybody who voted in favor and against a particular motion. So I don't know why it isn't now. And so that's all I'm asking about is why that might be. But I've mentioned this before, but maybe it's,
We can talk about it after.
yeah, we'll just talk about it subsequently.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. And we are moving on now to Councillor Bigger for any, were you finished, Councillor Miller? Oh, go ahead.
I was asked to do these all in order, so I had four in my thing. Sorry. I'll change this one just slightly versus what I originally said. So originally, we were going to borrow $2 million, we're going to take $2 million out of reserve in the budget. I am proposing, we're going to take $2 million out of reserve, and we're going to be borrowing $2.5 million for the budget. I would propose we take $2.25 million out of reserve and borrow $2.25 million, thus reducing the debt payments for the future years. So I cut it in half because I still think we have lots of room in the reserves, but I just slightly changed from before. So adjust it to borrow. Do I need to repeat that, Kathy? I'm looking at you.
Councillor Thompson to take 2.25 million from.
Me, not.
Councillor Miller.
I'm sorry, Councillor Miller, from reserve and borrow 2.25 million, thus reducing debt payments in future years.
Sorry, I missed part of that. That's hearing aid. So,
2.25 million from reserve
and borrow
and
2.25.
borrowing 2.25.
Yeah, versus take $2 million out of reserves and borrow 2.5. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
It's been moved by Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Olson. Thank you.
Can I just get that read again so I can make sure that my,
Moved by Councillor Miller, seconded by Councillor Olson. Take 2.25 million from the reserve fund and borrow 2.25 million, thus reducing debt payments in future years.
On the question, Councillor Thompson.
Oh, yeah. I guess I would have a question to the town treasurer to find out, but she's busy.
Chief Brandon, are you able to field a question right now?
Sorry, as soon as I get this piece right here, I just want to make sure. So,
Don't put it in yet.
we're adjusting the general capital borrowing from 2.5 million to 2.25. And we're adjusting the reserve transfer from 2,005,000, because that's what we have in the 2.005 to 2.255. All right.
Yes, 2.255.
It matters to me. It doesn't really matter to you guys, but.
Yep. So Councillor Thompson, did you have a question?
My question was, what remains in reserve?
So I'm going to have to go back and recalculate all of that. So originally in the presentation, I was ending our general capital reserve at about 1.2 million. So we're reducing it by 366. That would take it to 7. So I'd have to go back and recalculate that, but it will be below $1 million, I would imagine.
Thank you. Anything else on the question? Please vote now.
That's okay, you're on trend.
Motion carried 5-1 with Councillor Thompson the nay vote. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Miller?
No, that was on my list. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Bigger.
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I don't really have anything, I think, in particular to add to what's already been brought forward. And perhaps I'll just stay that idea I have about a motion regarding the courts until our next general council meeting to bring that up. We can address that later on. I would say that I'm very heartened by the conversation we had around the streetscape design development plan regarding getting the ball rolling on water infrastructure upgrades. So I'm very appreciative of everybody's input on that, particularly our treasurer and the director of engineering and work. So otherwise, I think I'm in agreement with what's happened thus far, and let's get those pickleball courts looked after.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Luck.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I have two comments. One is, I feel bad about community services because there's certain things that, I'm sure all of us around the table have certain passions for. And I don't know if I want to make a motion to say there's one thing I really want to make sure it doesn't get cut from and I don't know if I can do that, but I think, I can't? So I can't actually vote for, I'm not sure, I'm actually sincerely, well, maybe I'll direct my question to the clerk if I can actually make a motion in terms of something that I'd like to see included in the budget.
So you want something new included?
No, but I just want to make sure that as a cut, there's something that I'm very passionately opposed to being cut from community service. I don't know if it's a huge expense, but it's actually the plowing of the QR trail. I mean, it was a huge value to our residents.
I think on that, the motion's already been made with the request for the Director of Community Services to come back to council, so we really can't go further on
that's
that.
fine. All right, so that oops, it sounds like there's other things that are lower priority, which is good, just because I know that the residents really appreciate that. And then I guess just the other comment is, it's really about, I guess, future planning, and if we actually have money left over in our paving budget. I guess the one question I have is, and I guess this may be more of a process question, is when I asked earlier about kind of the rationale of perhaps doing different things on different streets because of cost, I guess at what point does that come back to council for us to see the difference in cost for us to make the decision? So for example, like I'm fixated on Means Cove where we're going to go from 2 lanes to flip everyone to 1 lane. I do have safety concerns about that, and if that's the way that, the TAC guidelines are recommending and that's the only thing we can do, I guess at what point will council be able to see both proposals with cost breakdown so we can actually make the decision accordingly? Now, I know it's not in this year's budget, but it's, it's presented because it's kind of our long-term plan for street paving. If that makes sense.
So, Director of Engineering, would you like to answer that, please?
The street design decisions, once we have a budget amount, normally don't come back to council. If there is a specific change that staff will be recommending to add to unidentified streets, that will come back to you if it's a new street or if we add to it. To reiterate what we discussed this morning, we are taking the recommendations of the Transportation Master Plan, following the guidelines and looking at the loading of the streets in particular, and we're recommending those standards to be followed throughout the town. As a rule, we will not come back unless the council as a whole wants us to come back with specific designs for every single street, so we won't come back to council with a specific change in going from a 1 lane to a 2 lane, for example. We've been entrusted with making sure that the design decisions are consistent with our budget and the standards that we've been presented with, and we're making these recommendations in good faith, so that's why we're doing that, Your Worship. Unless council as a whole says they want to see a specific cost breakdown for every single street or a particular street, it's not something that we've done in the past, and we weren't really proposing to do that, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Loge. Councillor Luck, did you have anything else?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I guess, I wouldn't expect us to have the Department of Engineering and Works come back every time they want to make a change, because, again, you guys are the experts in it. I guess I still am quite concerned about the decision on Means Cove, which isn't going to be happening for the next few years, but it's still part of the plan and part of our long-term budget in terms of flipping from 2 lanes to 1 lane and the offset of safety. Now, again, we put in a proposal for a proper active transportation plan. I guess I have safety concerns, and I guess when we get to that point, I would like, not for every street, but I think in that situation where we're going from 2 lanes and all of a sudden the street stays the street, but we're now flipping to 1 lane, at that point, I think council should be provided with the various options and cost breakdowns so that we actually at least can make an informed decision on, do we actually want to continue the same streetscape all along the same street, or, if it's not financially feasible, then to do something different. I guess, again, I have major safety concerns about flipping halfway through a street, especially because it is windy and hilly, to go from like a bike lane on both sides to 1. Because again, you have people then biking on a hilly street, up hills or down hills with turns, and then having to cross over. And I'm not sure how that's all going to work. So anyway, I just have safety concerns, and I would like to make sure that council has a say based on, the information at the time. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luck. Councillor Olson.
No, I've got a general comment I'd like to make after we basically are finished everything.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
No, I'm fine.
Nothing from you. Councillor Donovan.
Except for what I've voted against.
I didn't press my button.
No, I'm just going around the circle to see if there's anything that
No,
you
I'm
wanted
fine. I'm
added,
good.
removed, or comment, okay? Thank you. So we've gone around the circle. Counselor Olson, is there something you would like to comment on?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just on a housekeeping sort of slant, I guess. We received 2 bundles of documents. This one here's 105 pages. The one that we got from our treasurer was 113 pages. And first of all, I would appreciate it if we could get the information earlier. And if the information isn't available, postpone our meeting until we have that information for a few days beforehand. A lot of the information that I've been reviewing here the last day and last night, I had for 24 hours or less. And so I feel a little bit at a disadvantage that I don't think that I really gave it a real honest review of what I could have done. Secondly, could we take the document like this and go page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, and if you go look at any page, oh, you're in page 85, or you're page 72, and then it would be recorded in that order? Like I got mine this afternoon, no fault of anybody's, but it was on a bulldog clip, and when I took the bulldog clip, all the things went everywhere. So I haven't been able to find them anywhere else except on here, and then I couldn't find them half the time anyway. But anyway, I just need assistance in just regulating things just 1 to 5. In that order, it doesn't matter what even on the index page where it says pages, index of documents, civic relations, page 31, it could be 62, or it could be a general operating fund. Instead of pages 5 to 14, it could be pages 12 to 18. You know, just so that there's one numbering system, and it's the lower or top right-hand side of the page. I don't mind either way, but just so that it's very, very simple, because you can just lose track awfully easy, and you spend most of your time flipping through papers trying to find out where we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Olson, and certainly your remarks have been received, and we will implement those suggestions for next year. And right now, I'd like to thank all of our executive staff, councillors. It's a very challenging time to go through a budget during an environment of continually increasing prices with shortages in the supply chain and with challenges in retention of employees and so forth. So I know I've been here at the town office, and I know that our staff have worked diligently over the past 2.5, 3 months, I think since August, end of July into August. And a lot of thought goes into this. And remember, it's not so much what they are getting out of it, it is what they are building for our community. And I think that's a very important thing to remember, that we are community building. We are not looking to see what this one gets or that one doesn't get or whatever. We are trying to be fiscally responsible as council, and staff are trying to supply both a level of service and the amenities that make this community a community of choice. So I do thank everyone for the participation today, and look forward to seeing what we're going to tease out of this over the next couple of weeks before our deadline in November, I believe. Councillor Olson, did you have?
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to also thank staff for everything that they've done. I'm going to sound like I'm complaining all the time, but I do appreciate everything that you do. And I'm glad you're doing it, not me. But it's been much appreciated, and job well done, and we're all very proud of the community that we're all part of. So thank you very much for your work.
Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. I just want to echo those same comments. Thank you very much. I know this is a long process, but it's a necessary process, and it's what we're all paid to do. So I just want to give you a quick update on my quick mental math, we should be right around $1.2552, give or take, after all the things are, oh, you got up there. What is it? I don't see it. Oh, damn, I was off by 0.003.
You're not a computer
I thought
yet.
it was 5.2. Okay, I had 5.52 instead of 5.535. I'm sorry. So I was close.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councillor Olson, seconded by Councillor Miller. All those in favor, please show your hands. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Bigger? Yes? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you very much for your time here today, ladies and gentlemen.
Once Krista puts in the savings for the interest, it'll go down to 252.
Just saying.
I'm serious. She doesn't have it in there. No, but I'm just saying, it'll go down slightly. Because you're saving $250,000 interest over 50 years. She didn't calculate it, she put zero. That's it. Now, I can't spell you crap when I turn my house, so. See ya. Did you expect to be out by 4?
Yeah, it's pretty close before.
I don't know. I don't know for how far off. I mean, there may be still changes.
I assume I'm gonna trust the great staff report, and I can, unless the things. That's what I'm assuming.